Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Mariah. I grip the edge of the conference table, my knuckles pressing against the smooth surface as our CEO, Mr. Davidson, delivers the news. His words punch through the silence like bullets. It brings me a lot of sadness to say this, but after 12 years, TechVision will be closing its doors in 2 weeks. The room fills with sharp inhales and muttered curses. Mimi drops her pen, the plastic clattering against the table. A few seats down, someone whispers, "Damn," under their breath, and I can't help but agree. I've spent 2 years here, cleaning offices at night while building connections during the day, hoping to transition into their events team. All those carefully planned steps toward my dream career, gone. Every extra hour I put in organizing office parties, every conversation with the events coordinator about shadowing opportunities. Every night I stayed late to make sure the conference rooms were spotless. It all feels like wasted effort now. The bankruptcy filing will proceed this week. Mr. Davidson's voice cracks. He tugs at his collar, his usual confident demeanor crumbling. We've prepared severance packages. The words fade into white noise. My stomach twists into knots as I scan the faces around me. Henry, the IT guy who always saved me when the cleaning log system crashed, stares at his hands. Elena, who promised to recommend me for the next events coordinator position, wipes at her eyes. Even stone-faced Janelle looks shaken as she rubs at the wrinkles on her cheeks. It's winter in the middle of Chicago. And now we're going to lose our jobs. Maybe even the heating to our homes, too. This wasn't an easy decision, Mr. Davidson continues, but I barely hear him. 2 rows ahead, Tim buries his face in his hands. We just discussed plans for the holiday party last week, my first chance to prove myself as more than just the night cleaning staff. Now those plans, like everything else, dissolve into nothing. My chest tightens as reality sinks in. No more steady paycheck. No more networking opportunities. No more chance to climb the corporate ladder here. The weight of my student loans crashes down, threatening to suffocate me. I glance at my coworkers again. My work family. Some sob quietly, others sit frozen in shock. We're all in free fall now, searching for solid ground that no longer exists. I pull out my phone, scrolling through the calendar filled with meticulously planned events that will never happen. The spring garden party in 2 months, I'd convinced Elena to let me coordinate. The team building retreat I was supposed to assist with, the eventual summer picnic where I planned to showcase my skills. Each entry mocks me, a digital graveyard of dead dreams. After the meeting, everyone retreats to their desks and offices with deflated expressions. Back at my desk, I sink into my chair and open my banking app. The numbers stare back at me, cold and unforgiving. $812. That's all that stands between me and complete disaster. The severance package will help, but with rent, utilities, and my student loan payments, I grab a pen and scrap paper, jotting down numbers. The math doesn't lie, even with severance. I have maybe 2 months before I'm completely broke, less if anything unexpected comes up. My fingers hover over my phone as I debate calling Dad. No, I can't. Not after everything. His voice echoes in my memory. Cleaning offices at night, that fancy degree of yours was a waste of money. The satisfaction of proving him wrong slips through my fingers like sand. The events coordinator position at Maxwell Corp flashes across my mind. The one I turned down last month because I was so sure Tech Vision would promote me soon. My stomach churns. I check their website, but the position's been filled. I open LinkedIn, Indeed, ZipRecruiter. The job listings blur together. Entry-level positions, unpaid internships, roles requiring 10 years of experience for minimum wage. None of them are what I want, what I've worked toward. The cleaning cart sits in the corner of my cubicle, a reminder of where I started, where I might have to stay if I can't find something soon. My throat tightens as I think about starting over somewhere new, rebuilding those connections from scratch, trying to convince another company to see me as more than just the night cleaning staff. Just when I think my day can't get even worse. My phone buzzes against the desk, Mr. Chen's name lighting up the screen. My heart drops into my stomach. I've been dodging his calls all week, but I can't avoid him forever. Hi, Mr. Chen. Miss Thomas. His tone carries none of its usual warmth. This is my third call about the rent. I close my eyes, pressing my fingers against my temple. I know, I'm so sorry. I've been meaning to. You're 8 days late, again? That's the third time this year. The fluorescent lights suddenly feel too bright, too harsh. My stomach churns as I glance at the cleaning cart again, realizing that the impending loss of my job is messing me over badly. I get paid on Friday. I promise I'll have it then, plus the late fee. Miss Thomas, you're one of my better tenants when you actually pay, but I'm running a business, not a charity. He sighs, and I can picture him shaking his head. Don't make me start the eviction process. Please. The word comes out more desperate than I intend, my voice cracking slightly. I just got some unexpected news at work. I just need until Friday. A heavy sigh crackles through the phone, followed by the sound of shuffling papers. Fine, Friday. But Miss Thomas, one more late payment and we'll need to discuss whether this arrangement is working out. And I mean really discuss it. The line goes dead before I can thank him. I drop my phone like it's burned me, my hands shaking as I pull up my budget spreadsheet again. The numbers mock me from the screen, a series of depressing figures that refuse to add up differently, no matter how many times I check them. The rent payment will drain most of my account, leaving barely enough for groceries. And now, with the job ending, God, I can already taste the ramen noodles I'll be living on for the next month. The numbers swim before my eyes. I minimize the spreadsheet, unable to look at it anymore. But the reality follows me like a shadow. No job, late rent, dwindling savings. The walls of my cubicle seem to close in, and I struggle to draw a full breath. My gaze lands on the family photo tucked into the corner of my monitor. Mom's bright smile, Dad's proud stance from my graduation day. Before everything fell apart, before I chose my own path instead of joining his business. The frame holds a moment frozen in time, when possibilities stretched endless before me, when I thought determination alone could build my dreams. Now those dreams feel like luxury items I can no longer afford. Tears blur my vision as the reality of my situation crashes over me. I might actually lose my apartment. The thought sends a fresh wave of panic through my chest, and I press my hands against my face, trying to muffle the sob that escapes. The cheap tissues from the break room scratch against my skin as I dab at my eyes, smearing mascara across my cheeks. My shoulders shake with each breath as I try to hold it together, but it's like trying to catch water with my fingers. Everything just keeps slipping away. Oh, honey. Elena's voice startles me. She stands at my cubicle entrance, concern etched across her features. I thought I heard, here. She pulls a pack of proper tissues from her purse and sets them on my desk before perching on the edge. Thanks. I grab one, wiping at my face. I can't lose my apartment. And with the job market right now. Listen, Elena leans forward, her voice low and steady. You're amazing at what you do. The offices have never been this well maintained. You've got real skills, Mariah. Professional grade cleaning experience is worth something. I shake my head. It was supposed to be temporary, just until you got into events, I know. But think about it. Every corporate building needs cleaning staff. And you've got references now, experience with industrial equipment, knowledge of safety protocols. That's marketable. My hand's still against the tissue. She's right. I might not be able to jump straight into events planning, but I don't have to start completely from scratch either. The past year hasn't been a total waste. I've learned more than I realized. There's that new office complex opening downtown, Elena continues, ticking off possibilities on her fingers. And I heard Riverside Tech is expanding their janitorial team. Plus, they offer night shifts with premium pay. It's not what you ultimately want, but it could keep you afloat while you figure out your next move. The knot in my chest loosens slightly. It's not ideal, but it's something. A lifeline when I'm drowning. Maybe I can even pick up weekend gigs helping at actual events. Build my portfolio while paying the bills. The thought of putting my dreams on hold stings, but it's better than watching them crash and burn completely.
Chapter 2. James. I drum my fingers on the polished mahogany surface of my desk, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my penthouse office. The Chicago skyline stretches before me, a testament to power and ambition. From the 85th floor of Harrington Tower, the city looks like my personal chessboard. A stack of acquisition reports demands my attention. The Martinez Group's latest financial statements reveal exactly what I suspected. They're ripe for takeover. It'll be a $2.3 billion deal, mere pocket change compared to our last quarter's earnings. My intercom buzzes. Mr. Harrington, the board members are waiting in the conference room. Tell them I'll be there in 5. I loosen my Hermes tie, studying the latest projections from our Asian markets. The numbers blur together after 18 hours of back-to-back meetings. I push aside a proposal for a new tech startup, another Silicon Valley hopeful looking for investors. My signature on these documents could make or break their future. The weight of that power used to thrill me. Now it just adds to the emptiness that's been growing lately. Sir? My assistant peers through the glass doors. Governor Matthews is on line 1. Something about the downtown development project. Put him through. I reach for the phone, already knowing what he wants. The $500 million I pledged for the city's renovation isn't enough. It never is. The chrome and glass surrounding me reflects a man who has everything, except what matters. My empire spans continents, but sitting here among the scattered papers and endless demands, I can't remember the last time I felt truly satisfied. The Chicago wind howls against the windows, a fitting soundtrack to another solitary evening at the top. Somewhere in this city, people are living real lives, experiencing real connections. Meanwhile, I'm orchestrating billion-dollar deals that just add more zeros to an already astronomical net worth. After my brief conversation with Governor Matthews, my phone continues to buzz. Again and again. A call comes in from an investor I'm purposefully avoiding, the 5th time in 20 minutes. Another notification from Patricia Whitmore, head of the Children's Hospital Foundation Gala Committee. The screen fills with a parade of messages. Mr. Harrington, urgent decision needed on table arrangements. The governor's wife insists on sitting at your table. Press coverage confirmation required. I swipe them away, but my inbox overflows with similar demands. The Marshall Foundation wants an answer about their environmental initiative. The Arts Council needs confirmation for their autumn fundraiser. The Symphony Board requires my presence at their donor appreciation dinner. My finger hovers over the delete button. These events used to mean something. Now they're just an endless parade of fake smiles and rehearsed small talk, where everyone wants a piece of my checkbook. A framed photo on my desk catches my eye. Me and Freddie Thomas during our college days. Both of us grinning like idiots after winning the intramural basketball championship. His arm is slung around my shoulders, our faces streaked with sweat. No designer suits, no pretense. Just two guys who didn't give a damn about status or net worth. Those late-night study sessions in our frat house, sharing cheap beer and big dreams. Freddie always said he'd open his own business, something honest and straightforward. He did exactly that, while I chased bigger and bigger deals. Remember what matters, he told me last month over beers at his garage. Same Freddie, still keeping it real while I navigate this maze of artificial connections. My phone buzzes again. Another gala, another demand for my time and money. But for a moment I'm back in that cramped dorm room, plotting world domination with my best friend, when success meant more than just numbers in a bank account. The memories hit me like a tidal wave. Last month's charity gala at the Four Seasons. 300 people in designer clothes, all vying for my attention. The conversations blur together in a meaningless haze of practiced pitches and hollow laughter. James, you simply must meet my associate. Mr. Harrington, about that investment opportunity. We'd be honored to have you on our board. I lean back in my chair, rubbing my temples. Every smile calculated, every handshake a prelude to asking for something. Even the women who approach me at these events have an agenda, usually involving my bank account or social connections. Freddie's weekend barbecues are the complete opposite. The aroma of his famous ribs smoking all day, his wife Angela's infectious laugh as she swats him away from stealing a taste before they're done. Their daughter Mariah rolling her eyes at her dad's terrible dad jokes while helping her mom with the sides. The last time I was there, we sat on lawn chairs in their backyard. No pretense, no expectations, just good food and better company. Mariah, as I remember her, was young and beautiful, full of dreams about becoming an event planner. She has her father's determination and her mother's warmth. I pull out my phone, scrolling to Freddie's number. When was the last time I actually spent quality time with them? Between acquisitions and board meetings, I've been neglecting the only people who see me as just James, not the billionaire CEO. The Thomas family has been my anchor through everything, celebrating my successes, supporting me through my divorce, never treating me differently as my wealth grew. They're the closest thing to real family I have. Hell, Freddie was there before I made my first million, back when we were just two broke college kids sharing cheap beer and big dreams. I need more of that authenticity in my life, more of Angela's home cooking and Freddie's straight-talking wisdom, more genuine conversations with Mariah about her dreams and aspirations, seeing her grow into the woman she was meant to be. The corporate world is full of yes men and fake smiles, but with the Thomases, I can just be myself. No nonsense, no pretenses. My finger hovers over Freddie's number. Maybe it's time to reconnect properly, make an effort to be present in their lives again. Damn these endless meetings and power lunches. What's the point of all the success if I can't share it with the people who matter most? I hit Freddie's number and lean back in my chair. The phone rings twice before his familiar voice comes through. Hey man, long time. His usual energy sounds dampened. Too long. How you been, Fred? A heavy sigh crackles through the line. Could be better. Just dealing with some family stuff. Everything okay with Angela? Angela's fine. It's Mariah. That company she's been working for, they're filing Chapter 11. Everyone's getting laid off next week. My grip tightens on the phone. Damn. How's she taking it? Not great. You know how hard she's been working, trying to save up for her event planning business. This is going to set her back for a while. Freddie's voice drops lower. She's been putting in overtime, picking up extra shifts. Now it's all gone. Has she started looking elsewhere? Economy's tight right now. Most places aren't hiring. And with her schedule and with the way she needs to catch up on rent payments. Another deep sigh. I offered to help her out, but you know Mariah. Stubborn as hell, just like her old man. Won't take a dime from us. I stand up, pacing in front of the windows, my reflection ghosting across the glass as storm clouds gather outside. Mariah's always been independent, determined to make it on her own. Just like Freddie was back in college, working 3 jobs and still refusing to let anyone spot him for meals. The Thomas family pride runs deep. Listen, Freddie continues, his voice rough with worry. I hate asking, but you still got connections in the hospitality industry? Maybe something entry-level, where she could learn the ropes? Get her foot in the door? Of course, anything she needs. Send her my number. Hell, I'd buy her a whole damn hotel chain if it would help, but I know better than to say that out loud. Actually, Freddie hesitates, and I can picture him rubbing the back of his neck, like he always does when he's uncomfortable. Mind if we keep this between us for now? You know how she gets about accepting help. The unspoken truth hangs between us. The Thomas family would rather eat dirt than take a handout, even from an old friend. I understand completely. Mariah's pride runs deep, another trait she inherited from her father. No problem. I'll make some calls, see what's out there. Thanks, James. You're a good friend. Freddie's voice softens. Talk soon. Count on it. The line goes dead, and I set my phone down. Images of Mariah from Freddie's last barbecue flood my mind. Her radiant smile as she talked about her dreams. Those expressive hazel eyes lighting up when describing the events she wanted to plan. Such drive, such passion, just like her father had at that age. The sun sets over Chicago's skyline, painting my office in amber hues. I think about Mariah's determination, how she's been working herself to the bone between her job and side hustles, just to get by. She deserves better than getting kicked to the curb by some mismanaged company. My mind drifts to her natural grace, the way she commands attention without trying. That fierce independence, refusing to take the easy path. Most people in my world are looking for handouts, but not Mariah. She's cut from different cloth. I walk to the window, pressing my palm against the cool glass. The city stretches endlessly below, full of opportunities. Somewhere out there, Mariah's probably already planning her next move, too proud to let the setback break her spirit. Standing here in my tower of glass and steel, I make a silent promise. I'll find a way to help her that preserves her dignity. She won't have to know it came from me. Whatever she needs, connections, opportunities, resources, I'll make it happen. A woman like that deserves every chance to make her dreams reality.
Chapter 3. Mariah. I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, my hands gripping the edge of the porcelain sink. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Mr. Chen, I know I'm a few days late with the rent, but I can explain. I shake my head, too apologetic. Look, Mr. Chen, I've been your tenant for 3 years now. Never missed a payment until... No, that sounds defensive. The fluorescent light flickers above me, casting harsh shadows under my eyes. I'd pulled my hair into a neat bun this morning, but stray curls have escaped around my temples from running my fingers through it all day. I straighten my shoulders. Mr. Chen, I appreciate you being patient with me. I've got half the rent now, and I'll have the rest by next Friday. I need the rest of the money for groceries. My stomach churns. The envelope in my back pocket feels paper thin, nowhere near enough. 3 years of perfect payments. And now here I am, practicing excuses in my mirror, like a teenager, preparing to tell her parents she crashed the car. You're Mariah Thomas, I tell my reflection. You've handled worse. You can handle this. But the words ring hollow. The truth is, if Mr. Chen doesn't give me an extension, I'm screwed. My savings will hardly cover my necessities for the next month and a half, and the job search so far has been fruitless. Not a single call back from any of the event planning firms I've applied to. I smooth down my white blouse, check that my jeans are free of dust. First impressions matter, even when you're begging for mercy. I tuck a stray curl behind my ear and straighten the gold nameplate necklace my grandmother gave me for graduation. It always gives me an extra boost of confidence. Just be honest, I whisper to myself. Direct and professional. You've got this. My reflection stares back with more certainty than I feel. 3 generations of Thomas women have survived worse. I can handle one conversation with my landlord. My phone buzzes with a reminder. Mr. Chen expects me in his office in 5 minutes. I grab my keys and the thin envelope, each step down the hallway feeling heavier than the last. The familiar scent of lemon cleaning products from the freshly mopped floors does nothing to settle my nerves. This conversation could make or break everything I've worked for. I knock on Mr. Chen's office door, the brass numbers 114 gleaming under the hallway lights. Come in. His voice cuts through the wood. The office smells like stale coffee and printer ink, with a hint of that artificial pine air freshener he always keeps by the window. Mr. Chen sits behind his desk, not bothering to look up from his laptop. Papers scatter across his desk in neat piles, each one probably representing another tenant's financial details. The steady tap-tap-tap of his keyboard fills the uncomfortable silence. Mr. Chen, thank you for meeting with me. I clutch the envelope tighter, my nails leaving little half-moon indents in the paper. He glances up, his wire-rimmed glasses catching the light. Miss Thomas, you're late with the rent. Yes, I know. I can explain. My voice comes out smaller than I intended. Rent was due first of the month. Today is the 7th. Each word drops like a stone between us. I place the envelope on his desk, trying to keep my hand steady. This is half. I lost my job last week when the company went bankrupt and fired everyone. I just need until next Friday for the rest. The words tumble out in a rush, and I force myself to stop before I start rambling about my savings account and job applications. His fingers drum against the desk. Business is business. Contract says first of month. I understand that, but I've never been late before. 3 years, always on time. Past performance does not guarantee future results. He pushes the envelope back toward me. Full amount or eviction notice. My throat tightens. Please, I just need a little more time. I've applied to 17 jobs this week alone. Something will come through. Not my problem. He turns back to his laptop. Many people want an apartment in this building. There are no shortage of tenants who pay on time. Mr. Chen, I'm not asking for forgiveness on the rent, just an extension, 1 week. Rules exist for a reason. If I make an exception for you, then I must make an exception for everyone, and I'm not willing to do something like that. He slides a form across the desk. 3 days to pay the full amount or sign a voluntary vacation notice. The form blurs as tears threaten to form. I blink them back. I won't cry, not here. This is my home. This is a business property, nothing personal. He waves his hand in dismissal. Close the door on the way out, please. You know what? My voice rises as frustration burns through my chest. I've been nothing but the perfect tenant. I keep my place spotless. I never make noise complaints. I even helped organize the holiday party last December. Mr. Chen's eyes narrow. Miss Thomas? No, let me finish. 3 years of perfect payments. 3 years of being the model tenant. And the one time I need a break, you can't give me a single week? The words spill out, hot and sharp. He stands, palms flat on his desk. You are being unprofessional. Unprofessional. What's unprofessional is throwing someone out on the street over a week's extension. What happened to human decency? Get out of my office. His face darkens. Now. Fine. I snatch the envelope off his desk. But remember this next time you need someone to coordinate your precious tenant meetings or help with building events. I'm done being the nice, helpful tenant you can walk all over. I storm out of his office, the door slamming behind me, hard enough to rattle the brass numbers. The sound echoes through the hallway like a gunshot, matching the thundering of my heart. I lean against the wall outside Mr. Chen's office, my hand shaking. The envelope crumples in my grip as reality crashes over me. 3 days. 72 hours to come up with rent money or lose my apartment. The hallway stretches empty before me, the freshly mopped floors gleaming under dim hallway lights. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the floor, not caring if my jeans get dirty. My phone weighs heavy in my pocket. 17 job applications sent out, and nothing but automated responses to show for it. I pull up my contacts list, scrolling through names. There has to be something, some way to make quick money that doesn't involve calling my father and listening to another lecture about my life choices. Wait. My thumb hovers over Mrs. Rodriguez's number from 4B. Last month, she'd mentioned wanting help deep cleaning her place, but not being able to afford a service. I'd helped her organize her closet last year when she threw out her back. I sit up straighter. I already know how to clean. It's not glamorous, but it's honest work. And with my event planning background, I know how to organize spaces efficiently. Plus, I've got all my own supplies from keeping my place spotless. My mind races through possibilities. I could start with the building residents I already know. Maybe get referrals. Print up some simple business cards at the library. Cleaning houses wouldn't be my forever job, but it could keep me afloat until I land something in event planning. The floor is still damp under my legs, and the scent of lemon cleaner fills my nose. It's not the career I dreamed of, but right now I need survival money. Pride won't pay the rent. I pull up the notes app on my phone and start typing. Reliable, experienced cleaner available. References provided. Residential and commercial spaces. I can do this. I have to do this. After all, I don't have any other choice. I push myself up from the hallway floor, brushing off my jeans. The envelope with half my rent money feels like a weight in my pocket, but my phone, now filled with notes and ideas, gives me a different kind of energy. Back in my apartment, I grab my laptop and settle at my small kitchen table. The sun streams through the window, illuminating the neat space I've called home for 3 years. No way am I letting Mr. Chen take this from me. I pull up a basic website template. Mariah's Cleaning Services. Simple, straightforward. I type out my services. Deep cleaning, organization, move-in/move-out specials. My experience keeping this place spotless and helping coordinate building events has to count for something. Okay, let's do the math. I opened a spreadsheet. If I charge $25 per hour, no, make it $35. Quality service deserves quality pay. My calculator clicks as I run the numbers. 4 clients a day, 5 days a week. It could work. It has to work. I dig through my cleaning supplies under the sink. Everything's organized by category, just like I do for any client. Microfiber cloths, eco-friendly sprays, my trusted vacuum. All professional grade, because I've never believed in cutting corners. My phone rings. Mrs. Rodriguez from 4B. Mariah, I was wondering if you're still interested in helping me with that deep clean we talked about. Actually, yes. I straighten in my chair. I'm starting a cleaning business. Would you be comfortable being my first official client? Oh, wonderful. You always keep your place so nice. When can you start? How's tomorrow morning? We settle on 8 a.m., and I add her to my brand new client spreadsheet. 1 down, many more to go. I spend the next hour designing simple business cards at the library's website. Nothing fancy, just professional and clean like the service I'm offering. My savings can cover the printing costs, and I'll start distributing them tomorrow after Mrs. Rodriguez's place. This isn't the path I imagined, but it's a path forward. My own business, my own terms. No more begging Mr. Chen or anyone else for mercy. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand.
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. James. I sit in my leather chair, fingers drumming against the mahogany desk as I stare at the kitchen photos on my tablet. Watermarks on the marble countertops, streaks on the stainless steel appliances, dust in corners that should gleam. And you call this professional work? I hold up the tablet, showing the evidence to the cleaning crew standing before me. The lead cleaner wrings her hands. Mr. Harrington, we can redo. I paid triple the market rate for immaculate service. My voice cuts through her excuses. This? I swipe to the next photo. This is what a teenager could do with a paper towel. Sir, we had a new person on the team. I don't care if you had the Queen of England on your team. When I hire a service, I expect excellence. I set the tablet down. Your contract is terminated. Effective immediately. Gloria will see you out. They file out of my office, heads down. The door clicks shut behind them, leaving me alone with my irritation and a subpar kitchen. I loosen my tie and lean back in my chair. Third cleaning service this year. Each one promising premium quality. Each one failing to deliver. The mansion's too big for a single housekeeper, but these cleaning companies treat it like any other McMansion in the suburbs. My eyes drift to the family photos on my desk. Holidays, graduations, moments that should bring joy. Instead, they remind me of empty rooms and echoing halls. Success bought me this house, but some days it feels more like a museum than a home. Pulling out my phone, I scroll through my contacts until I land on Freddie's name. The sight of it triggers a flood of fond memories. Red Solo cups, cheap beer, and that ridiculous toga party where we first met. Dude, you're wearing it wrong. Freddie's voice echoes from 30 years ago, reaching across the crowded frat house to adjust my makeshift toga. The fold goes over the left shoulder, not under. Like you're some expert on ancient Roman fashion? But I let him fix it anyway, both of us laughing through our beer buzz. That night blazed into morning, the two of us talking about everything from business dreams to favorite bands. He wanted to open his own business. I had my sights set on real estate development. We were just drunk enough to believe anything was possible. The thought of Freddie leads naturally to Mariah. Word travels fast in our circles, and I've heard about her new cleaning venture. She's got guts. I'll give her that. Could have easily asked for startup capital. God knows Freddie would have given it to her. Instead, she's building from scratch, taking the hard road. The photos of my disaster kitchen still glow on the tablet. Mariah's business is small, but the few clients she has rave about her attention to detail. No shortcuts, no excuses, just pure determination to prove herself. Her reviews paint a picture of someone who treats each job like it's a Fortune 500 contract. Chip off the old block, I mutter, reminding myself of Freddy's determination to make it work, even when the whole world was standing against him. He'd built his business the same way, one satisfied customer at a time, refusing to compromise even when his bank account was screaming for mercy. I pick up the tablet again, studying those watermarks and streaks. Maybe it's time to give a smaller operation a chance. Someone who understands the value of reputation, who's hungry to succeed. Someone who'd treat my house like their future depends on it. Someone like Mariah. The thought settles in my gut with surprising rightness, like the last piece of a puzzle clicking into place. Young, determined, building her business from scratch. She's exactly what I need. I pull up Mariah's number from my contacts. My thumb hovers over the screen for a moment before pressing dial, my mind already running through the possibilities. The phone rings 3 times before she answers, her voice clear and professional. "Hello? Hey, Mariah. It's me, James." I lean back in my chair, picturing her expression, those striking hazel eyes probably widening in surprise. "How's the cleaning business treating you?" "James? Yes, it's going well." Her voice carries a blend of surprise and wariness, and I can practically see her straightening her spine, going into business mode. "Did my father put you up to this call?" "No, this is all me. Word gets around and I hear you're making quite the name for yourself. Congratulations." "Thank you." A pause. "That's unexpected, but appreciated." I tap my pen against the desk. "Here's the thing. I just fired my cleaning service. 3rd one this year. They couldn't maintain the standards I require for my home." "Oh," her tone shifts, professional interest creeping in. "I need someone reliable. Someone who takes pride in their work and understands what excellence means." I straighten in my chair, running a hand through my hair as I contemplate how to phrase this next part. "Would you be interested in taking on my mansion as a regular client? I'm willing to pay well above market rate." The line goes silent. For a moment, I wonder if the call dropped. The soft sound of her breathing is the only indication she's still there. "Your mansion?" Her voice comes out higher than usual, a mix of disbelief and something else I can't quite place. "The one on Hillcrest Drive, with the 27 rooms, yes, plus the pool house." I lean back, picturing her expression. "And the gardens, though I have separate staff for those. That's a massive property." "I understand," I reply, my voice firm but gentle. "But from what I hear, you're not afraid of a challenge. That's exactly the kind of attitude I'm looking for." She lets out a small laugh, more breath than sound. "This would be more than a challenge. It would be... my business is still new. It's just me right now. I don't have a cleaning crew or anything fancy like that. I'm not looking for a corporate operation. I've tried that route. I'm looking for someone who'll treat my home with the attention it deserves." I pause. "Someone like you, Mariah?" The silence stretches again, but I can hear her quick breathing, processing, calculating. Wow, I honestly don't know what to say." "Let me sweeten the deal." I lean forward, resting my elbows on the desk. "I'm prepared to offer $50,000 for 6 months of service, paid up front with a signed contract." A sharp intake of breath crackles through the phone. "Excuse me." "You heard right! 50 grand!" "James," her voice wavers. That's way above market rate, like astronomically above." A pause. "Is this because you know my dad? Because if this is some kind of favor..." I can't help but laugh, the sound echoing off my home office walls. "Trust me, I don't do favors. Ask any of my employees. I pay premium rates across the board because I expect premium results." "But..." "No buts. I've seen what passes for professional service these days. I'm tired of it. When I find someone worth investing in, I don't hesitate." "This feels insane." She lets out a shaky breath. "You barely know my work." "I know enough." I tap my fingers against the desk, thinking of the glowing reviews I've read, the determination in her voice. And if I'm being honest with myself, there's something about Mariah that draws me in. That fierce independence, the way she carries herself with quiet dignity despite the challenges she faces. Your reputation precedes you. The truth is, I wouldn't make this offer to just anyone. But watching Mariah build her business from scratch, refusing handouts even when times got tough, it reminds me of myself at her age. And maybe there's something more. Something in the way she commands attention without trying, but I push that thought aside. Take some time to think it over, I say, keeping my voice neutral despite the way my pulse quickens at the thought of her working here. The offer stands. Wait, Mariah's voice cuts through the line. I'll take it. The opportunity. I want this contract. My lips curve into a smile. The eagerness in her voice mixed with that stubborn pride. It hits different. Damn if she isn't something else entirely. Smart decision. This is huge for my business. Life-changing money. She clears her throat, and I can practically see her squaring those delicate shoulders of hers. But I need you to know I'll earn every penny. Your home will be immaculate. I expect nothing less. I straighten the cuffs of my shirt, picturing her determined expression. The thought of having her in my space, seeing her more often, sends an unexpected thrill through me. I'll have my lawyer draft up the contract. We can meet later this week to go over the details. Say Thursday at 2? Perfect. And James, thank you. Not for the money, but for believing in me. Something in her voice, that raw honesty, sends a warmth through my chest I wasn't expecting. Thank me by proving me right. After we hang up, I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. The thought of Mariah moving through these rooms, bringing life back into this mausoleum of wealth. It stirs something I haven't felt in years. Anticipation? Maybe. Or maybe it's the way she carries herself. That blend of strength and vulnerability that makes me want to... I shake my head. She's Freddie's daughter, my good friend's kid. This is strictly business. But as I pull up my lawyer's contact info, I can't help but wonder how different these empty halls might feel with her presence filling them.
Chapter 5. Mariah. I sink into my worn couch, relief flooding through my body. The envelope with Mr. Chen's rent money sits on my coffee table, paid on time, thanks to my last-minute cleaning gigs. After my hangout with Sarah, I intend to give him the envelope in his office, fully expecting a glare for how our last conversation went. All he cares about is money. That's fine. I don't have to give a damn about the old man for anything besides giving him his money every month. Sarah sprawls next to me, her legs draped over the armrest. Girl, you had me worried there for a minute. I thought you'd have to do that thing where you give him half now, half later. She reaches over and snags my last cookie from the plate on the coffee table. Not this time. I grab a throw pillow, hugging it to my chest. The soft fabric provides comfort as my mind races with the day's events. And actually, I might never have to worry about rent again. Sarah's head snaps up, cookie frozen halfway to her mouth. What? Did you rob a bank and forget to tell me? Because if you did, I better be getting a cut. James Harrington called me today. Your dad's rich friend, the one with the mansion and the billions and the huge tower in downtown? Sarah sits up straight, her green eyes wide, cookie forgotten. Spill, right now, every single detail. He offered me a contract. I squeezed the pillow tighter, still barely believing it myself. $50,000 for 6 months of cleaning services. Sarah's mouth drops open. 50,000? Like with zeros? Paid up front. My fingers dig into the pillow until my knuckles start hurting. He fired his cleaning service and wants to hire me instead. Said something about needing someone he can trust. Damn. Sarah jumps up, pacing the small living room, her bare feet padding across our worn carpet. That's more than I make in a year? Please tell me you said yes. Tell me you didn't chicken out. I said yes. The reality of it hits me again. Making my stomach flip, my voice comes out smaller than I intend. But his place is massive. 27 rooms. What if I'm in over my head? I've never handled anything close to that size before. Stop! Sarah plants herself in front of me, hands on her hips, looking every bit like the tough love friend I need right now. You're the most detail-oriented person I know, and this is exactly what you need, a big break to grow your business. But it feels too good to be true. I bite my lip, voicing the doubt that's been gnawing at me since the phone call. What if he's only doing this because of my dad? I mean, they're good friends after all. They've known each other since college. Who cares? Money's money. Sarah drops back onto the couch. Though from what you've told me about James Harrington, he doesn't seem like the type to waste money on charity cases. That's what he said too. I lean back, remembering his confident voice on the phone. He said he pays premium for premium results, then deliver premium results. Sarah nudges my shoulder. Show him exactly why you're worth every penny of that 50 grand. Speaking of delivering results, I set the pillow aside and lean forward. I was thinking of using this money to jumpstart my event planning business again. Maybe take some courses, build a proper portfolio. Hold up, Sarah raises her hand. You're already thinking of jumping ship when you just landed the contract of a lifetime? Not jumping ship exactly, more like expanding horizons. Mariah. Sarah's voice takes on that no-nonsense tone she reserves for when she thinks I'm being ridiculous. You've got a golden ticket here. James Harrington isn't just any client. He's connected. Think about it. If you knock his socks off with your cleaning service, who do you think he'll recommend you to? I hadn't considered that angle. His rich friends? Exactly. Rich people talk. They share their secrets about the best restaurants, the best doctors, and you bet they share info about the best cleaning services. She grabs my shoulders, giving me a gentle shake. One satisfied billionaire client could turn into 10, 20. You could build an empire. An empire of cleaning services? I can't help but laugh. Why not? Look at all these cleaning company CEOs living their best lives. Besides, you're already good at it. You've got a system, you're reliable, and now you've got capital to expand. Event planning is a whole other monster. You'd be starting from scratch. Again. She has a point. My cleaning business, small as it is, has been steadily growing. And with James's contract, I guess I could hire help if I get more high-profile clients. Now you're thinking, Sarah beams. Plus, cleaning wealthy people's houses, that's networking gold. Maybe you'll meet someone who needs an event planner while you're building your cleaning empire. Best of both worlds. The possibility starts taking shape in my mind. I could save up enough to start my event planning business properly instead of scraping by. Maybe even rent a real office space instead of working from my kitchen table. Exactly. Baby steps. First, knock James Harrington's 27 rooms out of the park. Then let the Rich People Network do its thing. Those mansion owners love referring their friends to good help. You're right. I set the pillow aside, feeling lighter than I have in weeks. The weight of trying to juggle two dreams at once has been exhausting. I need to focus on what's in front of me instead of chasing every opportunity that comes along. One solid foundation is better than two shaky ones. That's my girl. Sarah stretches her legs across my lap, wiggling her hot pink painted toes. And when you're rolling in all that cleaning money, remember who gave you the push to take this seriously. Your wise, beautiful, incredibly humble best friend. I raise an eyebrow, fighting back a smile. Oh? And what exactly are you expecting? A cut of my future empire? Just a small finder's fee. She taps her chin, pretending to calculate. Let's say 10% of all future earnings. I mean, without my amazing advice, you might have passed up this golden opportunity. 10%? I burst out laughing, the sound echoing through my small apartment. More like I'll treat you to dinner once a month at that Thai place you love, the one with the amazing pad Thai. Dinner? Please. She rolls her eyes dramatically, flopping back against the couch cushions. When you're the cleaning queen of Chicago, I expect a yacht, or at least a really nice car. Nothing too fancy, just something that screams, my best friend is loaded. Maybe a Mercedes convertible in hot pink. You're ridiculous. I shove her legs off my lap, still chuckling at her outrageous demands. But seriously, thank you. I needed this reality check. I was getting lost in my own head again. That's what best friends are for. She grabs the last bite of her cookie, speaking around the crumbs. To tell you when you're being dumb and push you toward the money. And to remind you that sharing is caring, especially when it comes to future riches. I grab the envelope from the coffee table and stand, stretching my arms overhead until my back gives a satisfying pop after sitting for so long. Time to face the dragon in his den. Let's see what Mr. Chen has in store for me this time. Hopefully he doesn't yell at me. We didn't have the nicest chat the last time I was in his office. Want me to come with? Sarah opens our fridge, already pulling out ingredients. Though if you say yes, you'll miss out on my mama's secret enchilada recipe. You're making enchiladas? My mouth waters at the thought. Sarah's cooking is legendary, especially when she breaks out her family recipes. Definitely going alone then. I'm not missing that. Smart choice. She sets a pack of tortillas on the counter with a flourish. And I grab some Modelo on my way over. Figure we deserve to celebrate your new fancy contract. Maybe even do a little dancing later if we're feeling it. You're too good to me. I slip on my shoes, tucking the envelope into my back pocket and double-checking it's secure. Save me the chopping work? Girl, please. Like I'd trust you with a knife after that incident with the carrots. She pulls out her phone, probably queuing up her cooking playlist, the one that's all Latin beats and makes it impossible not to move your hips. Just handle the grumpy landlord and get back here before the sauce is done. I mean it. These babies wait for no one. The carrot thing was one time. I head for the door, my keys jingling in my hand like tiny warning bells. And that scar on my finger is barely visible anymore. Besides, who knew carrots could be so slippery? Sarah's rich laugh follows me into the hallway. Keep telling yourself that, and don't let James distract you too long with those baby blues of his. Valentine's Day is coming up, remember? The promise of cold beer and Sarah's enchiladas makes the dreaded walk to Mr. Chen's office a little more bearable. Plus, with James's contract, I might never have to do this awkward rent dance again. The thought puts an extra spring in my step as I descend the stairs to the building's first floor.
Chapter 6. James. My phone buzzes for the 100th time today. Another meeting request, another demand for my attention. The screen lights up with notifications from board members, charity organizations, and my executive team. Everyone needs something, and they need it yesterday. I toss the device onto my desk and lean back in my chair, running my hands through my hair. The Chicago skyline stretches before me through floor-to-ceiling windows, a view that used to inspire but now just reminds me of the endless responsibilities weighing on my shoulders. Mr. Harrington, your 2 p.m. is here. My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. Give me 5 minutes. The upcoming charity gala needs my approval on everything from the menu to the guest list. The Children's Hospital Foundation wants to schedule a board meeting. 3 different tech startups are pushing for investment meetings. And somewhere in this chaos, I need to figure out when Mariah can start working at my place officially. The thought of her brings an unexpected smile to my face, but it fades as I glance at my calendar. Every hour is blocked with meetings, calls, and events. Finding time to even be at the mansion when she starts seems impossible. I walk to the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. Below, tiny figures rush through the streets, each caught in their own whirlwind of commitments. From up here, their movements form patterns, a choreographed dance of isolation. Just like me, moving from one obligation to the next, surrounded by people but never really connecting. My phone buzzes again. I ignore it. 20 years ago, I thought success meant freedom. Now I know better. Each achievement, each billion added to my net worth just creates more chains, more expectations, more people wanting pieces of my time, my influence, my money. The intercom buzzes again. Mr. Harrington, your 2 p.m. is getting anxious. I straighten my tie, put on my game face. Send them in. The door opens and Richard Chavez from our legal department strides in, tablet in hand. His mouth moves, discussing contract amendments for our latest acquisition, but my mind drifts to Mariah. I need to clear my schedule for her first day. Maybe move the investor meeting to Thursday, push back the conference call with Tokyo. The thought of her in my home, even just as my cleaner, sends an unexpected jolt through my system. Mr. Harrington? Richard's voice cuts through my thoughts. About the non-compete clause, Right. I gesture for him to continue while pulling up my calendar on my laptop. Next Tuesday looks promising. I could block off the morning, be there when she arrives, show her around properly, make sure she's comfortable. It's what any good employer would do, I tell myself. Nothing to do with how her smile lights up a room, or how her quick wit catches me off guard whenever she's feeling comfortable. These terms seem rather aggressive, Richard continues, sliding a document across my desk. I glance at it without really seeing the words. Mariah isn't just Freddie's daughter anymore. She's her own person, determined, ambitious, unafraid to speak her mind. Sir, your thoughts on paragraph 3? Highlight any concerning sections, I say, straightening in my chair. Send me the summary by end of day. Richard nods, but I catch the slight furrow in his brow. I'm not usually this disconnected during meetings, but usually I'm not thinking about warm hazel eyes and a laugh that makes me feel 20 years younger. I force myself to focus on Richard's documents, but my finger keeps hovering over Tuesday on my calendar. One morning. That's all I'm allowing myself. Just enough time to ensure my new housekeeper settles in properly. Nothing more. I'll review these and get back to you tomorrow, I tell Richard, rising from my chair. A clear signal this meeting's over. My mind's already racing ahead to Tuesday, to the moment she'll walk through my door. We should probably discuss the implications of tomorrow. I guide him toward the door with a firm hand on his shoulder, brooking no argument. Set up time with my assistant. The last thing I need is to waste another hour debating quarterly projections when I can barely focus. Richard's mouth tightens, but he nods. Of course, Mr. Harrington. You seem preoccupied today. His tone carries a hint of concern that grates on my nerves. Just busy. Lots to coordinate. I open the door, making it impossible for him to linger. I'm acting like a teenager with his first crush. But I can't help wondering if she's thinking about our first official day together, too. Once he's gone, I drop back into my chair and pull up my calendar. The Tokyo investors can wait. They're 12 hours ahead anyway. I move their call to Thursday afternoon. The charity board meeting shifts to Wednesday, and I delegate the startup pitches to my VP of Acquisitions. Tuesday morning opens up like a blank canvas. I block off 8 a.m. to noon, marking it as property management. No need to broadcast that I'm personally overseeing a new housekeeper's orientation. My finger hovers over the keyboard as I consider adding more time. The mansion's large, Showing her around properly could take hours, but extending it to the afternoon would mean canceling the quarterly review with my CFO. Damn it. I moved the review to Friday. The numbers aren't going anywhere, and Dempsey can use the extra time to polish his presentation. God knows he always gets nervous during these meetings anyway. I send quick emails to explain the changes, crafting careful excuses that don't reveal my true motivation. 25 years of corporate leadership has taught me how to make personal priorities sound like business necessities. It's all about the right buzzwords: optimization, streamlined processes, maximizing efficiency. The calendar looks better now, cleaner. Tuesday morning stretches empty and promising before me, waiting to be filled with property management. The words stare back at me from the screen, deceptively simple. Just showing a new employee around. Nothing more. A standard orientation, basic protocol for household staff. I tell myself this as I triple-check that nothing can intrude on those 4 hours. My mouse hovers over the Do Not Disturb setting. Damn it. I click it on. Even my executive assistant won't be able to reach me unless the building's on fire. I close my eyes, drawing in a deep breath. The air in my office feels stale, recycled. Nothing like the vibrant energy Mariah brings into a room. Even in our brief interactions, she's managed to pierce through the carefully constructed walls of my world. My mind drifts back to the first time I saw her at Freddie's house, a gangly 13-year-old with braces and wild hair, arguing passionately about why she should be allowed to go to some concert. Her father shot me an exasperated look over her head, but I remember being struck by her determination. Through the years, I watched her grow up in snapshots during my visits to Freddie's. 16, heading to prom in a dress she'd altered herself because she wanted it unique. 18, waving her acceptance letter to college while dancing around the kitchen. 21, defending her choice to study event planning instead of business administration. Her chin lifted in that defiant angle I've come to recognize. And now she's 25, with a fire in her eyes that makes me forget every other woman I've ever known. The braces are long gone, replaced by a smile that could light up the darkest room. That wild hair has become a crown she wears with pride. The gangly teenager has blossomed into a woman who knows her worth, even if life hasn't given her the opportunities she deserves. The loneliness that's been my constant companion these past years feels different when I think of her. Sharper, more defined, as if her presence in my life has suddenly made me aware of just how empty it's been. In my world of corporate sharks and social climbers, her genuine spirit stands out like a beacon. I catch my reflection in the window, a successful man by all external measures, yet feeling more alive thinking about a young woman's infectious laugh than closing my latest billion-dollar deal. I pull up the mansion's floor plans on my laptop, scanning each room with new purpose. The east wing could use reorganizing. Give her a proper break room, not just the cramped staff kitchen. She'll need somewhere comfortable to rest between tasks. My fingers tap against the mahogany desk. The library might interest her. I've seen how her eyes light up when she talks about literature. Maybe I'll mention she's welcome to borrow any books that catch her eye. Opening my phone, I type a quick message to my property manager. Need the staff wing updated before Tuesday. New furniture, fresh paint, better amenities, priority project. His response comes instantly. Will cost. Just get it done. Money's never been the issue. But making someone feel truly welcome, that's harder than signing a check. I pull up her employee file, scanning past the basic information. Under career goals, she's listed event planning. My mind races through my connections, every charity gala, corporate event, and social function I've attended. The networks I've built over decades could open doors for her, but I can't just hand her opportunities. She's too proud for that, too determined to make it on her own merit. I respect that about her. Instead, I'll create situations where she can showcase her talents naturally. The mansion hosts enough events. Perhaps she'll share her perspective on the arrangements, prove her skills organically. The intercom buzzes. Another meeting demands attention, but I take one more moment to send a final message to my house manager. Ensure the cleaning supplies are top quality. and stock that small office near the conservatory, the one with the garden view. Miss Thomas might need space to organize her schedule. It's not much, but it's a start, a foundation for something more. I push that thought aside. Right now, I just want her to know she's valued. The rest will unfold as it should.
Chapter 7. Mariah. The massive iron gates part with a soft whir, revealing a winding driveway that leads to what can only be described as a modern castle. With a few hints of snow here and there, it truly looks like a winter wonderland. My beat-up Toyota Corolla crawls forward, its engine protesting as we climb the gentle slope. The morning sun catches the mansion's endless windows, nearly blinding me. I park in the circular driveway, triple-checking the address on my phone. This can't be right. The place looks like something out of Architectural Digest, all clean lines and gleaming surfaces. The landscaping alone probably costs more than I make in a year, with its perfectly manicured hedges and a fountain that would make Versailles jealous. Despite all the years of knowing James Harrington, I've never been to this property before. This is next-level wealth, the kind that makes my event planning dreams feel like child's play. My hands grip the steering wheel. You got this, Mariah. Just another cleaning job. The leather cover is worn beneath my fingers, a reminder of how far apart our worlds really are. But it's not. Not really. This is James Harrington's home, the man who's been a constant presence at our family gatherings, who helped Dad through some rough patches, who always remembers my birthday with a thoughtful card. I grab my supplies from the trunk and head to the front door. Each step up the marble stairs echoes, making me hyper-aware of my presence in this pristine space. My cleaning caddy suddenly feels cheap and out of place against all this opulence. Before I can ring the bell, the door swings open. Miss Thomas. James Harrington fills the doorway, his tall frame wrapped in what has to be a custom suit. Right on time. Good morning, Mr. Harrington. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. He steps aside, gesturing me in. Please come in. The foyer stretches up 2 stories, crowned by a crystal chandelier that probably costs more than I'll make in 10 years. My footsteps echo across Italian marble floors that reflect like mirrors. A curved staircase sweeps up to the 2nd floor, its wrought iron railings twisting into intricate patterns. 27 rooms? James's deep voice breaks through my daze. I know it's a lot, but the previous cleaning service left detailed notes about each space. You'll have access to all the supplies you need in the service area. Don't worry, I'll show you where that is. 27. The number hits me like a physical blow. My fingers tighten around the handle of my cleaning caddy. The weight of it suddenly feels inadequate for such an enormous task. I can handle it. The words come out automatically, but doubt creeps in. Can I really? This job could set me up financially, give me the stability I need to launch my event planning business, or it could completely overwhelm me. Dad always said I bit off more than I could chew, but I refused to prove him right. James watches me, those intense blue eyes missing nothing. His gaze travels from my face to my tight grip on the caddy. Are you sure? I straighten my spine, squaring my shoulders like I'm going into battle. Absolutely. No way in hell am I backing down now. Not when this opportunity could change everything. James leads me through the mansion, his long strides forcing me to walk faster to keep up. Each room we enter is more impressive than the last. From a library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves to a home theater that puts AMC to shame. And this is the conservatory, James says, pushing open a set of French doors. My jaw drops. Sunlight streams through glass walls, illuminating tropical plants and a small indoor fountain. You actually have a conservatory, like in Clue? Minus the lead pipe and Colonel Mustard? A smile plays at the corners of his mouth. though I do have a rather impressive candlestick collection. I'll make sure to avoid those while cleaning. I run my hand along a marble counter. Speaking of which, this place is going to take forever. I can't believe I'll spend my Valentine's Day cleaning instead of, well, doing anything else. Not quite the romantic evening you had planned? Oh yeah, just me, my mop, and 27 rooms worth of dust bunnies, living the dream. I pause by a massive orchid. Though I guess it beats sitting at home watching rom-coms and eating chocolate alone. James chuckles, the sound echoing off the glass walls. No hot date? Unless you count my Netflix queue. I peek at him from the corner of my eye. What about you? Surely the great James Harrington has some elaborate Valentine's plans? Board meetings and business calls, along with a few gala appearances here and there. Not exactly Cupid's idea of romance. We're quite the pair, aren't we? I gesture between us. You in your $1 million mansion, and me with my cleaning supplies. Both spending the most romantic day of the year alone. $1 billion, actually. His eyes crinkle at the corners. But who's counting? We share a laugh as we move into the next room, and for a moment, I forget about the massive gap between our worlds. Maybe this job won't be so intimidating after all. And this, James says, pushing open another set of ornate doors, is my favorite room in the house. My eyes widen at the sight. Floor-to-ceiling windows frame a panoramic view of the city skyline. A grand piano sits in one corner, its polished surface reflecting the natural light. The furniture is minimal but luxurious. Plush leather sofas and abstract art pieces that probably cost a fortune. It's breathtaking. I walk to the windows, placing my hand against the cool glass. You can see the whole city from here. I come here to think sometimes, watch the sunset. James moves to stand beside me, his reflection appearing next to mine in the window. The view helps put things in perspective. I can see why. My gaze drifts to a collection of vinyl records displayed along one wall. You're a music fan? Classical, jazz, some rock. I find it helps me unwind after long days. He gestures to the piano. Do you play? God, no. I tried lessons as a kid, but I laugh, shaking my head. Let's just say my talents lie elsewhere. We move through more rooms, a state-of-the-art kitchen that would make Gordon Ramsay weep, a wine cellar that looks like it belongs in an old French chateau, and a gym that rivals any high-end fitness center. Your home is incredible, James. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I clutch my cleaning caddy closer. I promise I'll take good care of everything. James laughs, the sound warm and genuine. You're more than welcome here, Mariah. Treat this space like your own home. Mi casa es su casa, as they say. Even the wine cellar? I raise an eyebrow, teasing. Within reason. His blue eyes sparkle with amusement. Though I wouldn't say no to sharing a glass sometime, some of these bottles are meant to be enjoyed, not just collected. Well, thank you for the offer. I should get started. Would you mind showing me where the service area is? I hoist my caddy, trying not to think about how many hours of work lie ahead. Of course. Follow me. James leads me down a hallway, his polished shoes clicking against the marble. The service area turns out to be bigger than my entire apartment, with industrial washing machines, organized supply shelves, and a cleaning station that would make Marie Kondo proud. I trail off, taking in the professional-grade equipment. Perfect, actually. Thank you for the tour. Everything you need should be here. Let me know if anything's missing. You have no idea what this job means to me. The words tumble out before I can stop them. Just last week, I was staring at past due utility bills, wondering if I'd have heat through February. The timing of your offer. I swallow hard, fighting back emotion. You basically saved me from freezing this winter. James's expression softens. Your father mentioned you were having a rough time. Dad told you? Oh, I'm screwed. I didn't want him to know how bad things were. He's got enough on his plate. He cares about you, Mariah. We both do. James's voice carries a gentle authority that reminds me of all the times he's helped our family. You don't have to handle everything alone. I know, it's just... I set my caddy down, organizing my supplies to avoid his gaze. I wanted to prove I could make it on my own, you know. There's no shame in accepting help when you need it. Besides, I needed a new cleaning service. It's mutually beneficial. I watched James's broad shoulders disappear out the door, his cologne lingering in the air. My heart beats a little faster than it should. The way he spoke about helping me, about caring, it stirred something unexpected. I shake my head, trying to clear these inappropriate thoughts. This is James Harrington, billionaire, Dad's best friend, way out of my league in every possible way. Not to mention those piercing blue eyes that seem to see right through me. Focus, Mariah. I grab my supplies and scan the pristine service area. The industrial-grade equipment gleams, practically begging to be used. Everything has its place, labeled and organized with military precision. The sheer magnitude of his wealth hits me again. One of these cleaning machines probably costs more than my car. And here I am, about to clean 27 rooms in a house that belongs in a dream, not in my reality. My fingers tremble slightly as I load cleaning supplies onto the cart. The pressure to prove myself weighs heavy. I can't mess this up, not when he's given me this chance, not when he's been so incredibly kind. I wheel the cart toward the first room, determined to make every surface sparkle. Time to show him what you're made of. The words come out as a whisper, but they still my resolve. James might be intimidating with his perfect suits and billion-dollar empire, but cleaning? This I know. This I can do. And I'll do it better than anyone else has before. I pull on my gloves, ready to tackle this challenge head on. These thoughts about James, his kindness, his looks, the way he makes me feel both safe and nervous at once, they'll have to wait. Right now, I've got work to do.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby. But he's fine, so let's see where this goes.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet. And the best part?
90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $59.99, you'll get over 500 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 books for 59 cents a book anywhere else.
Less than $1 per book for all the dirty fun I can handle?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. James. I lean against the doorframe of my living room, unable to take my eyes off Mariah as she stretches up on her tiptoes to hang a string of heart-shaped lights. Her natural curls catch the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows, creating a halo effect around her face. The sound of her humming fills the space, mixing with the soft rustling of tissue paper decorations. You know you don't have to do this. I cross my arms, fighting a smile as she turns to face me. Decorating for Valentine's Day isn't exactly in your job description as my cleaner. She steps down from the stepladder, her hazel eyes sparkling with mischief. And who says I'm doing this as your cleaner? Her fingers dance along the edge of another decoration, a paper garland in shades of red and pink. Besides, we're both going to be alone on Valentine's Day. Might as well make it festive, right? Her laughter echoes through the room, light and musical. It hits something deep in my chest, making me straighten up from my casual pose. These are beautiful. She runs her hand over a bouquet of silk roses I keep on the mantel, though they could use some company. Maybe some baby's breath? Or those little white flowers. What are they called? Gypsophila, I supply automatically, then catch myself. Since when do I know flower names? Look at you, Mr. Harrington, secret florist. She shoots me a playful grin while adjusting a heart-shaped wreath. Any other hidden talents I should know about? I watch her nimble fingers work with the decorations, transforming my usually stark modern living room into something warm and inviting. The fact that she's doing this out of pure joy, not obligation, stirs something unexpected inside me. Seriously, Mariah, you don't need to. James? She cuts me off with a wave of her hand. Stop trying to talk me out of making your house look less like a museum and more like a home. Now, are you going to help me with these streamers, or are you just going to stand there looking pretty? I push off from the doorframe and move closer, drawn into her orbit of cheerful energy. The way she transforms my space with such natural grace is mesmerizing. Each decoration placed with purpose, every detail considered. These need to cascade down. She stretches up again, her fingers working quickly to arrange a string of metallic hearts so they catch the light. See how they reflect? Creates depth. I notice the small furrow between her brows as she concentrates, the way she bites her lower lip when something isn't quite perfect. Her passion for this, for creating beauty in simple things, radiates from her entire being. At this rate, I might need to add event decorator to your paycheck. She spins around, rolling her eyes. Don't you dare. This isn't work. This is fun. Her hands settle on her hips as she surveys the room. Though I will take payment in the form of you actually using this space instead of treating it like a museum piece. The transformation is remarkable. What was once a stark, modern room now sparkles with warmth and life. Crystal bowls filled with rose petals catch the afternoon light, casting prism patterns across the walls. The garlands she's hung create intimate spaces within the large room, making it feel less like a showpiece and more like home. You have an eye for this. I gesture to the space around us. The way you've layered everything created these little moments throughout the room. That's what makes an event special. She adjusts a cluster of votives on the coffee table. It's not just about the big picture. It's about all these small discoveries people make as they move through the space. Her words strike me. I've been in countless expertly decorated rooms, attended hundreds of high-end events. But watching her work, seeing the joy she takes in each detail, makes me understand what's been missing. It's not about the expense or grandeur. It's about heart. I settle onto the arm of my leather sofa, watching her adjust the final touches. So what made you choose event planning as your dream? Mariah pauses, crystal votive in hand. Her eyes light up at the question. You ever had a moment where everything just clicks? Where you look around and think, this is exactly where I'm meant to be? She sets down the votive and perches on the opposite end of the sofa. I helped plan my cousin's wedding last year. Small budget, but we made it magical. Seeing how the details came together, watching people's faces when they walked in. Her hands move as she speaks, painting pictures in the air. The feeling? Better than anything. Yet here you are, cleaning houses instead. Life's expensive. She shrugs, but I catch the flash of disappointment in her eyes. And cleaning? It's steady work. Pays the bills. Plus, I get to make spaces beautiful in a different way. Her fingers trace patterns on the leather. But event planning? That's where my heart is. Creating moments people remember forever. You're good at it, I can tell from what you've done here. This. She gestures around the room. This is just me playing around. You should see my Audiobooks. Pages and pages of color schemes, floor plans, lighting concepts. She laughs softly. My best friend thinks it's crazy how I can stay up late sketching table arrangements. But I love what I do. The passion in her voice draws me in. I lean forward, genuinely curious. What's stopping you from pursuing it? Money? Connections? The usual suspects? She straightens a nearby pillow. Breaking into the industry isn't easy, especially when you're starting from... She trails off, then smiles. Well, let's just say I'm not exactly moving in the right circles. The irony of her statement hits me. Here she is in a billionaire's home, talking about not having connections. But I understand her meaning. This isn't the same as being invited to the party. I study Mariah's profile as she speaks about connections, struck by how her determination shines through despite the obstacles. My gaze lingers a moment too long, and she turns, catching my eyes with hers. A smile spreads across her face. Not the polite one she uses when discussing business, but something warmer, more genuine. I find myself returning it without thought. Can I ask you something? She tucks one leg under her, turning to face me fully. And I want you to be honest. Always? I lean back against the couch cushions, giving her my full attention. Something in her tone tells me this isn't a casual question. All of this. Letting me work here, listening to my dreams about event planning. She gestures between us. Is it just because you're friends with my dad? The question catches me off guard. Damn, she really thinks that's all what this is about? Freddie's one of my oldest friends, true, but that's not why you're here. Really? Her eyebrow arches skeptically. The expression reminds me so much of her father. I almost laugh. Have you seen this place before you started? I wave my hand around the room. I needed help. Real help. Between running the company and everything else, I barely had time to remember what color my furniture was under all the dust. I shift forward, meeting her gaze directly. You're here because you're good at what you do, and because when you talk about event planning, you light up the whole damn room. That has nothing to do with your father. She laughs, the sound bright and genuine. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad? The first day you came in, you found a takeout container from 3 months ago behind my desk. Oh, God, don't remind me. She wrinkles her nose. I thought it was going to grow legs and walk away. Exactly, so, no, this isn't about doing Freddie a favor. Though I respect and care about him deeply, this arrangement is purely professional. You're here because you're damn good at what you do. She smiles wide. I watch as Mariah returns to her decorating, her movements graceful and purposeful as she adjusts a crystal vase filled with silk flowers. The afternoon light catches her profile, and something shifts inside me, a familiar spark I haven't felt in years. These need to be angled just right. She turns the vase a fraction, studying it with an expert eye. See how the light hits different facets now? I nod, but my attention is on her rather than the decorations. The way she transforms spaces isn't just about aesthetics, it's about creating experiences. Her talent is wasted on just cleaning houses, even ones like mine. She pulls out her phone, snapping quick photos of different arrangements. I like documenting my work. Helps me remember what combinations worked best. The casual mention of her process strikes me. Here's someone with real vision, real passion, exactly the kind of person who should be running their own business, not just dreaming about it. When was the last time I felt that kind of drive? You should see my Pinterest boards. She laughs, tucking her phone away. I've got thousands of pins organized by theme, color scheme, season. My mind starts turning, considering possibilities. I know people. Hell, I own half the venues in this city. One call could open doors that might take her years to crack on her own. But it's not just about connections. Watching her work, seeing how she lights up talking about her passion, it awakens something I thought died years ago under the weight of boardroom meetings and profit margins. She hums softly while arranging tea lights, lost in her own world of creation. I make a silent promise to myself. I'm going to learn everything about this industry she loves so much. Not just to help her, but because for the first time in too long, I feel a sense of purpose beyond just making money. The emptiness that's been my constant companion starts to recede as I watch her work. Maybe we both have something to offer each other, her vision and passion, my resources and experience. The thought fills me with an energy I haven't felt in years.
Chapter 9. Mariah. The rhythmic clink of dishes fills the kitchen as I load the dishwasher. Through the open archway, James sits at the dining room table, his suit jacket draped over the chair beside him as he picks at his salmon. So, Mariah. His deep voice breaks the comfortable silence. Tell me more about the event planning. Remind me more about what draws you to it. I pause, a wine glass suspended in my hands. My pulse quickens at the chance to share more about my passion. It's the transformation, taking an empty space and building something magical. I place the glass in the rack with careful precision. Like this dining room, I can already picture how I'd set it up for an intimate dinner party. Vintage crystal chandeliers, cream tablecloths with the gold accents. You've got quite the eye. He sets down his fork, giving me his full attention. How long have you been interested in it? Since I was little. I grab a cloth to wipe down the counters, but my movements slow as memories surface. I used to arrange these elaborate tea parties for my stuffed animals. As I got older, it evolved into helping plan school dances, friends' birthdays. There's something about creating these perfect moments for people. And what would be your dream event to plan? A winter wonderland wedding. The words tumble out before I can stop them. Heat creeps up my neck at my eagerness. Sorry, that probably sounds silly. Not at all. He leans back, loosening his tie. Paint me a picture. Ice sculptures catching the light. Crystal snowflakes suspended from the ceiling. Everything draped in whites and silvers, with just a hint of pale blue. My hands move as I speak, sketching the vision in the air. But elegant, you know. Not tacky winter wonderland, more like stepping into a dream. Sounds like you've thought this through. I have notebooks full of ideas. I catch myself getting carried away and focus back on wiping the counter. Just need the chance to make them real. The passion's there. James takes a sip of water, his blue eyes studying me. That's half the battle. And galas. I trail off, wiping the same spot on the counter for the third time as another vision forms. I've been thinking about this concept where we showcase local charity success stories, not just another stuffy fundraiser. James shifts in his chair. Go on. Picture walking into the venue and seeing portraits that stretch across the walls, from the floors all the way up to the ceilings. Each one tells the story of someone whose life changed because of charitable giving. My cloth drops forgotten on the counter. Between the portraits, elegant white draping creates these intimate spaces where donors can connect with the actual people in the photos. That's different. And instead of a traditional sit-down dinner, food stations would be themed around significant moments in these stories. Like a woman I know, her name is Miss Salazar. She started a successful bakery near my apartment building after getting a microloan. Her station would feature her signature desserts while guests learn about the program that helped her. James pushes his plate aside and props his elbows on the table. You've really considered every detail. The whole space would flow like chapters in a book, each area revealing another layer of impact. I gesture to the room around us, imagining I'm in the middle of a grand venue. Soft lighting, live string quartet, champagne fountains, but the glamour supports the stories instead of overshadowing them. Come. James reaches for the wine bottle and pulls out the chair next to him. Share a glass with me. I want to hear more about these ideas of yours. I hesitate for a moment, but his genuine interest pulls me in. I settle into the chair, warmth spreading through my chest as he pours a generous glass of red wine. The best part would be the grand finale, I continue, taking a small sip. At the end of the night, we'd reveal a wall of mirrors. When donors look at their reflection, they see themselves surrounded by all the portraits. A visual reminder that they're part of these stories too. When did this all start? James asks, perking a brow. Maybe it's the wine, but he looks so attractive under this lighting. His salt and pepper hair, his blue eyes, his sharp jawline. Officially? My first real event was my cousin's baby shower. I take another sip of wine, the rich notes dancing on my tongue. $300 total budget. I hit up every dollar store in a 20-mile radius, spray-painted plastic flowers gold, and turned her backyard into an enchanted garden. James leans forward. And how'd it turn out? People thought we'd spent thousands. Pride wells up in my chest at the memory. That's when I knew I could make magic happen, even with limited resources. Since then, I've done birthdays, graduations, retirement parties, making each one special in its own way. What's been your favorite so far? Well, a few months ago, I played a hand at organizing a fundraiser for my old high school's arts program. Budget was tight, but I got local businesses to donate supplies, convinced art students to create installations. My fingers traced the stem of the wine glass. Raised $12,000 that night, more than double their goal. James whistles low. Impressive. But I want more. The wine emboldens me. These smaller events are great, but I see potential for something bigger. Events that could change lives, create real impact. I catch his eye across the table, heart pounding. Here I am, his house cleaner, talking about grand visions while my cleaning supplies await me on the kitchen counter in the room over. Does he see me as just another dreamer? Just the help with unrealistic ambitions? Like that gala concept I mentioned, imagine the ripple effect. One night could inspire hundreds of donors to get involved, leading to thousands more success stories. My voice grows quiet. I just need someone to take a chance on me. James sets down his glass, his expression unreadable. You've clearly got vision, Mariah. And more importantly, you understand how to execute within constraints. The validation sends warmth through my chest, but uncertainty still gnaws. Does he truly see my potential, or is he just being kind to his friend's daughter? To his maid? Thank you. I straighten in my chair. I know I'm starting from the bottom, but I'm willing to work twice as hard to prove myself. I just need an opportunity to show what I can do on a larger scale. James swirls the wine in his glass, his intense gaze fixed on me. You know what strikes me most? Your ability to see potential where others might miss it. That's exactly it. The wine has loosened my tongue, making me bolder. Like this dining room, the acoustics would be perfect for an intimate jazz performance. Those windows would create stunning silhouettes at sunset. His lips curve into a smile. You're doing it right now. Sorry, I can't help myself. I laugh, taking another sip. I walk into spaces and immediately start planning events in my head. My friends think I'm crazy. Not crazy, passionate. He leans closer, and the scent of his cologne makes my head spin more than the wine. Tell me about the craziest idea you've ever had for an event. The one you'd do if money was no object. Oh, God. I bite my lip, debating whether to share. The wine wins. Okay, picture this. A masquerade ball in the sky. In the sky? Glass-bottom floors suspended between skyscrapers. Guests would feel like they're floating above the city. Aerial performers dancing between the levels. Their costumes trailing starlight. I catch myself gesturing wildly and drop my hands. See? Crazy. Ambitious, he corrects, his blue eyes twinkling. And exactly the kind of thinking the industry needs? I've never heard of anyone with ideas quite like yours. His words send a thrill through me. The way he's looking at me now, not as his maid or his friend's daughter, but as someone with real potential, makes me feel 10 feet tall. You really think so? I've attended enough corporate events to know most of them blur together. But your ideas? He shakes his head. They'd leave an impression. The combination of wine, his praise, and his proximity has my heart racing. I find myself leaning in, drawn to his energy, his belief in me. Maybe I should start pitching these ideas instead of keeping them in my notebooks. Maybe you should. His voice drops lower. The right opportunity could be closer than you think. The intensity of his gaze snaps me back to reality. I'm inches from my father's best friend, caught up in some kind of wine-induced spell. What am I doing? I jump up from the chair, nearly knocking over my wine glass. I should finish cleaning the kitchen. Don't let me keep you. His deep chuckle follows me as I retreat to the safety of the granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. My hand shakes slightly as I pick up the forgotten cleaning cloth. The sound of his fork scraping against the plate drifts in from the dining room. I focus on wiping down the stovetop, trying to ignore how my skin still tingles from our closeness. What would Dad think if he saw me just now? Getting tipsy with James, practically falling into those blue eyes of his. My stomach twists with guilt. James has known me since I was a teenager, for heaven's sake. He and Dad were fraternity brothers. They've been best friends for decades. But the way he listened to my dreams, really listened. No one's ever taken my event planning ideas so seriously before. I scrub harder at an imaginary spot on the stovetop. Stop it, Mariah. He was just being nice. Probably feels sorry for his friend's daughter, stuck cleaning houses instead of pursuing her dreams. The salmon was excellent, James calls out. You should try it sometime. My whole body burns from his casual tone, like I hadn't just been staring at his mouth moments ago. Maybe next time, I manage to squeak out, then cringe at my response. Next time, get it together, girl. I dump the cleaning supplies back in their caddy with more force than necessary. The clink of bottles helps drown out the memory of his cologne, the warmth in his eyes when he smiled at my ideas. Dad would kill me if he knew I was having these thoughts. And James. He probably sees me as nothing more than a kid. A kid with some creative ideas, sure, but still just his best friend's daughter. So why can't I stop thinking about the way his fingers brushed mine when he handed me that wine glass?
Chapter 10. James. The morning sun streams through my home office windows, casting long shadows across the mahogany desk. I stare at the invitation for the upcoming Valentine's Day Gala, another extravagant affair where Chicago's elite will gather to pretend they care about whatever cause is trending. Mariah moves quietly around my office, dusting the bookshelves with practiced efficiency. The gentle swish of her cleaning cloth provides a soothing backdrop to my thoughts. Have you ever been to one of these fancy galas, Mariah? She pauses, cloth hovering over a shelf. No, but I've helped plan a few smaller events. They always look magical from the outside. I lean back in my chair, loosening my tie. Magical. That's what everyone thinks. Truth is, they're all the same. $100 plates of food no one eats, champagne that flows like water, and conversations as shallow as a puddle. Sounds pretty cynical for someone who hosts so many of them. She moves to dust the awards displayed on the wall. Last month's charity dinner raised millions for children's education. You know what the hot topic was? Not the kids, not the schools. Everyone wanted to discuss Ray O'Neill's divorce and whether his new girlfriend got lip injections. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. Mariah stops cleaning, turning to face me. Why do you keep going then? Because that's what's expected. 25 years ago, I was that bright-eyed kid who thought money and success would fill every void. Now, I gesture to the wall of achievements. These are just fancy pieces of metal that collect your dust. Sometimes the things that shine the brightest feel the most hollow, she says softly. Her words hit closer to home than I care to admit. You know what's funny? At the last New Year's gala, I counted 17 people who called me their dear friend. Not one of them knows my coffee order or my mother's name. I mean, who do they think they are? The only close friend I have is your dad, and he abhors those high society events. And I don't blame him. The silence that follows feels heavy with understanding. Mariah resumes her cleaning, but I notice how she listens, really listens, without the practiced sympathy I'm used to seeing at these events. Most people think having billions means freedom. I stand from my chair, walking to the window where some light snow has fallen atop my garden hedges. But it's a different kind of prison. Every move scrutinized, every relationship questioned. Is she after my money? Does he want a business deal? It gets exhausting. That must be lonely. Mariah sets down her cleaning supplies, her eyes meeting mine in the reflection. Lonely? Hell, I'm surrounded by people constantly. Board meetings, galas, charity functions. But real connection? I turn to face her. Your father. He's one of the few who knew me before all this. Back when I drove a beat-up Volkswagen and lived on ramen noodles. Dad never mentioned that part. Her lips curve into a small smile. Of course not. He's too busy telling everyone about the time I fell face first into the fraternity pool. The memory draws a genuine laugh from me. But that's what I mean. Freddie remembers me as just James, not James Harrington, CEO, philanthropist, whatever else they want to write about me in the headlines. Mariah leans against the bookshelf, her professional demeanor softening. The sun streaming through the windows catches the gold flecks in her hazel eyes. You're different than I expected. Different how? Less. She gestures vaguely, her cleaning cloth dangling forgotten from her fingers. I don't know. Less billionaire-y? I don't know why, but in my mind I thought you'd be one of those guys who treats the help like furniture. You know the type. Snapping fingers, barely making eye contact. Christ, is that what people think of me? The thought hits harder than it should. I've spent years building my reputation, but somehow this perception stings. Can you blame them? The magazines paint this picture of you as this untouchable titan of industry, always photographed in $1,000 suits, making multi-million-dollar deals. And now, I take a step closer to where she stands, genuinely curious about her answer. Now I see someone who's just human, who gets frustrated by fake people and misses real connections. She picks up her cleaning supplies, tucking them into her cart with practiced efficiency. It's refreshing, actually. Makes me wonder what other surprises you're hiding behind that CEO facade. Her words strip away another layer of the armor I've built over the years. The way she sees through the nonsense, calls it like it is. It's both unnerving and liberating. You know what's refreshing? Having a conversation that doesn't involve stock prices or merger negotiations. I watch as Mariah moves toward the window, her reflection merging with the snowy backdrop outside. There's something captivating about her presence, the way she carries herself without pretense or agenda. You know what I miss most? I run a hand through my hair. Simple things. Getting coffee without someone trying to pitch me their startup idea. Walking down Michigan Avenue without ending up in some gossip column speculating about who I'm meeting. Sounds suffocating. She turns to face me, her expression thoughtful. But you could still do those things, couldn't you? Maybe not on Michigan Avenue, but there are plenty of neighborhoods where people are too busy living their own lives to care about billionaires. I bark out a laugh. Living their own lives. That's it exactly. When was the last time I did that? Really did that? What would you do? If you could be anonymous for a day? The question catches me off guard. Not because it's difficult to answer, but because no one's bothered to ask in years. I'd eat a hot dog from one of those street vendors. The kind your dad and I used to grab between classes. Ride the L without my security team having cardiac arrest. Maybe catch a Cubs game from the bleachers instead of some corporate box where everyone's more interested in networking than baseball. Mariah smiles, and it reaches her eyes. Not the practiced society smile I'm used to seeing. Those don't sound like impossible dreams, Mr. Harrington. James, I correct her. Maybe they're not. But it's been so long since I've had someone point that out without trying to sell me something or gain something in return. She begins gathering her cleaning supplies, but her movements are unhurried. Sometimes it takes an outsider's perspective to see the bars of our own cages, even if they're gold-plated. Her words hit me like a shot of truth, clear and bracing. While I've been surrounded by people claiming to understand my world, it's this young woman, making an honest living cleaning my office, who sees through the facade to the simple truths I've forgotten. I watch Mariah gather her supplies, struck by how our conversation has shifted something inside me. The usual emptiness in my chest has given way to an unfamiliar warmth. When was the last time anyone made me feel this seen? Well, I should get going. Other rooms to clean. She lifts her caddy, heading toward the door. Something in my chest tightens at the thought of her leaving. Wait. The word escapes before I can think it through. She turns, those expressive eyebrows raised in question. I'm a billionaire who closes million-dollar deals without breaking a sweat. Yet here I am, stumbling over what to say next. Would you like to grab lunch or dinner sometime? No pretenses, no fancy restaurants, just talking. Her eyes widen slightly, and she looks around as if expecting to find someone else standing behind her. With me? Yeah. I shove my hands in my pockets, feeling strangely vulnerable. What the hell is wrong with me? I haven't felt this off balance since my first board meeting 20 years ago. I enjoy our conversations. They're real, different from the nonsense I deal with daily, and different from any conversation I've had in longer than I care to remember. Mariah sets her caddy down, surprise and something else playing across her pretty features. God, the things I would do to know what she's thinking about right now. Her fingers fidget with the hem of her shirt for a moment before she meets my gaze. I'd love to. Really? Yes. A genuine smile lights up her face. Though I have to warn you, my idea of dinner might be different from what you're used to. That's exactly what I'm counting on. I watch Mariah leave, her graceful movements and the lingering scent of her perfume making my office feel emptier somehow. Leaning back against my desk, I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. For the first time in years, I'm looking forward to dinner with someone. My thoughts drift to Freddie. What would he think about this? His best friend taking his daughter to dinner. The same daughter he's been protecting from society vultures since she was born. I pace to the window, running a hand through my hair. Is this even a date? The question hits me like a punch to the gut. I hadn't thought that far ahead when I asked her. The words just came out, natural as breathing. Damn! The curse echoes in my empty office. Freddie and I go back 30 years. He was there through my divorces, through the dark days when success felt like a noose. Would he see this as betrayal? My reflection stares back at me from the window, and I remember the countless times Freddie's warned about men taking advantage of Mariah. The irony isn't lost on me. I'm exactly the type of man he's been trying to protect her from. But there was something different about our conversation. Real. Honest. The way she cut through my walls without even trying. No. I push away from the window. I can't go down that road right now. One dinner. That's all this needs to be. Just a chance to talk with someone who sees me as more than a bank account or a business opportunity. The rest? Those complications can wait.
Chapter 11. Mariah. After James suggested going out to dinner together, I offered something better. A nice takeout dinner in the comfort of his home. While luxurious restaurants sound nice and all, that borders too close to an official date. So this is fine. Yep, just fine. The two of us, alone. Having dinner that he splurged on, just for me. Totally fine. I stand in James's opulent dining room, eyeing the spread of sushi laid out on his mahogany table. The array of colorful rolls and glistening nigiri puts my usual takeout to shame. The presentation alone screams expensive. Each piece perfectly arranged on stark white ceramic plates, with delicate garnishes and authentic wasabi, not that green paste you get at cheap places. This is incredible. My mouth waters at the sight. Though I should confess something. James raises an eyebrow, his blue eyes twinkling. What's that? I'm hopeless with chopsticks. I pick up the sleek wooden pair next to my plate, fumbling them between my fingers. Usually I just stab things or give up and use my hands. I demonstrate my lack of coordination by attempting to grab a simple California roll, only to have it fall apart halfway to my plate. See? Complete disaster. James watches my struggle with obvious amusement, his broad shoulders shaking with silent laughter. The warm lighting in here isn't helping my concentration either. It catches the silver in his hair just right, making him look even more distinguished than usual. Here. He moves his chair closer, his cologne wrapping around me like a cashmere blanket, all woodsy and expensive. Hold them like this. His warm hands guide mine, positioning the first chopstick against my ring finger, his touch firm but gentle. Rest this one here, then the other. His fingers linger on mine longer than necessary, and I'm hyper-aware of how close he is, how his breath whispers against my ear. My skin tingles everywhere he touches as he adjusts my grip. Now try. I attempt to grab a piece of salmon nigiri, but it slips away, flopping sadly back onto the plate. God damn it. I should stick to my fork and spoon expertise. You're overthinking it. James demonstrates with his own chopsticks, making it look effortless as he plucks up a piece of sushi with practiced ease. Relax your grip. Think of it like holding a pencil. His voice has that patient teacher quality that makes me want to succeed just to impress him. After a few more attempts, and maybe a little too much concentration, I finally managed to snag a piece of tuna. Amazing. Look at you, a natural. James picks up a dragon roll, a hint of pride in his expression that makes my stomach do a little flip. We fall into easy conversation as we eat, discussing everything from my dream venues to his most memorable business deals. The food is exquisite, but I find myself more captivated by James's stories and the way his eyes crinkle when he laughs at my chopstick mishaps. I had no idea sushi could taste this good, I say, reaching for another piece. The stuff I usually get is from that place next to the laundromat. And I eat it with a fork, so less authentic than usual. We'll have to expand your culinary horizons. James's voice carries a hint of promise that makes my heart skip. There's this amazing omakase restaurant downtown. The evening flows naturally, our conversation punctuated by the gentle click of chopsticks and shared smiles across the table. For all the grandeur of his mansion, there's something wonderfully intimate about sharing this with James, learning the simple art of chopsticks under his patient guidance. James shifts closer again, reaching across me for the soy sauce. His arm brushes mine, and the contact sends electricity through my body. That familiar woodsy scent envelops me once more. Then Dad's face flashes in my mind. His disappointed expression, the way his shoulders would slump if he knew I was here with James, his best friend, the man he's known since college. I scoot my chair back, putting space between us. I should probably get some water. Let me. James starts to rise. No, I've got it. I hurry to the kitchen, gripping the counter's edge. The cool marble grounds me, but my skin still burns where James touched me. My body yearns to go back, to feel his hands guiding mine again, to breathe in that intoxicating scent. I fill a glass with water, but don't return to the dining room right away. What am I doing? This is the man who helped Dad move into his first apartment, who was already a grown man when I was born, who probably has pictures of me in diapers somewhere. Everything all right? James's deep voice carries from the doorway. My grip tightens on the glass. Just needed a moment. Mariah. The way he says my name makes my resolve weaken, makes me want to forget about Dad, about propriety, about everything except the magnetic pull drawing me toward him. I turn around, keeping the island between us. We should probably stick to chopstick lessons from across the table. But even as I say it, my body betrays me. My feet want to carry me closer. My hands itch to feel his skin again. Every cell screams to close this distance I've put between us. James nods, understanding in his eyes. He steps back, giving me space I both appreciate and resent. The sushi's getting warm. Right. I follow him back to the dining room, warring with myself. Half of me wanting to run, the other half wanting to eliminate every inch between us. Back at the table, James regales me with stories of his latest business ventures. I try to focus on his words, but my mind keeps drifting to how his hands felt on mine, how close he was. And that's when the board members realized they'd been negotiating with my hologram the whole time. James's eyes dance with mischief. Wait, what? I snap back to attention. You're making that up. Just checking if you were listening. He picks up another piece of sushi with those perfectly controlled chopsticks. Where'd you go just now? Nowhere. I attempt to grab a spicy tuna roll, dropping it halfway. Everywhere. I don't know. The rice scatters across my plate, and I feel as clumsy as my thoughts. Mariah. The way he says my name makes my chest tight, like he's wrapping invisible fingers around my heart. We can talk about it. Can we? I set down my chopsticks with a soft click against the ceramic. Because every time I look at you, I see my dad's best friend. That's something I can't just shrug off, you know. It's not that easy. The words taste bitter, like wasabi on my tongue. James leans back, his expression thoughtful. Those piercing blue eyes studying me with an intensity that makes my skin tingle. And what else do you see? That's the problem. I trace patterns in the condensation on my water glass, watching droplets chase each other down the side. I see someone who makes me laugh, who challenges me, who looks at me like... I trail off, unable to finish. Like I'm the only woman in the world. Like I matter more than all his billions and business deals combined. Like what? Like I'm the only person in the room. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. And it terrifies me because Dad, the words catch in my throat. He needs me right now. My family needs me. With everything going on with his health and his business, I can't. Your loyalty to Freddie is one of the things I admire most about you." His words hit me right in the chest. Because he gets it. He understands the weight of family, of obligation. And somehow that makes this harder. I push rice around my plate with my chopsticks. I just wish, but I don't finish the thought. Can't finish it. Because wishing won't change the fact that every smile James gives me feels like a betrayal of my father's trust. Every moment I spend wanting to be closer to him is another moment I'm failing as a daughter. I let out a deep sigh, my shoulders sagging under the weight of everything. The inevitable confrontation with Dad looms over me like a storm cloud. But right now, in this moment with James, warmth spreads through my chest, a feeling I haven't experienced in so long. Pure, uncomplicated happiness. "What's on your mind?" James sets down his chopsticks, just thinking about how... I pause, gathering my thoughts. I can't remember the last time I felt this light, this content. My fingers trace the edge of my plate. Everything's been so heavy lately, you know. Ever since I lost my job, scrambled to start this cleaning business, and just struggling to make ends meet. And now I'm sitting here completely butchering expensive sushi, and somehow it feels perfect. I attempt to pick up another piece, managing not to drop it this time. Even when I mess up, you make me feel... The words catch in my throat. "How do I make you feel?" His voice drops lower, sending shivers down my spine. Like I don't have to be perfect. Like I can just be me. I meet his gaze across the table. "Do you know how rare that is?" James reaches across, his fingers brushing mine. "You never have to be anything but yourself with me." The storm cloud of Dad's eventual reaction still hovers, but I push it aside. For once, I want to exist in this bubble where nothing matters except the way James looks at me, the gentle touch of his hand, and the peace settling over my heart. "Show me that chopstick trick again." I scoot closer, allowing myself this moment of joy, of connection. Whatever comes tomorrow, I'll face it then. But tonight belongs to us.
Chapter 12. James. I stare into my coffee, watching steam curl from the dark surface. The usual morning silence in my mansion breaks as Mariah's gentle voice drifts from the living room. Her melody weaves through the air, soft and sweet. Setting my cup down, I lean back in my chair, letting her voice wash over me. The sound draws me in like a magnet. I stand and move toward the living room, pausing at the doorway. Mariah glides around the space, her movements graceful as she adjusts a heart-shaped wreath on the wall. Red and pink roses fill crystal vases on the mantel and tables, her touch transforming my usually stark home into something warmer. "That's beautiful." The words slip out before I can stop them. She startles, spinning around. "Oh, James, I didn't realize you were there. I thought you had already left for work." Her hands smooth down her shirt. "Well, don't stop on my account. What's that song?" "Just something my grandmother used to sing." She shifts a vase of roses slightly to the left. "These flowers really brighten up the room, don't they?" "They do. Though I think it's less about the flowers and more about who arranged them." A small smile plays at her lips as she moves to dust a side table. Her humming resumes, quieter now, but still clear enough to fill the space between us. The tension in my shoulders eases, something that's been happening more often in her presence lately. I settle into an armchair, coffee forgotten in my hand. Watching her work brings a peace I haven't felt in years. The way she cares for my home, adding little touches that make it feel lived in rather than just occupied. "You have good taste," I say, nodding toward the Valentine's decorations. "It's not overdone." "Thank you. I wanted it elegant, not like a greeting card exploded in here." Her laughter hits something deep in my chest. I hide my reaction behind my coffee cup, but can't take my eyes off her as she continues her work, her voice once again rising in that gentle melody. The quiet melody fills my home with life, so different from the manufactured small talk at charity galas. There, people's laughter rings hollow, their smiles calculated as they angle for donations or connections. But Mariah's presence brings authenticity, her joy genuine, her care for my space reflected in every thoughtful detail. She bends to wipe down the coffee table, a few curls slipping free from her updo. The strands fall across her face as she works, and she keeps pushing them back with the back of her hand. Here, let me help with that. I set my coffee down and cross to where she's cleaning. Her eyes widen as I step behind her. Oh, you don't have to. Hold still. My fingers brush her neck as I adjust the loose strands. The pin at her nape has worked itself loose, letting more curls escape. I gather the wayward strands, tucking them back into place. The texture of her hair is soft against my fingertips as I secure the pin more firmly. There. My hands linger a moment longer than necessary. That should keep it out of your way. Thank you. Her voice comes out quiet, almost breathy. She reaches up to touch where I fixed her hair, her fingers trailing where mine just were. The space between us crackles with electricity. I catch the subtle scent of her shampoo, something light and floral. It mingles with the roses she's arranged around the room, creating an intoxicating blend that makes me want to lean closer. My fingers itch to touch her again, but I force them to stay at my sides. You look beautiful today. The words come naturally, unbidden. And they're true. She has a glow about her that outshines any designer dress I've seen at charity galas. Mariah's eyes snap to mine, searching for mockery. She glances down at her cleaning apron, spotted with water and dusting spray. Her worn jeans peek out beneath the practical garment. Even in work clothes, she carries herself with an innate grace that catches my attention every damn time. Right. She rolls her eyes. I'm a mess. But thanks for trying to make me feel better. She shifts her weight, uncomfortable with the compliment. But I see the smile she's trying to hide. I mean it. I step closer, drawn by the authenticity in her presence. Beauty isn't about designer clothes or perfect makeup, it's about... I gesture to her whole being, struggling to put into words what I see so clearly. The way you move through a space, the care you put into everything you do, the light in your eyes when you're focused on a task. Her lips part, but no words come out. The duster in her hand trembles slightly. James, She shakes her head, seemingly at a loss. You don't have to say anything. I mean every word, and her stunned silence only makes her more endearing. The morning light streaming through the windows catches the slight sheen of perspiration on her neck, making her dark skin glow beautifully. Even in her work clothes, she radiates a grace that all the society women I know can't touch. She turns back to her cleaning cart, movements less certain than before. Her fingers fidget with the cleaning supplies, reorganizing items that don't need to be moved. I don't regret my words. They've been building for a while now, watching her transform not just my house, but the very atmosphere within these walls. The truth had to come out eventually. The silence stretches between us, charged with unspoken thoughts. I let it linger, knowing some moments don't need to be filled with words. I clear my throat, breaking the charged silence. I should head to work. Got a meeting with investors this morning. Running my hand through my hair, I step back from her, creating needed distance. Of course. Mariah nods, returning to her task. Have a good day. I grab my suit jacket from the back of my chair in the dining room and head toward the foyer. My hand's on the doorknob when her voice stops me. James! Her words carry across the space, making me turn. Thank you for what you said. It's been a long time since anyone made me feel... She pauses, searching for the right words. Like I was worth seeing. Really seeing. My grip tightens on the doorknob. You deserve that, Mariah. That and so much more. I face her fully now, drawn to the vulnerability in her expression. I'd give you the world if you'd let me. The weight of my words hangs in the air between us, thick with possibility. Her eyes widen slightly, processing what I've just offered. Not just empty compliments or casual flirtation, but something deeper. Something that scares me as much as it thrills me. She starts, but I hold up my hand, not trusting myself to hear her response right now. Think about it. No pressure, no expectations. Just know the offer stands. The words come out steady, masking the storm of emotions churning inside me. 50 years old, and this woman half my age has me questioning everything I thought I knew about myself. I slip out the door before she can respond, my heart pounding against my ribs like I'm some goddamn teenager instead of a grown man who runs a billion-dollar empire. The cold morning air hits my face, but it does nothing to cool the heat coursing through my veins. What the hell am I doing? Making offers I can't take back to a woman half my age who deserves better than my complicated life. I slide into my Bentley Continental, the leather seat cool against my back. The engine purrs to life, but I sit there, hands gripping the wheel. Freddie's face flashes through my mind, his proud smile when he talks about Mariah, the trust in his eyes when we discuss business. Damn! I slam my palm against the steering wheel. The gates open automatically as I pull out of my driveway. Downtown traffic crawls ahead, giving me too much time to dwell on this mess. 30 years of friendship, 3 decades of having each other's backs, from college parties to business ventures. A Range Rover cuts me off, and I hit the brakes hard. Watch where you're going. The words come out sharp, fueled more by my inner turmoil than the driver's mistake. Freddie and I survived everything together. My company's early struggles, my early, reckless, messy divorce. He was there when I needed a reality check, when success started going to my head. And how am I repaying him? By falling for his daughter. At a red light, I loosen my tie. The morning sun glints off nearby buildings, reminding me of how Mariah's eyes lit up when I fixed her hair. Christ. Even trying not to think about her brings her right back to mind. Some friend you are, I mutter, accelerating through the intersection. The thing is, Freddie's protectiveness of Mariah isn't just about her being his daughter. It's about me, about the lifestyle he's watched me lead, the string of relationships that never lasted, the way money and power changed me over the years. He's right to be protective. I'm exactly the kind of man he wants to keep away from her. But knowing that doesn't stop the way my heart races when she's near, or how her voice fills the empty spaces in my home. Traffic inches forward. A billboard for Valentine's Day jewelry catches my eye, and all I can think about is Mariah arranging those roses in my living room. I'm going to lose my oldest friend over this. The thought sits like lead in my stomach as I navigate through the city streets.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 13. Mariah. I cradle my phone against my ear while folding laundry in my apartment. Yes, Mom, the cleaning business is keeping me busy. Lots of late nights. You're working too hard, baby girl. When do you even sleep? Mom's concern filters through the speaker. I manage. My stomach twists. The late nights aren't just about cleaning anymore. They're filled with conversations that stretch into the early hours, stolen glances across James's office while I dust his shelves, and moments where the air between us grows thick with possibility. Those rich folks better be paying you good money for these hours. I fold a towel with more force than necessary. They do, Mom. The pay is great, especially from James, who insists on paying double my regular rate despite my protests. Your daddy and I worry. You're young. Should be out having fun, not scrubbing floors past midnight. If only she knew. Last night, James and I shared takeout on his living room couch while discussing our dreams. His fingers had brushed mine when passing a bowl of nachos, and the moment stretched like honey. He'd leaned in, his eyes dropping to my lips, and my heart had thundered against my ribs. But his phone rang, shattering the moment. I'm fine, really. This is temporary until my event planning business takes off. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. How's Dad doing? Oh, you know him. Worried about the business, trying to relax because of his health. He's been finding it hard to balance the two, but I'm helping him along. Good. Don't let him work himself to death. Ironic coming from you, honey. She laughs on the other end of the line. Come over for Sunday dinner tomorrow. We miss you. And don't tell me you have some clients to worry about. I'll stomp over to your apartment all by myself. No, I'm going. Don't worry. I miss you guys too. I'm not missing this dinner for the world. Perfect. I'll see you then, baby. The next morning, I'm all a bundle of nerves. I pace around my apartment, rehearsing explanations that die on my tongue. How do I tell my parents I'm cleaning for Dad's college friend? That same friend who shows up in half the photos from their fraternity days. The one Dad still mentions at family gatherings. I don't think I'll have the heart to even tell them at all. My stomach churns. It's not just the cleaning. It's the way James's presence fills a room. How his voice drops low when we're alone. How his fingers linger when he hands me my payment. I park outside my parents' modest 2-story home at exactly 2 p.m. The familiar scent of Mom's pot roast drifts through the screen door, and I still myself before walking in. My hands are trembling, not from the cold, and I shove them into my pockets, trying to get it together. There's my girl. Mom wraps me in a hug that smells of vanilla and home. Her warmth makes my guilt twist deeper. Hey, baby girl. Dad looks up from his crossword puzzle, his reading glasses perched on his nose. His eyes narrow slightly as he studies my face. You seem different today. Got something on your mind? Just tired from work. I busy myself with setting the table, avoiding his gaze. Been picking up extra clients. The silverware clinks against the plates as I arrange them, focusing on the familiar pattern of fork, knife, spoon. Must be some fancy clients, looking at those new shoes of yours. Dad's voice has that detective tone he used when I was in high school. The one that always made me confess everything. I glance down at my feet, cursing myself for not changing into something less expensive. James's generous tips have upgraded my wardrobe, but I should have known better than to wear anything flashy around my too observant father. Found them on sale. The lie tastes bitter, coating my tongue like spoiled honey. You know me, always hunting for deals. Remember those designer jeans I got at that outlet mall last year? Dad grunts, unconvinced, his detective eyes boring into me like they did when I was 16 and tried sneaking out to that party. You working yourself too hard, Mari. Your eyes got that same look your mama gets when she's keeping secrets. Frederick Thomas, leave the girl alone. Mom swoops in with the pot roast, the savory aroma momentarily distracting from the tension. She's here to enjoy dinner, not get interrogated. Besides, A girl's allowed to treat herself now and then. I shoot Mom a grateful smile, though guilt gnaws at my insides like a hungry beast. Dad's always been able to read me like a book, picking up on the smallest tells. But this secret, this complicated, thrilling thing with James, isn't something I'm ready to share. Not when I'm still trying to understand it myself. Not when every time I think about telling them, I imagine Dad's face hardening into that disappointed expression I've worked so hard to avoid since college. The pot roast melts in my mouth, but I barely taste it. Dad's questions keep coming between bites, each one making me shift in my seat. So these new clients, they're treating you right? He cuts into his meat with precision. No funny business? Frederick, please. Mom shoots him a look. Let the girl eat. I take a long sip of water. Everything's professional, Dad. Just regular cleaning jobs. He spears a potato. And they're all paying on time? No shortcuts? Always on time. My voice stays steady despite the lie by omission burning in my throat. James not only pays on time, but insists on generous tips that I can't refuse without raising suspicion. Mom passes the green beans. Tell us about that event planning course you're taking. How's that going? Grateful for the change in subject, I launch into details about my online certification. Dad's questions taper off, but his eyes follow my movements, the way I check my phone, how I dodge specifics about my schedule. The green beans turn to ash in my mouth when I think about James. He's probably in his home office right now, reading contracts or making calls. Tomorrow night, I'll be there cleaning while we share those meaningful glances, those almost touches that make my skin tingle. More potatoes, honey? Mom's voice breaks through my thoughts. No thanks. I help clear the plates, the familiar routine of family dinner both comforting and suffocating. Every time Dad mentions his college days or brings up old friends, my heart skips, waiting for James's name to surface. The guilt sits heavy in my stomach, heavier than Mom's homemade apple pie. I should tell them. They deserve to know. But the words stay locked behind my teeth, trapped in a web of complications I'm not ready to untangle. Speaking of which, Mom slides a generous slice of apple pie onto my plate, the buttery crust flaking under her knife. The familiar scent of cinnamon and nutmeg wraps around me like a warm blanket. So, Mom drawls, settling back into her chair with that look in her eyes. Valentine's Day is coming up next week. Any special plans? I focus on cutting a perfect bite of pie, watching the golden filling ooze onto my plate. Not really, just another day of work. And hopefully a stolen moment with James, but that thought stays locked away where it belongs. No young man caught your eye. She exchanges a knowing glance with Dad. Pretty girl like you must have admirers. Dad grunts in agreement, though I can tell by his furrowed brow he's not entirely thrilled with the direction of this conversation. Mom. I roll my eyes, but my heart speeds up thinking of James's intense gaze, the way his fingers brush mine when he hands me coffee during our late-night conversations, the way his voice gets deeper, rougher when we're alone. The memory alone makes my stomach flutter. What? A mother can't ask? She leans forward, eyes twinkling. Are you sure there's no one? Her fork clinks against her plate as she takes another bite, waiting for my answer with that patient, all-knowing expression that mothers seem to perfect over the years. There's no one. The lie sticks in my throat like dry pie crust. In my mind, I see James's smile, hear his deep laugh, feel the electricity when we stand too close. The way he looks at me across his desk, like I'm the only person in his world. My fingers twist the napkin in my lap, trying to ground myself before these thoughts show on my face. Well, when you do find someone, Dad chimes in, bring him around. Your old man needs to make sure he's good enough for my baby girl. His protective tone makes me want to sink into my chair. If he knew about James and I, Dad would probably have a heart attack right here at the dinner table. If only they knew the someone was Dad's own best friend, his fraternity brother, the guy who he took under his wing back when they were in college, almost 30 years ago. I take another bite to hide my discomfort, letting the sweet apples dissolve on my tongue while memories of James flood my mind. His cologne, his thoughtful questions about my dreams, the gentle way he touches my shoulder when we talk. The right person will come along when it's time, Mom says, patting my hand. No need to rush. I nod, unable to trust my voice. The right person has already come along, but explaining that would shatter this peaceful Sunday dinner faster than dropping Mom's china.
Chapter 14. James. I drum my fingers on the polished mahogany conference table, struggling to maintain my composure as the board meeting drags into its second hour. The Valentine's Day Gala should be a minor agenda item, but somehow it's turned into the main focus. Mr. Harrington, the optics are crucial here. Gerald Ryan, our longest-serving board member, leans forward. His wire-rimmed glasses catch the fluorescent light. Showing up alone would send the wrong message to our shareholders. I fail to see how my personal life impacts our quarterly projections. Bree Clarkson clears her throat. James, we've compiled a list of suitable candidates. She slides a folder across the table. Senator Morrison's daughter expressed interest, and there's that promising young executive from... No, the word comes out sharper than intended. The thought of attending with anyone but Mariah turns my stomach. I appreciate the concern, but I don't need the board playing matchmaker. With all due respect, Gerald's voice takes on that condescending tone I've grown to hate. Your bachelor status is becoming a liability. The media is starting to paint you as cold, detached. Then let them. I stand, straightening my jacket. My personal life isn't up for committee review. The gala is soon. It's in a week from now, Bree persists. At least consider meeting with Charlotte Morrison. Her father's influence could... The discussion is closed. The steel in my voice silences the room. Focus on what matters. Our upcoming merger, the Asian market expansion, not who I'm taking to a damn party. My mind drifts to Mariah, her genuine smile, the way her eyes light up when she talks about her dreams. These people want me to parade around with some society princess when the only woman I want by my side is probably cleaning offices right now, planning events in her head while she works. Meeting adjourned. I gather my papers, ignoring the disapproving murmurs. Send the merger proposals to my office by end of day. The board files out, leaving their precious folder of suitable candidates behind. I drop it straight in the trash where it belongs. Back in my office, I sink into my leather chair and loosen my tie. The city sprawls before me through the vast, spotless windows, but all I see is Mariah. Her smile when she caught me working late last week in my home office. The way her fingers brushed mine when she handed me coffee yesterday morning before I left to go to work. Damn. I run a hand through my hair. Every time she's near, the air changes. Electricity crackles between us. I've caught her watching me when she thinks I'm not looking. The way her breath catches when I step too close. How her voice gets lower, softer when we're alone. My phone buzzes. A text from her. Left you a surprise on your desk back at the mansion. Hope you like chocolate chips. This dance we're doing is driving me insane. The careful distance we maintain, even as we orbit closer and closer. I'm too old for this teenage nonsense, but something about her makes me feel young again. Reckless. I've dated plenty of women, had my share of relationships, but Mariah, she's different, real. When she talks about her dreams, her passion for event planning lights her up from within. No pretense, no agenda, just pure, raw determination. And Christ, the way she moves. The sway of her hips when she walks past my office. Those curves that her work clothes can't quite hide. I've imagined running my hands over them more times than I care to admit. Freddie would kill me if he knew the thoughts I'm having about his daughter. But I stopped giving a damn about that a while ago. The only thing holding me back now is making sure Mariah wants this as badly as I do. I check my watch, another hour before I can head home. Home, where Mariah will be finishing up her work, where those homemade cookies are waiting, where I might finally get a moment alone with her. My fingers tap against the desk as I plan. Flowers feel too obvious, too calculated. She deserves something more genuine than a cliché gesture. Maybe I could mention the upcoming gala, get her perspective as an aspiring event planner. Show her I value her professional opinion, but that's not enough. I want her to know I see her, not just as Freddie's daughter or my housekeeper, but as the remarkable woman she is. The way her mind works, how she transforms spaces with her attention to detail, how she brings life into every room she enters. Mr. Harrington, my assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. Your 3 o'clock is here. Push it to tomorrow. I grab my jacket. Something came up. The drive home takes forever. Traffic crawls while my mind races with possibilities. I could show her the garden at sunset. She mentioned loving the view. Or maybe invite her to review the gala plans in my study. Create a moment where we can talk without pretense. Christ, I'm overthinking this like an amateur. I'm a grown man who runs a billion-dollar company. I've negotiated mergers worth more than small countries. Yet here I am, strategizing how to talk to a woman who's been under my roof for a brief amount of time. But Mariah isn't some business deal. She's real, authentic in a way that's rare in my world. When she laughs, it's never polite or practiced. It bursts out of her, full of joy. When she speaks about her dreams, her whole face lights up with determination. I grip the steering wheel tighter. One thing's certain. I need to make my intentions clear. No more lingering looks or accidental touches. No more pretending I don't feel this pull between us. I want her, and it's time she knew it. I pull into my circular driveway just as Mariah steps out the front door, wrapped in a thin jacket that's no match for the biting February wind. Her keys jingle in her mittened hands as she hurries toward her weathered Corolla. Mariah, wait! I'm out of my car before I can overthink this. She turns, and the sight of her, with her curls escaping her knit cap, steals my breath. James, I was just heading out. I know. That's why I came back so quickly, I say, closing the distance between us. Her small frame shivers in the winter air. Without hesitation, I pull her against me, one hand at the small of her back. Christ, you're freezing! The feel of her body against mine sends electricity through my veins, awakening every dormant nerve ending. Her words catch as she looks up at me, those hazel eyes wide with questions she's too cautious to ask. The winter wind whips a stray curl across her face, and I fight the urge to brush it away. You've become important to me! The confession rushes out, carried on a cloud of vapor in the frigid air. More than I expected. More than I should allow. My grip tightens instinctively, protective, possessive. The rational part of my brain screams that this is dangerous territory. She's Freddie's daughter, but I can't bring myself to care. Her mittened hands rest against my chest, neither pushing away nor pulling closer. The soft wool scratches against my jacket as she shifts slightly. What do you mean by that? Her voice trembles, and I'm not sure if it's from the cold or the weight of this moment. Instead of answering, I cup her face in my hands. Her skin is cold against my palms, but her eyes burn with an intensity that matches the fire in my chest. I've imagined this moment 100 different ways, but nothing compares to the reality of finally closing that last inch of space between us. My lips find hers, and everything else fades away. The cold, the complications, the consequences. She tastes like the chocolate chips from those damn cookies she left on my desk. Sweet and intoxicating. Her fingers curl into my coat as I deepen the kiss, pouring weeks of restraint and wanting into this single moment. When we finally part, our breaths mingle in the cold air like smoke signals of desire. Her lips are swollen from our kiss, her eyes dark with want. I can't stop staring at her face, memorizing every detail of this moment. I've been waiting for you to do that. Mariah's voice comes out husky, sending a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the winter chill. For so long. Before I can respond, she throws her arms around my neck, pulling me down into another kiss. This one is different, urgent, demanding. Gone is any hesitation or uncertainty. Her body molds against mine as if it was made to fit there, soft curves pressing against hard muscle. My hands slide down to her waist, gripping tight enough to make her gasp against my mouth. Damn, I could get lost in her forever. Everything about this feels right, like the missing piece I've been searching for my whole damn life. I wrap my arms around her waist, lifting her slightly off her feet. The taste of her, the feel of her pressed against me. It's better than anything I've imagined. And damn, have I imagined this. Stay with me tonight! The words come out rough against her lips. My hands slide down her back, pulling her closer. Please. She breaks the kiss just enough to look into my eyes and nods. Yes, she breathes before capturing my mouth again. I've never wanted anyone the way I want her. Not just physically, though Christ, the way she's kissing me now could drive a saint to sin. But all of her. Her mind, her spirit, her dreams, everything she is.
Chapter 15. Mariah. James guides me back to his bedroom, his hand pressed firmly against the small of my back. The sprawling mansion feels like a blur around me, my pulse pounding in my ears. I can't believe I'm doing this. It's so illicit, so wrong to want to screw my dad's best friend, but I want it so bad. My body aches with anticipation, every nerve ending sparking with desire. As we step into his bedroom, I'm already shedding my clothes, my fingers trembling slightly as I unbutton my jeans and kick them aside. James watches me, his piercing blue eyes darkening with a hunger that sends a shiver down my spine. He steps closer, his presence overwhelming, and I can feel the heat radiating from his body. You're sure about this, Mariah? His voice is low, gravelly, and it sends a jolt of electricity straight to my core. Yes, I whisper, my breath hitching as he reaches out to brush a stray curl from my face. His fingers trail down my neck, leaving a path of fire in their wake. I can't look away from his eyes, the intensity of his gaze holding me captive. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. James. I wake to empty sheets beside me, my hand instinctively reaching for where Mariah's warmth should be. The memories of last night flood back, her soft moans, the way her body melded with mine, those sweet whispers against my skin. Since that first day when I brought her here into this bedroom and screwed her twice, we've hardly been able to keep our hands off each other. Our relationship has escalated quickly. She's here every day, not only to do her job, but to find herself in my bed more often than not. I grab my phone from the nightstand. A text from her lights up the screen. Miss you already. See you tonight for dinner? Tonight, Valentine's Day dinner with her parents. With Freddie, My oldest friend who has no idea I've been sleeping with his daughter for the past week. I drag myself out of bed and head to the shower, letting the hot water blast away the tension building in my shoulders. The thought of facing Freddie makes my stomach clench. 25 years of friendship on the line because I couldn't keep my hands off his little girl. But Mariah isn't a little girl anymore. She's a woman who knows exactly what she wants. And somehow, inexplicably, what she wants is me. My phone buzzes again as I'm getting out of the shower. Don't you dare try to back out, James. We're doing this. I type back. Wouldn't dream of it, baby. Just trying to figure out how to tell your dad without him freaking out. He loves you. It'll be fine. Easy for her to say. She hasn't seen Freddie throw a punch. I remember sophomore year when some jerk tried hitting on his girlfriend. Now his wife. Freddie's fist connected before anyone could blink. I look at myself in the bathroom mirror, studying the lines around my eyes, the silver threading through my hair. Christ, I'm old enough to be her father. But when she looks at me with those fierce hazel eyes, when her hands trace patterns on my skin, age becomes just a number. The clock on my phone reads 9 a.m., 9 hours until dinner, 9 hours until I potentially lose my oldest friend. But as I think of Mariah's smile, her determination, her fire, I know she's worth the risk. I slide open the mahogany doors of my walk-in closet, running my fingers across the neat rows of tailored suits. Tonight needs to be perfect. Not flashy enough to seem like I'm showing off my wealth, but sharp enough to command respect. A dark navy Brioni catches my eye. Freddie gave me a damn about this suit when I bought it last year. 2 months of my mortgage payment for one suit. He'd shaken his head, that familiar look of disapproval crossing his features. Man, you really live in a different world. That's always been our dynamic. Me, the rich friend who made it. Him, the steady, principled one who built his life brick by brick. But underneath it all, we're still those two kids who met back at the frat house sharing cheap beer and big dreams. I pair the suit with a crisp white shirt and a subtle geometric tie. No cufflinks. Freddie would notice those Italian platinum ones I usually wear. Instead, I opt for simple silver. The kind of accessories that whisper class rather than scream money. My reflection stares back at me as I adjust the tie. How do I make him understand that this isn't some midlife crisis? That his daughter isn't just another conquest? Damn. The word echoes in the empty closet. I've watched Mariah grow up, heard about her high school graduation, her college ceremonies, listened to Freddie brag about her achievements over countless beers. Now I'm going to sit across from him and tell him I'm in love with his little girl. The weight of what's coming settles heavy in my chest. One wrong word, one misstep, and I could lose both of them. But Mariah deserves more than being my dirty little secret. She deserves a man who'll stand up and claim her proudly. Consequences be damned. I straighten my shoulders, smoothing down the lapels of the jacket. Tonight, I need to be more than the billionaire playboy, more than the successful businessman. I need to be the man worthy of both his daughter and his friendship. My phone vibrates against the dresser as I'm adjusting my tie for the 10th time. Mariah's name flashes across the screen. Hey, beautiful. James. Her voice wraps around me like silk. You ready for tonight? As ready as I'll ever be. I lean against the dresser, letting out a breath. Got the suit picked out all the right accessories. Even practiced my "please don't kill me" speech in the mirror. About that, she pauses and I can picture her biting her lower lip. That thing she does when she's nervous. I'm scared, James. Dad can be intense when it comes to me. What if he loses it? What if... Baby, stop. I grip the phone tighter, pacing across my bedroom floor. Your father's been my friend for 30 years. Yeah, he might get angry. Hell, he probably will. But we're not teenagers sneaking around. We're adults who found something real. Something that doesn't come along twice in a lifetime. But what if he makes me choose? Her voice cracks. Between you and family? You know how he gets when he thinks he's protecting me. The question hits like a punch to the gut. I've seen Freddie's protective side firsthand over the years. Then we'll handle it together. That's all we can do. Hope for the best and face whatever comes our way. I didn't get where I am by backing down from a fight. Promise you won't let go, no matter how he reacts. The vulnerability in her voice makes my chest ache. Mariah. I close my eyes, wishing I could hold her right now. Feel her warmth against me. I'm not going anywhere. Your father's reaction won't change how I feel about you. I've waited too damn long to find someone like you. She lets out a shaky breath. Okay. You're right. We've got this. Listen to me. I grip the phone tighter. You're not some kid who needs daddy's permission anymore. You're a strong, independent woman who needs to start making her own choices. That includes who you want in your life. I know, but... No buts. Your father's opinion matters. But at the end of the day, this is your life. Your decisions. Your happiness. The line goes quiet for a moment. When she speaks again, her voice is small. James, if everything goes wrong tonight, will I still have my job? As your cleaner? My chest tightens. The thought of her only being here as an employee, of losing what we've built. Baby, I can't think about that right now. Let's just focus on getting through tonight. But, Mariah... I run a hand through my hair. Please, we'll cross that bridge if we have to. But right now, I need you to believe in us as much as I do. You're right. Her voice steadies. I'm just in my head about all this. Thank you for talking some sense into me. That's what I'm here for. I settle onto the edge of my bed. Did you get any sleep last night? Barely. Kept tossing and turning, thinking about today. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see Dad's face when we tell him. Should have stayed here with me. I run my fingers over the empty space beside me where her body should be. My bed's always open for you, baby, especially when you can't sleep. Her laugh rings through the phone, bright and genuine. Oh, really? And how much sleeping would actually happen? Depends on how tired I could make you. Heat courses through me at the memory of her sprawled across these sheets. Pretty sure I could have helped wear you out enough to get some rest. James! She's still laughing, but there's an edge to it now, that breathless quality that drives me crazy. You're terrible. Only for you, sweetheart. Only for you. I can't wait to see you tonight, baby. The words catch in my throat as I nearly add, I love you to the end. Too soon. Way too soon to drop that bomb. Especially with tonight looming over us. Me too. Try not to stress too much until then, okay? Yeah, you too. After we hang up, I head downstairs to my kitchen. The marble countertops gleam in the morning light, spotless as always thanks to Mariah's work. But it's not her cleaning that makes this place feel different. It's her presence. The coffee mug she left in the dish rack. The way she reorganized my spice rack because it makes more sense alphabetically, James. The container of homemade cookies she brought over 2 days ago. I grabbed my favorite coffee beans from the cabinet. Another thing she influenced. Used to drink whatever premium roast my assistant ordered. Now I'm particular about this Ethiopian blend Mariah introduced me to. As I grind the beans, my mind wanders to how natural she looks here, padding around in my t-shirt, hair wild from sleep. The way she hums while cooking, how she knows exactly where everything is. She belongs here. Not as my cleaning lady, but as my woman. Full time. The coffee maker hisses and steams. I want her here permanently. Want to wake up to her every morning, not just the nights she stays over. Want her clothes in my closet, her shoes by the door, her presence in every room. But one step at a time. First, we need to survive dinner with her dad, with Freddie. Then maybe if everything doesn't go to a complete mess, we can talk about making this arrangement more permanent. The coffee's rich aroma fills the kitchen, but something's missing. Someone's missing. I take a sip and stare at the empty space beside me where Mariah should be, wondering how the hell I got so deep, so fast.
Chapter 17. Mariah. I stand in front of my closet mirror, holding up a deep burgundy wrap dress against my body. Too much? Not enough? Sarah lounges on my bed, scrolling through her phone. Girl, you could wear a trash bag, and James Harrington would still look at you like you hung the moon. This isn't about James. I toss the dress onto the growing pile on my bed. It's about my parents, especially Dad. Right. Because telling your father you're dating his billionaire best friend is totally normal dinner conversation. Sarah sits up, wiggling her eyebrows. Happy Valentine's Day, Daddy. By the way, I'm sleeping with your frat brother. Sarah? I throw a pillow at her head. Don't say that. Can we focus on the crisis at hand, please? Fine. Sarah hops off the bed and joins me at the closet. But we're circling back to that later. I want some more details. She rifles through my hangers, pulling out a forest green midi dress with a sweetheart neckline. This one. Classy enough for dinner with the parents, sexy enough to make your Silverfox drool. He's not that old. I slip the dress on, smoothing the fabric over my hips. And he's more than just his money or his looks. Oh, honey. Sarah zips me up, meeting my eyes in the mirror. You've got it bad. Who would have thought little miss I'm focusing on my career would fall for James Harrington? I didn't plan this. The dress fits perfectly, highlighting curves I didn't even know I had. It just happened. The best things usually do. Sarah reaches for my makeup bag. Now sit your love-struck bottom down. We're going to make sure you look so good. Your dad forgets to be mad about the whole cradle robbing situation. You're the worst. But I sit anyway, unable to stop the smile spreading across my face. It wasn't like I planned to fall for him. I fidget with the hem of my dress while Sarah applies mascara to my lashes. At first, it was just a cleaning job. Another mansion, another rich client. But Sarah pauses, mascara wand hovering. He listened, really listened. When I mentioned my dream of starting my own event planning business, he didn't laugh or dismiss it. Instead, he encouraged me. He told me that he believed in me. He said that the industry needs someone like me around, that he's never heard of anyone else with my ideas. Damn. Sarah moves to my other eye. That's actually really sweet. It kept happening. He'd leave coffee for me in the kitchen with little notes about upcoming events, asked questions about my ideas, started timing his work-from-home days with my cleaning schedule, just so he got the chance to talk with me more. Sarah caps the mascara. So that's why you've been spending more and more time in Mr. Harrington's house, huh? Yeah. Heat spreads across my body. Last week, he ordered Thai food because he remembered me mentioning it was my favorite. We sat in his kitchen for hours, talking about everything and nothing. He told me about growing up with nothing, about building his company from scratch, not to impress me, just to share. Girl, Sarah squeezes my shoulders. That man sees you, the real you. He does. My voice softens. When he looks at me, I'm not just some girl with a mop and a dream. I'm me, all of me. Then screw what anyone else thinks. Sarah starts working on my hair. Including your dad. If James Harrington makes you feel this way, makes you light up like this, that's worth fighting for. You're right. I touch the delicate curls Sarah has crafted. But Dad, he's going to see this as the ultimate betrayal. James isn't just some random older guy. They were in the same fraternity. They've been friends for decades. And Sarah sets down the curling iron. That should make it easier. Your dad knows James isn't some creep taking advantage of you. Or he'll think James broke some ancient bro code. I stand up, pacing the small confines of my bedroom. You don't know how Dad gets about loyalty. Sarah suddenly blocks my path, gripping my shoulders. You're 25, a whole adult woman with her own life and choices. Try telling that to Frederick Thomas. The weight of tonight's dinner settles in my stomach. He still introduces me as his baby girl to everyone. Then it's time he learns you've grown up. Sarah's grip softens. Look, I get it. Your dad's opinion means everything to you. But what about your opinion of yourself? Don't you deserve to be happy? Of course, but no buts. Sarah guides me back to the mirror. Look at yourself. Really look. You're glowing. I haven't seen you this happy since you landed your first event planning gig. If your dad truly loves you, he'll want that for you too. I stare at my reflection, at the woman who's found something real with James, something that makes her feel seen, heard, valued. What if he makes me choose? Then that's his loss. Sarah wraps her arms around me from behind. Because any father who'd force his daughter to choose between his approval and her happiness doesn't deserve either. Her words hit home, and I squeeze her hands. When did you get so wise? Please, I've always been wise. You're just finally ready to listen? I wrap my arms around Sarah, pulling her into a tight hug. What would I do without you? Seriously, you're like my personal cheerleader and life coach rolled into one. You'd probably still be wearing that burgundy dress without me. She squeezes back, swaying us both side to side. Which, by the way, did absolutely nothing for your curves. Now get going before you're late. And drive safe. These heels are cute, but they're not exactly made for racing. I don't want to get a call from the ER tonight. Yes, Mom. I grab my purse from the bed, checking one last time that I have everything. Phone, wallet, keys, and the business cards I had printed last week. My stomach does a little flip when I see James's name saved in my contacts with a little heart emoji next to his name. Oh, and don't worry about the mess here. Sarah gestures to the explosion of clothes on my bed, a rainbow of fabric scattered across my floral comforter. I'll take care of it. Might even leave you a surprise in the fridge. Your tamales? My stomach growls at the thought. Sarah's family recipe is legendary in our friend group. She learned it from her abuela, and even thinking about the rich masa and spicy filling makes my mouth water. And if things go sideways with your dad? She opens my freezer, scanning the contents. I'm thinking mint chocolate chip ice cream for emotional support. The good stuff from that fancy market down the street, not the cheap stuff. God, I press my fingers to my temples, already feeling the headache building. That's actually a real possibility, isn't it? This whole dinner could be a complete disaster. Dad might just lose it when he finds out about James. Hey, no spiraling allowed. Sarah closes the freezer and grabs my shoulders, forcing me to look at her. Just remember what we talked about. You're an adult. Your happiness matters. And if your dad can't see that, well, that's his problem. Right? I take a deep breath, straightening my shoulders and trying to channel some of Sarah's confidence. An adult who might need those tamales and ice cream later. Maybe the whole pint and a shot of tequila. They'll be waiting for you, along with a spotless apartment. She practically pushes me toward the door. Now go. Show your parents the amazing woman you've become. You're a lifesaver. I give Sarah one last hug before grabbing my coat from the hook by the door. The wool material scratches against my skin as I slip it on, but February demands sacrifices for warmth. Outside, my 2010 Toyota Corolla waits in its usual spot, a stark contrast to James's fleet of luxury vehicles. But this car has gotten me through college, countless cleaning jobs, and my first attempts at event planning. It might not turn heads, but it's never left me stranded. The key sticks in the ignition. It always does when it's cold, but the engine turns over with its familiar purr. I lean back against the worn fabric of the driver's seat, my hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles strain. Valentine's Day. The day of love and romance, and here I am, about to drop a bomb on my family dinner that could shatter decades of friendship and trust. My stomach twists into a pretzel, making me glad I skipped lunch. The mere thought of food entering my body sends another wave of anxiety through my body. Funny how I'm headed over for dinner, unable to stomach the thought of food right now. I check my lipstick in the rearview mirror. Sarah's handiwork still perfect. The green dress catches the streetlight, making the fabric shimmer. At least I look put together, even if I'm falling apart inside. The heat finally kicks in, fighting back against the February chill. I should start driving. I calculated exactly how long it would take to get to my parents' house, accounting for traffic. But my hands won't release the steering wheel. All I can think about is the way Dad's face might change when I tell him about James. The disappointment. The betrayal. My phone buzzes in my purse. Probably Sarah sending another pep talk. Or James checking in. I don't look. Can't look. If I see James's name, I might lose what little courage I've managed to scrape together.
Chapter 18. James. I pull up to the modest two-story house, killing the engine of my Aston Martin. The neighborhood's quiet, string lights twinkling from nearby porches, a reminder that it's Valentine's Day. My phone buzzes as I type out a quick text to Mariah. Just arrived. Outside your door. My heart pounds against my chest. I haven't felt this nervous since my first business pitch decades ago. I step out of the car, straightening my navy suit jacket and adjusting my cuffs. Here goes nothing, I mutter, climbing the 3 steps to the front door. My knuckles rap against the wood, and footsteps approach from inside. The door swings open. Mariah stands there in a dress that hugs every curve, her curls framing her face like a halo. Her smile lights up the entire porch. James. She throws her arms around my neck, pulling me close. The scent of her perfume fills my senses. Thank you for coming. I was worried you might change your mind. I wrap my arms around her waist, holding her tight. Change my mind? Baby, I'd never leave you hanging. Not today. Not ever. She pulls back, her hazel eyes searching mine. You sure you're ready for this? Dad can be intense. I've known Freddie for 30 years. Though I'll admit this is the first time I'm walking into his house as his daughter's boyfriend. I run my thumb across her cheek. But you're worth every bit of whatever's coming. You're impossible. She laughs, the sound easing some of my tension. Come on in before the neighbors start talking. Mariah's hand finds mine as we step into the warmth of her childhood home. Family photos line the walls. I spot a younger Freddie in several of them, back from our college days. The familiar scent of Angela's cooking wafts through the air. Mom? Dad? Mariah's voice carries down the hallway. Can you come here? I want you to meet my boyfriend. My grip tightens on her hand. Footsteps echo from the kitchen, followed by Freddie's deep voice. Coming, baby girl. Angela emerges first, wiping her hands on her apron. Freddie follows close behind, his arm around his wife's shoulders. The moment they spot me, they freeze. Angela's hand flies to her mouth. Freddie's eyes widen, darting between Mariah and me. James? Freddie's voice comes out hoarse. What the hell? Hey, Fred. I clear my throat. Angela, you're looking well. Angela just stares, her mouth opening and closing without sound. The silence stretches between us, thick enough to cut with a knife. 30 years of friendship with Freddie flashed through my mind. Fraternity parties, his wedding, business ventures. Now here I stand, holding his daughter's hand. Freddie's jaw clenches. The protective father I've witnessed countless times over beers and barbecues now stares me down with an intensity I've never seen before. Angela steps forward, her hands clasped together so tightly her knuckles whiten. Well, we should probably go set the table, Fred. Her voice trembles slightly as she grabs Freddie's arm, her fingers digging into his sleeve. The chicken roast needs checking too. Freddie doesn't move at first, his eyes still locked on our joined hands like they're a ticking bomb he needs to defuse. Angela tugs harder, putting her whole body into the effort. Frederick Thomas. Kitchen. Now. The steel in her voice reminds me why she's always been the backbone of their marriage. He finally allows her to guide him away, though his shoulders remain rigid as concrete. Their hushed voices fade as they disappear into the dining room. Snippets of, how could he? And, let me handle this, drifting back to us. Huh. I run a hand through my hair, letting out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. That went better than expected. At least, no one's shouting. Yet, I add silently, knowing my oldest friend well enough to recognize this is just the calm before the storm. Mariah's hand trembles in mine, her fingers ice-cold despite the warmth of the room. I turn to face her, cupping her face between my palms. Her entire body shakes like a leaf in the wind. And damn if it doesn't kill me to see her this way. Hey, look at me. I stroke her cheek until her eyes meet mine, those beautiful hazel depths swimming with uncertainty. We're going to get through this just fine. Your father's initial shock will wear off. He's just being protective of his little girl. You think so? Her voice comes out barely above a whisper, cracking slightly on the last word. I know so. Freddie and I have been through too much together for this to break us. Hell, we survived that disaster in Cancun our senior year. I should tell you that story one of these days. I manage a small smile. And more importantly, I press my forehead against hers, breathing in the subtle vanilla scent of her perfume. What we have is worth fighting for. I'm not backing down from this. From us. She nods, some of the tension leaving her shoulders as she leans into my touch. Her hands come up to grip my wrists, anchoring herself to me like I'm her lifeline. And maybe I am. God knows she's become mine. Mariah's fingers intertwine with mine as we make our way to the dining room. The table's set with Angela's best china, the ones I remember from countless holiday dinners over the years. 4 places, each with pristine white plates and polished silverware. Freddie stands at the head of the table, his hands gripping the back of his chair. His face might as well be carved from stone. Please sit. Angela gestures to the chairs as she hurries past. Let me grab the roast from the kitchen. I pull out Mariah's chair, helping her settle before taking my place beside her. The tension in the room feels like a rubber band stretched to its limit. Angela returns, carrying a golden brown chicken roast that makes my mouth water instantly. The aroma of herbs and butter fills the air. Angela, this looks absolutely divine. I lean forward, inhaling deeply. And that smell takes me right back to those Sunday dinners in college. No one could cook like you then, and I bet no one still can. A smile tugs at Angela's lips as she sets the platter down. Always the charmer, James. She smooths her apron. But, thank you, I hope it tastes as good as you remember. Freddie remains silent, his eyes fixed on his empty plate. His fingers drum against the tablecloth, a nervous habit I recognize from our fraternity days before big exams. Angela starts carving the chicken, the only sound the soft scrape of knife against serving plate. Her movements are precise, practiced, but her usual cheerful chatter is conspicuously absent. Still, when she catches my eye, there's a warmth there that wasn't present in the hallway. It's not acceptance, not yet, but it's a start. The silence stretches as she serves each plate, working her way around the table. Freddie's jaw remains clenched, his shoulders rigid as steel beams. Would anyone like some wine? Angela breaks the suffocating silence, already reaching for the bottle of Cabernet. I picked this up specially for tonight. Please. I smile at her, grateful for the attempt at normalcy. You know, I've always appreciated your taste in wines, Angie. She pours me a generous glass, the rich red liquid catching the light. Remember that awful boxed wine you and Fred used to drink in college? God, don't remind me. What was it called? Sunset Blush? I chuckle, swirling the wine in my glass. Thought we were so sophisticated. Sophisticated isn't the word I'd use. Angela shakes her head, a hint of her usual warmth returning. More like broke college boys trying to impress girls at parties. Mariah sits rigid beside me, pushing food around her plate. Freddie hasn't touched his knuckles tight around his fork. The garden looks beautiful, Angie. I gesture toward the window. Looks like those roses you planted last spring really took off. They did, didn't they? Though I can't take all the credit. Mariah helped me with the pruning when she visited last month. The mention of Mariah's name sends another wave of tension through the room. Freddie's fork scrapes against his plate with enough force to make me wince. The sound grates against my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Angela takes a long sip of wine, then sets her glass down deliberately. So, James. She leans forward, her eyes moving between Mariah and me with the careful calculation of a mother trying to understand a complicated situation. What I'd really like to know is how this happened. How did you two? The question hangs in the air like a guillotine blade. Mariah's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing tight, her fingers trembling slightly against my palm. I give her hand a reassuring squeeze back, hoping to hell she can feel how much I want to protect her from this moment. Freddie's head snaps up, his gaze boring into me with the intensity of a man ready to commit murder. I clear my throat, searching for the right words to explain how his little girl had completely upended my world. But before I can answer, Freddie's chair scrapes against the floor with enough force to make the china rattle. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 19. Mariah. I think I've heard enough of this, Dad says, after rising from his seat, and my stomach drops down to the pits of hell. Frederick! My mother grabs his arm and starts tugging. Sit down. Sit down right now. What exactly are your intentions with my daughter? Dad's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. His shoulders square as he faces James across our dining room table. James sets down his fork, meeting Dad's gaze. My intentions are honest, Freddie. You know me. Do I? Dad's fist hits the table. Because the James I knew wouldn't pursue someone half his age, someone who could be his daughter for Christ's sake. Dad, stop it. No, Mariah. He points at James. You're worth what? Billions now? And you're telling me you couldn't find someone your own age? Someone with your status? The walls of our modest dining room feel like they're closing in. Mom keeps pulling at Dad's sleeve, but he shakes her off. You think I don't see what this is? Dad's voice rises. Using your money and influence to impress a young woman who's still finding her way? Taking advantage? That's enough. I stand up, my chair scraping against the floor. You don't get to decide what this is. James has never flaunted his wealth or tried to buy my attention. He respects me and my dreams. Baby girl, you're too young to understand. I'm 25, Dad, not 15. And James isn't some stranger. He's your friend. You've known him for decades. Exactly why this feels like such a betrayal. Dad's eyes narrow at James. You watched her grow up, and now you're dating her? We started this relationship as adults, James says, his voice steady. And I admire who she's become, her determination, her work ethic, everything you instilled in her, Freddie. Don't try to butter me up. Dad crosses his arms. You really expect me to believe this isn't about having a young trophy on your arm? How dare you? I step between them. I'm not some prize to be won. I made this choice, me. And if you can't respect that, then maybe we should leave. Please, everyone. Mom's voice trembles as she gestures at our plates. The food's getting cold. Let's all sit down and finish dinner. I sink back into my chair, my appetite completely gone. The perfectly seasoned chicken roast that usually makes my mouth water now sits like a prop on my plate. Your mother worked hard on this meal, James says, picking up his fork again. Thank you, Angela. Everything is delicious. Mom manages a weak smile. There's plenty more if anyone wants seconds. Dad drops into his seat with enough force to rattle the silverware. His jaw clenches as he stares daggers at James across the candlelit table. The flames flicker between them, casting harsh shadows that make Dad's expression even more severe. I push a piece of carrot around my plate, trying to ignore the waves of tension rolling off my father. Each time I glance up, his eyes are locked on James, like a predator tracking its prey. The carrots are perfectly tender, James says, clearly attempting to salvage what's left of this disaster of a dinner. Did you add honey to them, Angela? Brown sugar, actually. It's an old family recipe. Don't. Dad's voice slices through Mom's attempt at conversation. Don't act like this is normal, like we're just having a nice family dinner. Mom sets down her fork with a soft clink. Frederick, please. The silence stretches, broken only by the scrape of utensils against plates. What was meant to be a celebration of my relationship has devolved into this suffocating mess. Dad's glare hasn't wavered, and the wonderful meal Mom spent hours preparing might as well be sawdust in my mouth. I reach for my water glass, desperate for something to do with my hands. James catches my eye across the table, his expression gentle despite Dad's continued hostile stare. The warmth in his gaze steadies me, even as the weight of Dad's disapproval threatens to crush us all. I've seen your type before. Dad's voice drips with venom. Rich men who think they can buy anything or anyone they want. James sets his napkin aside. I understand your concerns, but do you? Because from where I'm sitting, this looks like a midlife crisis. What happens when you get bored? When the novelty of it all wears off? Are you going to throw her to the side, like how you did with your first wife? Dad! I grip my fork so hard that my hands hurt. Let me speak, Mariah. James touches my hand under the table. His palm is warm, steady. Freddie, I've known you since college. You know I'm not that kind of man. Like I said, the James I knew wouldn't prey on young women. Matter of fact, The James I knew wouldn't screw me over this badly to begin with. For God's sake, Frederick, Mom starts. No, Angela. Someone needs to say it. Dad leans forward, jabbing his finger toward James. You've got more money than God. You could date supermodels, actresses, women with actual careers. I'm building a career, I snap. Cleaning houses isn't a career, baby girl. And event planning is just a pipe dream unless you've got connections. Connections that, oh look, your wealthy boyfriend could provide. James's jaw tightens. I haven't given Mariah a single business contact. She's insisted on making her own way. Right. And I'm sure you're just fine watching her struggle when you could snap your fingers and make it all better. What kind of man lets someone he claims to love work herself to the bone? The kind who respects her choices. James's voice stays measured, but I feel the tension in his grip. The kind who sees her strength and determination as beautiful qualities worth nurturing, not flaws to be fixed with money. Such noble words. Dad's laugh is harsh. Tell me, what do your high society friends think about you dating the help? The room goes deadly quiet. Mom gasps, her hand flying to her throat. The tension is so thick I can barely breathe. Frederick Thomas, she slams her hand on the table, making the glasses rattle. That is enough? But Dad barrels on, his words like bullets, each one designed to wound. How many of your wealthy buddies have made comments about you slumming it? About your little ethnic adventure? Or do they just whisper behind your back at those fancy galas you attend? James rises slowly, his composure cracking. I see it in the tight line of his jaw. The dangerous glint in his eyes. His fingers curl into fists at his sides. I've respected you as Mariah's father and as my friend. But if you continue speaking about her this way, you'll what? Dad stands too, challenge written across his face. He leans forward, both palms flat on the table. Show your true colors at last? Come on, James. Let's see what you really think about people like us. I can't breathe. My chest constricts as rage and humiliation war inside me. How dare he speak to James like this? How dare he speak about me like this? James straightens his tie, his expression composed despite Dad's provocation. I think it's best if I head out now. He turns to Mom with a gentle smile. Angela, thank you for a wonderful meal. Your cooking is exceptional, as always. Oh, don't you dare leave because of him. Mom marches over to Dad and yanks his arm. Kitchen, now. Angela. I said now, Frederick Thomas. Mom's voice carries that rare steel that makes even Dad pause. She practically drags him toward the kitchen, her manicured nails digging into his sleeve. You and I are going to have words about how you treat our daughter and our guests. The kitchen door swings shut behind them with a decisive thud, but I still hear Mom's muffled voice rising in anger, punctuated by Dad's deeper rumble. My stomach twists as fragments of their argument filter through. Tears spill down my cheeks as I follow James to the front door, my legs feeling like lead with each step. James, I'm so sorry. I never thought he'd... My voice cracks, and I hate how weak I sound. The memory of Dad's accusations makes me want to crawl into a hole and disappear. The things he said. Hey, James cups my face between his warm palms, his thumbs brushing away my tears with such tenderness, it makes my heart ache. His blue eyes lock onto mine, fierce and protective. You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. Nothing. But he is struggling with change, with seeing his little girl grow up. James' blue eyes hold nothing but warmth. Your father's words can't change how I feel about you. I clutch his wrist, leaning into his touch. I'm still sorry you had to hear all that. The only thing that matters to me is you. He presses a soft kiss to my forehead. Call me later. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. From the kitchen, I hear Mom's voice rise again, followed by the sharp crack of what sounds like a wooden spoon against the counter. My God, what have I done? Have I ripped this family apart with my decision?
Chapter 20. James. My phone buzzes for the 10th time this morning, lighting up with another message from Freddie. The brightness pierces through my skull, matching the throbbing hangover from last night's champagne after I came home alone from the Valentine's Day dinner at the Thomas household. 27 missed calls, 42 text messages, all from my oldest friend. I grab the phone, scanning the first few texts. What the hell, James? My daughter? Answer your goddamn phone! You backstabbing piece of trash! The words blur together as I scroll through the digital carnage. Each message cuts deeper than the last. Freddie and I have been friends since college. 3 decades of brotherhood shattered in a single evening. The phone buzzes again. This time it's a voicemail. James! Freddie's voice trembles with rage. I trusted you. Let you into my home. Made you family. And this is how you repay me? By going after my little girl? She's half your age, man. What were you thinking? I delete the message before it finishes. Can't bear to hear more. My chest tightens as I think of all those Sunday barbecues at his place, watching the game together, him being there for me when I was going through my first divorce. He'd sat with me through those long nights drinking bourbon and assuring me I'd find the right woman someday. The irony isn't lost on me. I've dated countless women over the years, and Freddie always had my back. Called me a player, sure, but he understood. Now the one woman who makes me feel alive again is the one person who could destroy our friendship. 30 years of trust and loyalty going up in flames because I couldn't stay away from his daughter. Another text lights up my screen. We need to talk. Face to face. Today. My hands clench around the phone. The thought of looking into his eyes, seeing that betrayal. I switch the phone to silent and close my eyes. Not yet. I can't face him yet. Not when I'm still trying to figure out how to explain that this isn't just another fling. That for the first time in my life, I'm falling hard. My phone lights up again, but this time it's Mariah's name on the screen. I answer before the first ring ends. James? Her voice cracks, thick with tears. I'm here, sweetheart. The pet name slips out naturally, though I've never used it before. I'm so sorry about last night. Everything's such a mess. She sniffles. Dad won't even talk to me. Mom keeps trying to play peacekeeper, but... Another sob breaks through. Hey, listen to me. None of this is your fault. I grip the phone tighter, fighting the urge to drive straight to her. Your father's reaction. I saw it coming from a mile away. Hell, I'm surprised he didn't throw that wine bottle at my head. But the things he said about you were exactly what any protective father would say about a man my age interested in his daughter. I run a hand through my hair. Freddie's been my friend long enough that I knew exactly how this would play out. I just wish... What? I wish it hadn't hurt you like this. That's the only part I regret about last night. I feel like I've ruined everything. Her voice drops to a whisper. Your friendship with Dad. My relationship with him. Stop that right now. You haven't ruined anything. Your father and I will figure this out. And he loves you. He's just scared right now. Acting out of fear, not hatred. A shaky breath comes through the line. You really believe that? I know Freddie Thomas better than most. Trust me on this one. I should probably go, Mariah says after a long pause. I need to clear my head, you know? My stomach drops. Of course. The words taste like ash. Take whatever time you need. James. She hesitates. This isn't... I'm not saying goodbye. I just need space to process everything. To figure out where we go from here. My grip tightens on the phone. I understand. But understanding doesn't make it hurt less. Just know that I'm here. Whatever you decide, that's just it. Her voice wavers. I don't want to have to decide between you and my family. It's not fair. Life rarely is. I pace across my bedroom, muscles tense. But Mariah, I need you to know something. These past few weeks, they've meant everything to me. You've meant everything. James. No, let me finish. I know the timing is not it. I know the circumstances are complicated. But what I feel for you, that's real. And I'll fight for it. For us. If you'll let me. Even if it means losing your best friend. Even then, the words come without hesitation. Freddie will come around eventually, but you? I can't lose you. Not when I finally found something worth holding on to. She's quiet for so long I worry the call dropped. Then softly, I need time. Take it, just don't shut me out completely. I won't. A shaky breath. I'll call you soon, promise. After we hang up, I stare at the phone, fighting the urge to call her back, to tell her all the things still caught in my throat. Instead, I walk to the window, watching the city sprawl below. The thought of her ending things twists my gut into knots. I've built empires, closed billion-dollar deals, faced down boardrooms full of sharks. But the prospect of losing her, that terrifies me more than anything. Whatever it takes, I'll find a way to make this work. To keep both her and Freddie in my life, I have to, because for the first time in years, I found something real. Something worth fighting for. I drag myself into the bathroom, muscles protesting every movement. The shower doesn't help clear my head. If anything, the hot water makes me want to crawl back under the covers and forget the world exists. My walk-in closet holds rows of tailored suits, each one worth more than most people's monthly salary. Today, they all look like straitjackets. I pull out a charcoal gray Tom Ford, might as well armor up properly for the battlefield ahead. The tie feels like a noose as I adjust it in the mirror. Dark circles ring my eyes and my usually neat hair refuses to cooperate. Damn it. Let the board see their CEO looking less than perfect for once. My phone vibrates again on the nightstand. 3 more messages from Freddie. You're a goddamn predator. Taking advantage of my baby girl. How dare you? I don't give a damn if Angie tries to protect you or defend you. You're dead wrong for what you're doing right now. Answer me, you coward! You can't avoid me forever! I slam the phone face down and finish getting dressed. Each message is a knife twisting deeper, but I can't blame him. If our positions were reversed, I'd probably react the same way. The marble stairs echo under my feet as I descend to the kitchen. My housekeeper usually has coffee ready, but she's not due for another hour. I need the distraction anyway, the familiar routine of measuring beans, grinding them, watching the dark liquid drip into the carafe. It's almost meditative. Another buzz. I glance at my phone. Remember when you told me you'd never hurt my family? Guess that was nonsense too. The coffee maker beeps. I pour a cup, not bothering with cream or sugar. The bitter liquid scalds my tongue, but I barely notice. My appetite is non-existent, but the caffeine might help me survive this day. I check my watch. 7:30. The board meeting starts at 9. 2 hours to pull myself together and pretend everything's fine. To be the James Harrington they expect. Confident, unshakable, in control. My phone lights up again. I don't need to read it to know it's Freddie. Each message chips away at 30 years of friendship, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. I lean against the kitchen counter, coffee forgotten as memories of Mariah flood my mind. The way her eyes light up when she talks about her, anything that inspires her. How her laugh fills a room with warmth and joy. The determined set of her jaw when someone underestimates her. These past weeks have been electric. Stolen moments while she cleans around my mansion. Late night talks on my couch discussing everything and nothing. The even later at night times we've spent tangled in my bed sheets together, moaning and groaning each other's names out. The way she sees through my CEO facade straight to who I really am. Last night at dinner, watching her face glow in the candlelight at her parents' house, I knew. This isn't some midlife crisis or forbidden attraction. This is real. The kind of connection I've spent decades searching for. I set down my coffee cup with enough force to rattle the counter. To hell with Freddie's threats. To hell with the age gap and gossip and complications. I'm not giving up on this. On her. I've spent my life building things, companies, fortunes, reputations, but none of it means anything compared to what's growing between Mariah and me. This is worth fighting for, worth losing everything for if it comes to that. I pull out my phone, thumb hovering over her name. No, I promised her space and I'll give it, but I'm not walking away. Not now. Not ever.
Chapter 21. Mariah. I curl deeper into my couch, pulling the fuzzy blanket Sarah draped over me closer. The scent of coffee wafts from the kitchen, where Sarah bustles around, the clink of mugs and spoons, a gentle backdrop to my misery. Girl, you need to eat something. Sarah appears with a steaming mug and a plate of scrambled eggs. I know you're hurting, but starving yourself won't fix anything. I'm not hungry. My voice comes out scratchy from all the crying I did last night. Don't care. Open up. She sits beside me, fork poised. Don't make me airplane this into your mouth like a baby. A weak laugh escapes me. You're ridiculous. And you love me for it. She sets the plate on my lap. Now eat while I clean up this disaster zone you call an apartment. I pick at the eggs while Sarah moves around, collecting tissues and organizing the mess I made when I stormed in last night. The food sits like lead in my stomach as memories of dinner flood back. Dad's face turning to stone when James held my hand, the harsh words, the accusations of betrayal. I just don't understand. My voice cracks. James has been his friend forever. Why can't he see how happy we make each other? Sarah pauses her cleaning to perch on the arm of the couch. Some dads struggle seeing their little girls grow up. Add in the fact that it's his college buddy. That's a lot for him to process. But he didn't even try. I swallow hard. He looked at me like I wasn't his daughter anymore. Come here. Sarah pulls me into a tight hug, and I breathe in her familiar coconut shampoo. Your dad's being a jerk right now, but he loves you. He'll come around. What if he doesn't? What if I have to choose? Then that's his loss. Sarah pulls back, her green eyes fierce. But we're not going to spiral down that rabbit hole today. Today is for healing, junk food, and letting your best friend take care of you. I force another bite of eggs into my mouth, more to appease Sarah than from any real hunger. She hums while loading my dishwasher. The domestic sounds a stark contrast to the chaos in my head. I told James I needed time. The words tumble out before I can stop them. After everything with Dad, I panicked. Sarah stops mid-wipe of my counter. And how's that working out for you? Terrible. I set the half-empty plate aside. I miss him so much it hurts. Every time my phone buzzes, I hope it's him. But I'm the one who asked for space, so. That was barely last night, right? Sarah throws the dish rag in the sink and plants her hands on her hips. And you've been moping around like someone killed your puppy ever since? I haven't been moping. Girl, please. Your ice cream consumption alone says otherwise. I glance at the empty bin and Jerry's containers cluttering my coffee table. Okay, maybe I've been struggling a bit. A bit? Sarah drops onto the couch beside me. Girl, you light up whenever you talk about him. I've never seen you smile the way you do when James is on your mind. And from what you've told me, that man is just as gone for you. He is. My chest aches at the memory of his voice when I asked for time, the hurt he tried to hide. But Dad, your dad will deal, but you? She grabs my shoulders. You're letting fear make your decisions. If James is what you want, go get him. It's not that simple. Actually, it is. You love him. He loves you. Everything else? She waves her hand dismissively. That's just noise. The truth of her words hits me like a physical force. I've been hiding behind my father's disapproval, using it as an excuse to run from something that scares me because of how real it feels. You think I should go see him? I think you should have gone already. Sarah reaches for my phone on the coffee table and holds it out. Call him. Or better yet, go to his mansion. Show him you're all in. Okay, you're right. I grip my phone, thumb hovering over James's contact. But I can't show up looking like this. I gesture at my wrinkled sweats and tangled hair. I need a shower and real clothes. Now that's the Mariah I know. Sarah snatches a used tissue off the floor. Take your time. I'll keep cleaning while you finish breakfast. You don't have to do all this. I take another bite of eggs, surprised to find my appetite returning. The coffee warms my hands through the ceramic mug. Please, like I'd leave you alone right now? Sarah tackles the mountain of blankets I'd piled on the floor during my crying jag. Besides, someone needs to make sure you actually go see him instead of overthinking yourself into next week. I promise I'll go. The food settles my stomach, and for the first time since last night, I feel steady. Thank you, Sarah, for everything. That's what best friends are for. She dumps the blankets in my hamper. Now eat. Those eggs aren't getting any warmer. I watch her move around my apartment, straightening cushions and gathering empty ice cream containers. The morning sun streams through my windows, catching the gold highlights in her hair as she works. How different this morning would have been without her showing up at my door, armed with breakfast and determination to pull me out of my funk. These eggs are actually amazing. I scrape the last bite from my plate. Don't sound so surprised. Sarah grins over her shoulder. I have hidden talents. The coffee goes down smooth, and with each sip, my head clears a little more. Sarah hums while she loads my washing machine, and I sink into the comfort of having someone who knows exactly what I need, even when I don't. Those tamales you left in my fridge saved my life last night. I set my empty coffee mug on the table. I couldn't eat a thing at Mom and Dad's. Even though her chicken roast smelled amazing, my stomach was in knots the whole time. The fighting was that bad? Sarah collects our dishes. James tried so hard to keep his cool, but Dad, I shake my head. You have got to teach me that tamale recipe. I need comfort food on speed dial these days. Sarah's laugh echoes from the kitchen. Main ingredient is love, which seems appropriate with Valentine's Day. I push off the couch, my legs shaky but determined. Okay, let's do this. That's my girl. Sarah follows me into my bedroom, making a beeline for my closet. We need something that says, I'm sorry for freaking out, but also, take me back immediately. Is there an outfit that specific? I pull my oversized sleep shirt over my head. Trust the process. Sarah digs through my hangers, tossing options onto my bed. Not this. Definitely not that. Oh, wait. She yanks out the blue wrap dress I bought last month. This is it. For a daytime reconciliation? It's perfect. Shows off your curves without trying too hard. She holds it against me. Then she nods and tosses the dress on the bed. Now, shower. I'll find the right shoes. In the bathroom, I scrub away the remnants of last night's tears. The hot water helps clear my head, washing away doubts with each passing minute. By the time I step out, wrapped in a towel, Sarah has laid out a complete outfit, including the lace underwear set I had been saving for a special occasion. Really? I hold up the matching bra and panties. What? A girl needs good foundation garments. She winks. Besides, you never know where this reunion might lead. Sarah. Don't act shocked. I've heard plenty about your mansion adventures. She starts pulling styling products from my drawer. Now sit. Let me work my magic on these curls. I settle at my vanity, letting Sarah's careful hands section my hair. You're way too invested in my love life. Someone has to be. You'd still be on that couch drowning in ice cream if I hadn't shown up. She sprays leave-in conditioner, working it through my curls. Plus, I ship you too hard. You're like a romance novel come to life. We're not that dramatic. Honey, you're the young event planner/maid who fell for her daddy's billionaire best friend. That's Lifetime movie material right there. I can't help but laugh, and Sarah grins at me in the mirror. Her fingers move expertly through my hair, bringing my curls back to life after their night crushed against my pillow. Sarah's fingers work their magic, transforming my puffy-eyed reflection into something closer to my usual self. The dress hugs my curves in all the right places, the soft fabric a comfort against my skin. Hold still. Sarah sweeps bronzer across my cheekbones. We're going for glowing goddess, not I spent all night crying over ice cream. I didn't cry all night. I fidget with the dress hem. Just most of it. She blends concealer under my eyes with practiced strokes. Good thing your skin bounces back fast. Now close your eyes. I obey, feeling the soft sweep of brushes across my lids. Sarah hums while she works, the same way she did in college when we get ready for parties together. The familiar routine settles my nerves. And she steps back, studying her work. Perfect. Take a look. My reflection catches me off guard. My curls fall in glossy spirals around my shoulders, and my dark skin glows with warmth. The dress's deep blue makes my eyes look brighter, more alive. Sarah's kept the makeup natural, but polished, exactly how James always says he likes it best. You're a miracle worker. I turn my head, admiring the way light catches the highlighter on my cheekbones. Nah, just working with what's already there. Sarah adjusts one of my curls. But I did knock it out of the park with that dress choice. You look incredible. For the first time since last night's disaster, I feel like myself again, strong, beautiful, ready to face whatever comes next. James won't know what hit him. Sarah squeezes my shoulders, meeting my eyes in the mirror. You've got this.
Chapter 22. James. I pace through the dimly lit halls of my mansion, coffee in hand, the day's tension unwinding with each sip. The grand staircase, the cold marble floors, all echo with a silence that's become too familiar. My shirt's draped over a chair somewhere. Who needs it at this hour? The mug warms my palm, the steam risen from it disappearing into the vastness above. A sudden knock at the door echoes through the house. I pause, brows furrowing. Not many drop by unannounced. I stride to the entrance, coffee still in hand, and swing open the heavy door. Mariah stands there, her eyes shimmering with an emotion I can't quite pin down. She's bundled up in a coat that makes her look smaller, more vulnerable. But underneath, she's wearing a stunning blue dress that leaves nothing to the imagination. "James," she starts, her voice barely above a whisper. "I couldn't stay away." I hold her gaze, something stirring in my chest. Couldn't stay away. She nods, her lips parting slightly as she takes a deep breath. "I miss you. The thought of being apart any longer." She shakes her head, her curls bouncing with the movement. I step aside, gesturing for her to come in. She brushes past me, her scent, a mix of coconut and something sweet, lingering in the air. I shut the door, turning to face her. She's close, closer than I realized. I can see the flecks of gold in her hazel eyes, the slight quiver of her lips. Mariah, I begin, but she cuts me off. I don't want to talk, she murmurs, her voice steady despite the vulnerability in her eyes. She reaches up, her fingers brushing against my cheek, tracing the line of my jaw. Her touch is electric, igniting a fire within me. I set my coffee down on a nearby table, my hands finding her waist. I pull her closer, her body pressing against mine. Her breath hitches, her eyes fluttering closed as she leans in. Our lips meet, the kiss gentle at first, then deepening, becoming hungrier, more urgent. Her hands tangled in my hair, mine gripping her hips, our bodies melding together. The world outside fades away, leaving just us, lost in the passion of our kiss, the heat of our embrace. Afterwards, I pull away and shrug off her coat, leaving it on the rack right beside the door. I guide Mariah through the dimly lit living room, the crackling fire the main source of heat in here. Her breath hitches as I pause behind her, my fingers finding the zipper of her dress. I lean in close, my voice low against her ear. You look stunning in this, but it's gotta go. She shivers, her hands resting on mine as I slide the zipper down, revealing a matching lace bra and panties that hug her curves perfectly. I let out a low whistle. You're trying to kill me, aren't you? Her only response is a soft, teasing laugh. I slip the dress off her shoulders, watching as it pools at her feet. My hands linger on her hips before I brush past her to gather it up, discarding it onto a nearby chair. I take a moment to appreciate the sight of her, all warm skin and lace, before reaching for her again. Her breath quickens as I unhook her bra, letting it slide off her arms and onto the floor. I hook my thumbs into the waistband of her panties, tugging them down and helping her step out of them. Her eyes meet mine, anticipation and vulnerability shining in them. I take her hand, leading her to the plush rug in front of the fireplace. I sit down, guiding her to straddle me. She hesitates, but I raise an eyebrow at her, a smirk playing on my lips. Something wrong? She shakes her head, a small smile playing on her lips. Just nervous, I guess. I run my hands up her thighs, squeezing gently. Don't be. You're stunning, Mariah. Every inch of you.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 23. Mariah. The morning light streams through James's windows, casting a warm glow across the Valentine's decorations, still adorning his living room. Red and pink hearts dangle from crystal chandeliers, catching sparkles of sunlight. James sits beside me on his plush leather couch, his arm draped casually around my shoulders, as we share a quiet breakfast of fresh croissants and coffee. The buttery pastries melt in my mouth, tasting even better because he's feeding them to me between sips of perfectly brewed dark roast. You know, these decorations are starting to grow on me. He pulls me closer, and I can feel the solid strength of his chest against my side. Maybe we should leave them up all year. Right, because nothing says tough businessmen like paper hearts everywhere. I lean into his warmth, breathing in his cologne, That expensive signature scent that makes my head spin in the best way. I can just imagine the board meetings now. I don't give a damn what anyone thinks anymore. His fingers trace lazy circles on my shoulder, sending shivers down my spine. You're changing everything. The intensity in his voice makes my stomach flip, and I know he means every word. My phone buzzes on the glass coffee table, shattering our perfect moment. Mom's name flashes across the screen, and my stomach drops. She never calls this early unless something's wrong. Hey, Mom, what's... Her sobbing cuts me off. My spine stiffens, and I can feel James's body tense against mine. Mom, what's wrong? James sits up straighter beside me, his hand stilling on my shoulder. His warmth suddenly feels distant as dread washes over me. The shop, she chokes out between sobs. Your father's shop. There was a fire. It's gone, baby. The whole building. Everything. My stomach drops. The croissant in my mouth turns to ash, and I have to force myself to swallow. What? When? This morning. The fire department just left. Your father. He's just standing there staring at what's left. I can't get him to move. Her voice cracks, and I hear the helplessness in it. That shop was Dad's whole life, his legacy. He won't even talk to me, baby. I don't know what to do. I bolt upright, James's arm falling away. Is anyone hurt? No, thank God. But all his work, his dreams, so many years of business. Fresh sobs rack through the phone. The phone slips from my fingers, clattering onto the coffee table. Dad's shop, the one he built from nothing, the place where I spent countless afternoons doing homework while he fixed cars, where he taught me to change my first tire. Gone. Just gone. My chest tightens. The walls of James's perfect home close in, and I can't catch my breath. Every memory floods back at once. The smell of motor oil and coffee, Dad's weathered hands explaining each tool's purpose, the satisfied smiles when he'd finish a difficult repair. Mariah. James's voice cuts through the fog. His hands cup my face, those piercing blue eyes searching mine. What happened? Dad's shop? The words stick in my throat. I force them out. There was a fire. Everything's destroyed. James's jaw tightens. He knows what that shop means. Not just to Dad, but to our whole family. Years of blood, sweat, and determination reduced to ashes. Damn. His thumb brushes my cheek. Was anyone inside? I shake my head, my whole body trembling. No, but Mom says Dad won't move. He's just standing there watching. A sob breaks free. That shop was everything to him, James. Everything. The panic hits full force. My hands shake as I reach for my phone again. The insurance. What if he didn't have enough? The equipment alone cost thousands. And his employees? Oh God, what about Marcus and Pete? They have families. Breathe. James's voice carries that commanding tone that usually steadies me. But right now it barely penetrates the spiral of fears racing through my mind. I need to go. I stumble to my feet, nearly knocking over my coffee cup, my heart pounding so hard I can barely hear my own voice. He needs me there. Mom can't handle this alone. You know how she gets in a crisis. I grab my purse with the trembling hands, nearly dropping it twice as I fumble with the zipper. My car keys slip through my fingers and clatter to the floor. James rises from the couch in one fluid motion, his keys already in hand, moving with that effortless control I usually find so reassuring. I'll drive you? No. The word comes out sharper than I intend, making us both flinch. I take a breath, steadying myself against the edge of the coffee table. I don't think that's the best idea right now. Dad's already going to be... He won't want to see anyone but family. His expression darkens. jaw tightening in that way that means he's about to dig his heels in. Your father's shop just burned down. You shouldn't be driving in this state. You can barely hold your damn keys straight, Mariah. James. I touch his arm, feeling the tension in his muscles. Dad's already devastated. Seeing us together right now, you know how he feels about us. Screw what he thinks about us. But his voice softens as he studies my face. This isn't about that. It's about making sure you get there safely. He needs space to process this. If you show up, I swallow hard, remembering Dad's face during the Valentine's Day dinner. God, it still haunts me to think about that night. It'll just make everything worse. Please understand. James runs a hand through his salt and pepper hair, jaw clenched. The businessman in him wants to take control, fix everything. But after a moment, his shoulders drop. At least let me call you an Uber. His voice carries that authoritative tone I'm learning, means he won't back down easily. I can drive, really. I grab my jacket and hold on tight to my car keys this time, making sure I don't drop them yet again. I need the time to think anyway, clear my head before I face him. He steps closer, tilting my chin up with those strong fingers that make my skin tingle. Promise you'll keep me updated. Whatever your father needs, equipment, loans, contractors, I have connections. You know money isn't an issue. I know. I stretch up on my toes, pressing a quick kiss to his lips, savoring the warmth there. I'll text you when I get there. And after you talk to him, his thumb traces my jawline, sending little sparks through me even in this tense moment. I mean it, Mariah. Don't shut me out of this. We're in this together now. I won't. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Mom, probably wondering where I am. I have to go, like right now. James nods, though I can see how much it cost him to stay behind, how every fiber of his being wants to take control of the situation. Be careful. The roads are slick from the snow. I hurry down James's sweeping driveway, my boots crunching against the fresh snow. My old Toyota Corolla looks even more out of place than usual next to his fleet of luxury vehicles. The silver Bentley, the black Range Rover, the sleek Aston Martin, among a handful of others. The cold metal of my car door handle bites into my palm as I yank it open and slide into the driver's seat. The familiar worn fabric interior welcomes me, but offers little comfort today. My hands shake as I jam the key into the ignition. The image of Dad standing in front of his ruined shop hits me full force. 30 years of his life, gone in one morning. The countless hours he spent building that business from nothing, working late into the night, missing family dinners just to finish one more repair. The pride in his voice whenever he'd tell customers, Thomas Auto Shop, family owned and operated since '93. A sob rips from my throat, echoing in the small space of my car. Tears blur my vision as I grip the steering wheel, the vinyl cold under my fingers. My dad taught me to drive in this very car, patient and steady as I ground the gears learning stick shift in the shop's parking lot. You'll get it, baby girl, he'd say every time I stalled out. Just like fixing engines, takes practice and persistence. That's who he is, persistent, determined, never giving up no matter the challenge. But this, losing everything he's built, another wave of tears spills down my cheeks. The shop wasn't just a business. It was his dream, his legacy. The place where he taught me the value of hard work, where he showed me that anything worth having is worth fighting for. I swipe at my eyes with trembling hands. Dad needs me strong right now. Mom's right. He won't know how to handle this. He's always been the one holding everything together, and now everything has gone bad. And we have to figure out how to make sense of things moving forward.
Chapter 24. James. The evening sun casts long shadows across my dining room as Mariah sits beside me, her hands trembling as she swipes through photos on her phone. Each image hits like a punch to the gut. Charred walls, melted equipment, collapsed beams. The auto shop Freddy spent decades building lies in ruins. It happened so fast. Mariah's voice cracks. A tear rolls down her cheek. Dad got the call at 3 a.m. By the time he arrived, she zooms in on a particularly devastating shot of the garage bay, now nothing but blackened concrete and twisted metal. My chest tightens. That shop was Freddy's whole world, his legacy. We'd spent countless hours there when we were younger, him teaching me about engines while I helped with the books. Now it's gone. The firefighter said it started in the electrical system. Mariah pulls up another photo. The scorched office where Freddy kept his proudest achievement. The original business license framed on the wall. Insurance will only cover a fraction of what it'll take to rebuild. Damn. The word escapes before I can stop it. I run a hand through my hair, memories flooding back of Freddy's face the day he first opened those garage doors. The pride in his eyes when he hung that sign, Thomas Auto Shop. He won't say it, but he's devastated. Mariah swipes to the final photo. Freddy standing amid the wreckage, shoulders slumped, looking smaller than I've ever seen him. That shop was everything to him, to our family. The hollow feeling in my stomach deepens. Freddy Thomas, the man who gave a clueless rich kid a chance at real friendship, who taught me the value of honest work, now watching his dream turn to ash. It's wrong, all wrong. He hugged me for the first time since... Mariah's voice trails off, her fingers tracing the edge of her phone case. Since that night at Valentine's. My jaw clenches. The memory of Freddy's face when he saw us holding hands at the entrance of his home. I'd known him for 30 years, yet in that moment I became a stranger in his eyes. It felt... Mariah wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. God, it felt so good to be his little girl again, even with everything falling apart around us when he wrapped his arms around me. Fresh tears spill down her cheeks. The knife in my chest twists deeper. Here I am, the reason this beautiful woman spent some time apart from her father. The man who helped shape who I am today won't even look me in the eye anymore, all because I couldn't stay away from his daughter. He kept apologizing, Mariah continues, her voice thick with emotion. Said he was sorry for pushing me away, for not trusting my judgment. Can you believe that? His whole life's work is in ruins, and he's worried about making things right with me. I reach for her hand but stop myself. My touch, my presence in her life. It's what drove that wedge between them in the first place. The age gap, the wealth gap, my history with Freddy. I'd convinced myself none of it mattered. But watching her cry over finally reconnecting with her father, I realize how much damage my selfishness has caused. I just wish... Mariah's shoulders shake with a silent sob. I wish things could be a little different. You know? I nod. You want your cake and you want to eat it too. Exactly. I want you, she says, reaching out for my hand. But I also want to be close to him, to my mom. I don't like feeling distant from them, but it feels like I'm in an impossible situation. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. It doesn't have to be this way, I reply gently, tracing circles into her smooth skin. There's always a solution. Mariah lets out a heavy sigh, slumping against the dining room chair. I just don't know how to fix any of this. I've always prided myself with figuring things out, with finding the answers in tough situations. But this, I had no idea it was coming. And I have no idea how to fix any of it. Let me help with the shop. The words come naturally, as if they've been waiting to escape. I can make some calls, get contractors out there. We'll rebuild it better than before. James, no. She straightens up, pulling her hand away. You know how my father feels about taking money from others, especially now. This isn't charity. I lean forward, catching her gaze. This is me helping my friend. Hell, Freddie didn't show me much Valentine's Day love this year, but I've got 30 years of friendship stored up that says I'm not letting his dream die in an electrical fire. But no buts. That man taught me more about life than any Ivy League professor ever did. When everyone else saw a trust fund kid playing at being normal, Freddie saw someone worth investing time in. I grabbed my phone, already scrolling through contacts. Besides, I know some of the best contractors in the city. They owe me favors. He'll never accept it. Then I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. At her raised eyebrow, I crack a smile. Business proposition? Investment opportunity? Whatever words I need to use to get through that stubborn pride of his. Mariah's eyes shine with fresh tears, but this time there's hope mixed with the sadness. You'd really do that? Even after everything? Especially after everything. I set my phone down. Look, Freddie Thomas's family has been since the day he let some cocky college kid hang around his garage talking about business models while he changed oil. If I can help him rebuild, I'm doing it, no questions asked. Mariah bites her lower lip, shaking her head. I just don't know. Dad's so set in his ways. The moment you mention money or investments, your father's proud, not stupid. I pull up the contact info for my most reliable contractor. He taught me that sometimes the smartest business move is knowing when to accept help, and right now, he needs it. But after Valentine's Day, that was different. I set my phone down, meeting her concerned gaze. This isn't about us. This is about making sure 30 years of hard work doesn't disappear because of faulty wiring. I've got the resources, the connections. What kind of friend would I be if I just stood by and let him struggle? I care about him. And I care about Angie, too. He might see it as charity. Her fingers trace patterns on the dining room table. You know how he feels about handouts. Then I'll structure it as a business deal. I lean back, mind already working through the possibilities. Investment partnership, equipment financing. Hell, I'll buy a fleet of cars and have him service them exclusively if that's what it takes. You're not going to let this go, are you? A small smile tugs at her lips. Not a chance. That man kept me grounded when everyone else was blowing smoke up about being the next big thing in the business world. Taught me the value of getting my hands dirty. I pick up my phone again. Besides, someone needs to keep him in line when he starts getting too stubborn for his own good. Mariah reaches across the table, taking my hand in hers. Her soft lips press against my knuckles, the gesture full of gratitude and something deeper. Thank you for being you, for caring about my family even when things are complicated. Your family is my family too, has been for longer than you've been alive. I squeeze her hand gently, and family takes care of each other, no matter what. I clear my throat, emotion making my voice rougher than usual. You know, it's different now. You and I have shifted the dynamics a bit. Freddie and Angie, they've always been family to me, but with you... I trace my thumb across her palm. Now it's deeper, more personal. What do you mean? Before, they were my closest friends. The only people who saw past the money, past the name. But now, I meet her eyes, holding her gaze with an intensity that makes my chest tight. They're the parents of the woman I love. That changes everything. It makes every interaction more meaningful, more important. Mariah's breath catches, and I watch the impact of my words ripple across her face. I want to take care of them the same way I want to take care of you. Not because they need it, but because they deserve it. Because they're part of who you are. My voice drops lower, more intimate. Every piece of you matters to me. Your past, your present, your family. She slides her chair closer, her knee brushing against mine. The contact sends electricity through my body. James. Her voice carries a weight of emotion that makes my name sound like both a prayer and a promise. Your mom's cooking got me through some rough patches in college. Your dad's advice kept me from turning into just another entitled jerk. I cup her face in my hands, and now they've given me something even more precious. You. This is why I fell in love with you. Mariah's eyes glisten. The way you love. It's not halfway. It's not conditional. When you care about someone, you're all in. Only way I know how to be. And that's what makes you different from anyone else I've ever known. She leans into my touch. The way you want to help Dad rebuild. How you talk about my parents. It's not just words with you. It never has been. Exactly, I say. I'll never let you guys struggle. No matter what happens, you'll always be able to depend on me.
Chapter 25. Mariah. The wreckage comes into view as James's car rounds the corner. My heart sinks at the sight of Dad standing alone among the charred remains of his life's work. His shoulders slump, a posture I've never associated with my strong, proud father. James pulls into what's left of the parking lot, gravel crunching under the tires. The acrid smell of smoke still lingers in the air, making my throat tight. You okay? James's hand covers mine, warm and steady. I nod, not trusting my voice. The auto shop, or what's left of it, stands as a blackened skeleton against the morning sky. Twisted metal and collapsed walls tell the story of 30 years of hard work destroyed in a single night. For the past 2 days, Dad has been here, mourning what's left of his building, making calls to all the insurance companies he can. Dad paces near the entrance, phone pressed to his ear. Even from here I can see the deep lines etched into his face, the way his free hand keeps running over his graying beard, a nervous habit he's had since I was little. This is the 3rd insurance company I've called. Dad's voice carries across the lot as we approach. What do you mean you need more documentation? Everything burned in the... He stops, noticing us. The look in his eyes breaks my heart. Hey, baby girl. Dad ends the call, shoving the phone in his pocket. I wrap my arms around him, breathing in the familiar scent of motor oil that seems permanently embedded in his clothes. You don't have to be here every day, Dad. Where else would I be? His laugh comes out hollow. 30 years, Mariah. 30 years of blood, sweat, and tears. All my records, my tools, everything, gone. James stands back, giving us space, but I see the concern etched on his face. This shop was more than just a business to Dad. It was his dream, his legacy, the future he wanted to pass down. The insurance companies are giving me the runaround. Dad pulls away, gesturing at the ruins. Keep saying they need proof of inventory, maintenance records, things that went up in smoke. I squeeze his hand, feeling helpless. The proud man who raised me, who built something from nothing, shouldn't have to stand here in the ashes of his dreams. Dad, I can help. I pull back, meeting his tired eyes. I'll put everything on hold. The event planning, all of it. I can pick up extra cleaning jobs, help with the paperwork, whatever you need. Maybe I could even... Absolutely not. Dad's jaw sets in that familiar stubborn way, the same expression he wore when I wanted to skip college and jump straight into business. You're not putting your life on pause for this mess. And I don't need any favors. But Mom, your mother and I will figure this out. He squares his shoulders, but I can see the weight of worry pulling them back down. His hands, usually so steady when working on engines, tremble slightly as he runs them over his face. You've worked too hard to get where you are. Those fancy events you're planning, that's your future. Your mother would kill me if I let you give that up. They're just dreams, Dad. This is real. This is family. My voice cracks on the last word, and I hate how young and helpless I sound. But watching him stand here, surrounded by the charred remains of 30 years of work, I can't just walk away. Dreams matter, baby girl. His voice softens. You think I built this place without having dreams first? He waves at the charred remains. Started with nothing but a toolbox and hope. Now it's your turn. Let me help you rebuild. No. The word comes out firm, final. I won't have my daughter scrubbing more toilets because of my problems. It wouldn't sit right with me, not after everything your mother and I sacrificed to give you better opportunities. James steps forward, his presence a steady reminder that we're not alone in this. Dad notices him too, his expression shifting. Your friend here understands business? Dad gestures to James. Tell her, James. Tell her she needs to keep pushing forward, not look back. I turn to James, silently willing him to take my side. But I already know what he'll say. These men, both stubborn in their own ways, both thinking they know what's best for me. Dad, please. This isn't up for discussion, Mariah. He pulls me into another hug, gentler this time. Your job is to chase those dreams of yours. Let me handle my own mess. I watch Dad walk away, phone already back at his ear, his voice tight with frustration as he argues with yet another insurance representative. The morning sun catches the bits of gray in his beard. When did those appear? He's going to work himself into the ground. I turn to James, who stands with his hands in his pockets, studying the ruins. There has to be a way to help him. Freddie's always been like this. James shakes his head. Back in college, he worked 3 jobs to pay tuition. Wouldn't take a dime from anyone. It's always been in his character to act like a wall when it came to accepting some help. Hell, he even rejected going to food banks with me way back when, saying he would feel awful, taking something from someone who deserves it more. Then what am I supposed to do? Stand here and watch everything he built crumble? Direct help won't work. He'll see it as charity. James's eyes narrow, that shrewd business mind of his turning. But what if we package it differently? What do you mean? Your father's pride is in his work, his expertise. So we don't offer money, we offer him a partnership, one that benefits both sides. I step closer, intrigued. Go on. My company has a fleet of vehicles that need regular maintenance. Right now, we contract with multiple shops across the city. What if we consolidate that work? Offer your father an exclusive contract to handle all our automotive needs. A guaranteed client base. The possibilities click into place. He'd have steady income while rebuilding. Exactly. And it's not charity, it's business. The kind of deal any shop owner would jump at. But the shop is gone. How can he? There's an empty garage space in one of my commercial properties. Perfect temporary location while he rebuilds here. He gets back on his feet. I get reliable service for my fleet. Everyone wins. The plan sounds perfect, almost too perfect. And you do this? For him? James's hand finds mine, his touch grounding. For both of you. Let me help Mariah. Not with handouts, but with opportunity. That's something your father can't refuse. I squeeze James's hand, hope blooming in my chest for the first time since the fire. You should be the one to tell him about this opportunity. You don't want to present it together? No. I take a glance at my dad, still pacing with his phone. This isn't just about saving the business. You two have been friends for decades. I hate that. I swallow hard. I hate that what's happening between us has damaged that. James's jaw tightens. Freddie and I need to fix this. You were friends long before I came into the picture. I turn to face him fully. Remember all those stories you told me about sharing ramen noodles in college, about him being there when your first business failed? And him telling me to get myself together afterward. A ghost of a smile crosses James's face. Called me an entitled jerk who needed to learn what real work meant. Exactly. That friendship matters. To both of you. This could be a chance to rebuild more than just the shop. James studies me for a long moment, his blue eyes softening. You're something else. You know that? Most people would be focused on the business angle. Most people didn't grow up watching their dad light up every time his college buddy came around for barbecues. I glance at Dad again, remembering those summer afternoons filled with laughter and the smell of charcoal. He misses you, even if he's too stubborn to admit it. And I know you miss him too. The way you talk about those days, it's obvious. You're right. James runs a hand through his salt and pepper hair, and for a moment I catch a glimpse of that younger version of him from Dad's old photos. I'll talk to him. Today, if he's willing. God knows we've wasted enough time being stubborn jackasses. Thank you. I stand on tiptoe to kiss his cheek, touched by his willingness to make things right. For everything. Don't thank me yet. Your old man might still tell me to shove this opportunity up my... He won't. I cut him off with a smile, placing my hand on his arm. Not when it comes from his friend. You two have too much history to let pride get in the way now.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 26. James. I approach Freddy as he stands in the midst of the charred remains of his business, his shoulders slumped as he stares at the blackened walls. The acrid smell of smoke still lingers in the air, making me grimace with each step. Mariah hangs back, her arms crossed, watching us with concern etched across her face. Freddy. I approach him with measured steps. We need to talk about this. He turns, his expression guarded. James, I appreciate you coming, but let me help with the rebuild. I've already spoken to my financial team. His jaw tightens. This isn't your responsibility. Maybe not. But I want to do this. I meet his gaze. Not because of Mariah. Because you're my friend, have been since college. Remember when you helped me through that accounting final? That was different. He kicks at a piece of debris. This is my life's work, my family's legacy. Which is exactly why you need to let me help preserve it. I step closer, lowering my voice. Look, I know things have been tense since Valentine's Day, I get it. You're protective of her, and that dinner. You showing up, trying to butter up Angie about her cooking didn't help. His words carry a sharp edge. Yes, it was bad, I know. I should have given you a heads up, maybe. Should have known better. I run a hand through my hair. But this isn't about that. This is about 30 years of friendship. Freddy's eyes drift to where Mariah stands. You're dating my daughter now. Yes, and I respect that makes things complicated. But don't let that stop you from accepting help you need. I pull out the paperwork I'd prepared. No strings attached, no interest. Pay it back when you can. His fingers brush against the papers, hesitating. I don't want charity. It's not charity. It's an investment in family. The word slips out before I can catch it, and I see him stiffen. The silence stretches between us as he stares at the documents, his expression unreadable. Look, I pull out my phone, opening the spreadsheet I'd prepared. My company has a fleet of over 200 vehicles that need regular maintenance. Right now, we're spread thin across 15 different shops in the city. Freddie's eyebrows lift. That's a lot of scattered business. Exactly. It's inefficient. We waste time coordinating with different shops, dealing with varying pricing structures. I scroll through the numbers. What if we consolidated all that work, made it exclusive to one trusted partner? His posture shifts, interest replacing defensiveness. You're talking about a contract. Your shop would handle all our automotive needs. Regular maintenance, repairs, the works. I pocket my phone. It's not charity, Freddie. It's smart business. I need someone I can trust. Someone who knows what they're doing. The numbers would have to make sense. He crosses his arms, but I can see the wheels turning in his mind. Of course, we'll draft fair terms, market rates, but with guaranteed volume, you'd have stability, room to grow. He rubs his chin, looking around at the fire damage. I'd need a garage first. Actually, I gesture toward the street. I've got a fully equipped garage space sitting empty in one of my commercial properties over on Madison. Previous tenant moved out last month. Freddie's eyes narrow. Where exactly? 10 blocks from here. It's yours while we rebuild this place. I sweep my arm across the burned-out shell of his shop. You keep your business running. My fleet gets the service it needs. We all win. He shifts his weight, studying me. The gears are turning. I can see it in the way his expression changes from skepticism to consideration. The space is just collecting dust right now. I continue. 3 lifts, office space, all the equipment you'd need. Previous tenant left everything behind when they consolidated locations. And what happens when this place is rebuilt? You move back in. Simple as that. The temporary location keeps you operating, generating revenue, makes the transition smooth. Freddie runs his hand along his jaw, his eyes scanning the damage around us. When you lay it out like that, he shakes his head. Hard to say no. But what's the catch, James? Catch? Catches me off guard. There is no catch. There's always a catch with deals this good. Not this time. I meet his gaze. Look, I need reliable service for my fleet. You need a space to keep your business alive. That's it. No hidden agenda, no strings attached. Freddie's eyes lock onto mine, his expression hardening. Is this about Mariah? You trying to win me over? The question hits like a punch to the gut. I take a breath, steadying myself against the raw honesty of the moment. No. This is about you and me, Fred. 30 years of friendship. I step closer, my voice low. Remember that night in college when your car broke down during finals? I drove 3 hours to get you home. When Angela was in the hospital with Mariah and you needed someone to keep the shop running. His shoulders drop slightly. Those were different times. Different circumstances, same friendship. A gesture between us. Look, I love your daughter, that's not going to change. But before she and I ever happened, you were my brother. 3 decades of having each other's backs, that means something to me. And now? Now I want both. I want to make Mariah happy. To give her the world she deserves. But I refuse to lose my best friend in the process. I meet his gaze. Remember what you told me when I lost my cousin in that boat accident? You said, family sticks together through the hard stuff. Well, You're family to me, Fred. Always have been. Freddie's jaw works as he processes my words. You really think we can make this work? All of it? I do, because neither of us is willing to mess anything that matters. I extend my hand. Partners? For a moment, I think he's going to hesitate again, go off on another tangent about how he doesn't want to accept anyone's help right now. But then his hand clasps mine, firm and sure. Partners. Relief washes through me as we shake on it. His shoulders relax, the tension of the past few days finally melting away. James, He releases my hand, rubbing the back of his neck. I owe you an apology. Been acting like a damn fool these past days. I'm sorry for blowing up your phone with texts and calls. That was real childish of me. You don't have to. No. Let me say this. His eyes find Mariah in the distance. One day, when you have a daughter of your own, you'll understand. Every time I look at her, I still see that little girl who used to sit on my workbench pretending to help me fix cars. I nod, following his gaze. She's not that little girl anymore. No, she's not. A wistful smile crosses his face. But that protective instinct never goes away. All I've ever wanted was to keep her safe, make sure she never... He trails off. Never what? Never struggles like Angela and I did in the beginning. Living paycheck to paycheck, wondering if we could afford diapers that week. His voice roughens. When I see you with her, part of me sees the life she deserves. And part of me worries I'll hurt her. Yeah. He meets my eyes. That too. I square my shoulders, holding his gaze. Freddie, I swear to you, Mariah will never want for anything with me, not just material things. She'll never doubt she's loved, respected, cherished. My voice drops. I'll treat her right. You have my word. I believe you. He clasps my shoulder. God help me, but I do. The emotions of the moment overwhelm us both, and I pull Freddie into a tight embrace. His arms wrap around me, solid and familiar like all those years ago in college. The tension of the past weeks dissolves in this moment of reconciliation. Damn, you still give bear hugs like a linebacker, Freddie mutters against my shoulder, his voice muffled by my suit jacket. Making me feel like I'm back in college getting tackled on the quad. I laugh, squeezing him once more before letting go, savoring this moment of restored brotherhood. Some things never change, though these days my tackles are reserved for business deals. My eyes drift to Mariah, who stands a few yards away near the sidewalk. Tears streak down her cheeks, but her smile could light up the darkest night. She quickly wipes her face with the back of her hand, trying to maintain her composure. Seeing her joy at our reconciliation makes my chest tighten with emotion. Hey! I clear my throat, straightening my jacket. What do you say we try that Valentine's dinner again? Start fresh? Angela's cooking is too good to miss out on, and I've got 25 years of your daughter's stories to catch up on. Freddie raises an eyebrow, a hint of his old mischief returning to his expression. Oh yeah? You sure you're ready for all those embarrassing toddler tales? There's this place downtown, Alania, best restaurant in Chicago, private dining room, world-class chef. I straighten my jacket. Figure we could do it right this time. Alenia. Freddie whistles low. That fancy place with the floating desserts and stuff. Man, if this isn't bribery, I don't know what is. We both burst out laughing, the sound echoing off the charred walls around us. Nah, brother. I clap him on the shoulder. This is all love. Family dinner done right.
Chapter 27. Mariah. I step through the charred remains of my father's auto shop, my shoes crunching on broken glass and debris. James and Dad stand near what used to be the main office, examining the structural damage. So it sounds like your insurance will cover some of it, which is great. James says, gesturing to the blackened walls. But I've got contractors ready to start next week. We'll get this place back up and running in no time. I'll have to take a look at the new building plans. Dad nods, his expression lighter than I've seen since the fire. And that business deal you mentioned, damn. It'll help me expand the business for years to come. It'll triple your current revenue within the first year. James pulls out his phone, showing Dad some figures. My mind races with possibilities. We could add a showroom in the front. I point to the east wall. Replace these windows with floor-to-ceiling glass. Display the finished restorations there. Maybe even host reveal parties for the clients. Dad's eyes widen. Reveal parties? Now, why in the hell would I host one of those? Think about it. When someone spends hundreds of thousands restoring their dream car, they want to show it off. We could make it an experience. The ideas flow faster than I can speak them. Champagne, appetizers, invited guests. It would set us apart from every other shop in the city. She's got a point, James says, his blue eyes sparking with interest. That's exactly the kind of touch we need to attract high-end clients. And I could coordinate everything, I add. Put my event planning skills to use right here. Dad runs his hand along a sooty wall. From basic repairs to luxury restorations. He shakes his head, but he's smiling. Never thought I'd see the day. The fire might have been a blessing in disguise, James says. Sometimes you need to tear everything down to build something better. I've been thinking about the marketing side too. I pull up some notes on my phone. We could create signature events for different car categories, like Muscle Car Mondays or European Elegance Evenings. James crosses his arms over his chest. Those are catchy, perfect for social media promotion. And look at these mock-ups I made. I show them both some rough sketches I'd done. The showroom could have different themed sections. Classic American muscle here, European luxury there, and maybe a rotating featured restoration in the center. Dad huffs out a soft breath, but his smile grows wider. You've really put some thought into this, haven't you? I've been dreaming about event planning for years, Dad. This is our chance to combine both our passions. I gesture around the space. Imagine transforming this into something spectacular. We could even host car club meetings, bring in speakers about restoration techniques. Hell, why not throw in a coffee bar while you're at it? Dad chuckles. Actually, James straightens up, his eyes lighting with interest. That's not a bad idea. Creates a community space, gives clients somewhere comfortable to wait. Could even boost word-of-mouth marketing. See? I bounce on my toes, unable to contain my excitement. The ideas are flowing faster than I can get them out. And during reveal parties, we could serve themed drinks based on the car. Like for a restored Mustang, we could do American whiskey cocktails. James finishes, nodding appreciatively. His business mind is clearly already running the numbers, seeing the potential I've been dreaming about for years. Dad throws his hands up, laughing. Lord, you two are going to turn my repair shop into some kind of fancy car club. The way he's shaking his head tells me he's more amused than annoyed, which only fuels my enthusiasm. A fancy car club that'll make 3 times the money, James reminds him. His voice carrying that authoritative tone that makes people listen. The high-end market is crying out for something like this. And I'll handle all the event coordination, I add quickly, desperate to seal the deal while they're both receptive. You won't have to worry about any of it. Just focus on what you do best, the cars. I hold my breath, watching their faces, hoping they can see the golden opportunity right in front of us. Baby girl, I haven't seen you this excited since you planned your first official event. Dad pulls me into a side hug. All right. I'll have to seriously consider some of these ideas. James pulls out his phone, already typing furiously. I'll have my team draw up the contracts today. We can start demolition next week and construction right after. Thank you. Dad's voice carries a weight of emotion I rarely hear. For everything. What are friends for? James claps him on the shoulder. Let me know when you're free to review the paperwork. We say our goodbyes, and I follow James to his car parked on the street. The sun glints off the sleek black paint as he opens the passenger door for me. Once we're both settled inside, James takes my hand in his. The leather seats cool against my skin as he brings my knuckles to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss there. His blue eyes lock with mine, filled with genuine gratitude. Thank you, Mariah. His thumb traces circles on my palm. Freddie's been my closest friend since college. The thought of losing that friendship. He shakes his head. You helped bridge that gap. Showed him I wasn't trying to take advantage. You two have too much history to let it end over a misunderstanding. I squeeze his hand. Besides, this partnership will be good for everyone. Your ideas for the shop were brilliant. His eyes crinkle at the corners. You've got a natural talent for this. The way you took that situation and transformed it into something bigger. Just needed the right opportunity to show what I could do. I lean back in my seat, still buzzing with excitement from Dad's receptiveness to my plans. James navigates through downtown traffic, his hands still intertwined with mine. The city skyline stretches before us, glass buildings catching the brilliant sun, making it hard to tear my eyes away. I've been thinking, he says, turning onto Lakeshore Drive. Your parents deserve a proper dinner. No drama, no misunderstandings. What do you mean? I was talking to Freddie about this back there, and he agreed to it. I already made reservations at Alinea. He glances at me, gauging my reaction. The chef's tasting menu, private dining room, their finest wines. My jaw drops. Alinea is Chicago's most prestigious restaurant. 3 Michelin stars, and impossible to get into without months of advance notice. How did you... The owner's an old friend. He shrugs like it's nothing. I want to do this right, Mariah. Show your parents who I really am and that I'm serious about this whole thing. Besides, I'm so ashamed that your mother's dinner didn't get properly enjoyed when we were all together. A Valentine's Day dinner redo? I squeeze his hand, touched by the gesture. Dad will love that. He's been raving about Alinea ever since that food documentary. And your mother appreciates fine dining. It's perfect. He turns into his driveway, the mansion's gates swinging open. Plus, I want to celebrate our new business partnership properly. James. Emotion wells up in my throat. After the disaster of our last family dinner, this means everything. Thank you for all of it. Helping Dad, arranging this dinner. He parks in front of the house and turns to face me fully. You're worth it. Your family is worth it. His thumb traces my cheekbone. I want them to see us for what we really are. The tenderness in his voice makes my heart flutter. This is the James I wish everyone could see. Thoughtful, generous, determined to make things right. They will, I whisper, leaning into his touch. This time will be different. James's thumb traces along my jaw, drawing me closer until our lips meet. The kiss is tender, full of promise and understanding. His fingers thread through my hair as he deepens the kiss, making my heart race. When we finally part, I rest my forehead against his, catching my breath. My eyes drift to the massive mansion behind him. Reality crashes back. What about our contract? I'm still supposed to clean this place for the next few months. Keep the money. He waves his hand dismissively. I'll find another cleaning service. Are you sure? That's $50,000. Consider it an investment in your future. His blue eyes hold mine with intensity. You've got real talent, Mariah. I've seen it today with those event planning ideas for the car shop. That's where your passion lies, not in cleaning houses. But your standards are so specific. Will another team really? Will I miss your impeccable attention to detail? Absolutely. He brushes a curl from my face, his fingers lingering against my skin. But I'd rather see you pursuing what you love. The shop's renovation is your chance to prove yourself as an event planner. Focus on that instead. Show everyone what I already know you're capable of. Warmth blooms in my chest at his words. He's right. Cleaning was never meant to be permanent. It was just a way to make ends meet while I chased my dreams. Now those dreams feel within reach, and for the first time in years, I can see a clear path forward. The trust he's placing in me, the faith he has in my abilities, it means more than the money ever could. Thank you. I squeeze his hand, feeling the strength in his fingers as they curl around mine. For believing in me, for seeing something in me that I sometimes struggle to see in myself.
Chapter 28. James. The valet opens the doors of my Bentley, helping Mariah and her parents step out onto the gleaming sidewalk of West Halsted Street. The modernist facade of Alinea towers above us, its clean lines a stark contrast to the historic building surrounding it. James, this is... Mariah's eyes widen as she takes in the understated elegance of Chicago's only 3 Michelin-starred restaurant. Too much. I place my hand on the small of her back, guiding her toward the entrance. It's certainly different from our humble dinner table. Freddie adjusts his tie, a hint of tension in his shoulders. Consider this my way of making up for that disaster of a Valentine's Day dinner. I nod to the maitre d', who recognizes me immediately. Good evening, Charles. Mr. Harrington, your table is ready. We're led through the dimly lit space, past tables where diners experience culinary theatrics that border on performance art. The subtle lighting catches the crystal stemware, creating prisms across pristine white tablecloths. Each table feels like its own intimate stage, carefully orchestrated for the evening's performance. Angela gasps as a server passes by with a dish that seems to defy gravity, wisps of aromatic smoke trailing behind it. This is like something out of a movie. Her eyes follow the server's graceful movements, and I can't help but smile at her wonder. The chef here believes dining should engage all senses. I pull out Mariah's chair, catching a whiff of her perfume as she sits. Each course tells a story. My fingers brush her shoulder as I step back, and I notice how perfectly she fits into this setting, despite her father's concerns. Stories don't usually come with such a hefty price tag, Freddie mutters, though his expression softens when the sommelier approaches with a bottle of Chateau Margaux. I catch his eye and give him a knowing look. This vintage was specifically chosen with him in mind. Sometimes the best way to ease tension is through a man's appreciation for fine wine. Tonight isn't about the price, Fred. I meet his gaze. It's about family. The tension in his shoulders eases slightly. A server materializes with our first course, an edible helium balloon made of green apple taffy. The pure delight on Mariah's face as she catches the floating confection makes every dollar worth it. This is incredible, she laughs, her voice pitched high from the helium. The sound breaks through any remaining awkwardness, and even Freddie can't help but smile. Angela reaches for her husband's hand. Remember when we used to dream about places like this? Still do sometimes. Freddie's admission carries no bitterness, just honesty. Then let's make tonight memorable. I raise my wine glass. To new beginnings and better endings. I catch Charles's eye and nod, signaling to begin our culinary journey. The chef has prepared something special tonight, a tasting menu that highlights the best of the season. The first proper course arrives, a sphere of golden caviar perched atop a cloud of citrus foam, each plate a masterpiece of culinary artistry. The delicate pearls catch the light, gleaming like tiny jewels. Oh my word! Angela leans forward, studying the dish with pure fascination. How do they even create something like this? The molecular gastronomy techniques they use here are groundbreaking. I watch as she takes her first bite, her eyes closing in pleasure. I'd specifically requested this dish, knowing it would set the perfect tone for the evening. Charles has outdone himself with the presentation. The flavors, they just keep evolving, she says between delicate bites. First citrus, then the brine, and now there's this hint of something. Is that yuzu? You have quite the palate, Angela. I perk a brow at her as I lift my wine glass to my lips. I'm genuinely impressed. Most people miss the subtle notes of the Japanese citrus. The chef sources it directly from a small family farm in Japan. They've been cultivating yuzu for 7 generations. Freddie swirls his wine, inhaling deeply before taking another appreciative sip. This Margot. James, you remembered. Hard to forget the bottle we shared when Mariah graduated. Course after course arrives, each more spectacular than the last. We get our duck, which Mariah starts raving about, then a perfectly seared wagyu that melts like butter, a dessert that appears to be a garden but is entirely edible, down to the soil made of chocolate crumble. Angela peppers each server with questions about preparation techniques and ingredients, her enthusiasm infectious. She practically bounces in her seat when the chef sends out an extra course just for her, a deconstructed version of Southern comfort food that pays homage to her own cooking style. I glance at Mariah, who hasn't stopped smiling all evening. Her hand finds mine under the table, giving it a gentle squeeze. The tension that's been hanging over our families these past weeks seems to dissolve with each shared bite, each appreciative murmur, each clink of fine crystal. This is what dining should be, I say, watching Angela photograph yet another artistic plate. Not just sustenance, but an experience that brings people together. Freddie raises his glass in agreement, his earlier reservations softened by good wine and better company. The way Mariah beams at the sight of her father finally relaxing makes every minute of planning this evening worthwhile. The final course, a cloud of sponge sugar housing a perfectly tempered chocolate sphere, disappears from our plates. Charles appears at my elbow with the leather folder containing the check. I slip my black card inside without glancing at the total. James, let me contribute something. Freddie reaches for his wallet. Put that away. I hand the folder back to Charles. This evening's on me. It just feels strange having someone else pay. Freddie shifts in his seat. Especially for a meal like this. I roll my eyes. Fred, the bill's probably north of $3,000. And that's before the wine. Angela chokes mid-sip, dabbing her napkin against her lips. 3,000. It's nothing, Angie. Don't worry about it. I wave my hand dismissively. The joy of sharing an exceptional meal with people I care about, that's priceless. The words might sound trite coming from anyone else, but, every syllable. Besides, your company's worth far more than any amount on that check. James is right, Dad. Mariah touches her father's arm. Sometimes it's okay to just say thank you and enjoy the moment. Charles returns with my card and I sign quickly, adding a generous tip for my favorite server. Money has never been a barrier for me. It's a tool, nothing more. And tonight, it served its purpose perfectly. I lean back in my chair, watching as Angela dabs the corner of her mouth with her napkin. The evening has been perfect, exactly what we all needed to bridge the gap that's been growing between our families. Please tell me everyone saved room for the mignardises, I say, nodding toward Charles, who approaches with a tiered silver tray of petit four and chocolates. I don't think I could eat another bite. Mariah pats her stomach, but her eyes light up at the delicate confections being placed before us. The beauty of these little bites. is that there's always room. I select a dark chocolate truffle and place it on Mariah's plate. They're designed to be the perfect ending. Angela reaches for a rose-dusted macaron, examining it with appreciation. Everything has been absolutely magical. I wouldn't mind coming back here sometime. I can't help but laugh, shooting a glance at Freddie. Your wife has excellent taste, Fred. Expensive taste, he grumbles, but there's no real heat behind his words. The corners of his mouth twitch upward as he watches Angela savor her macaron. Mariah's smile brightens the room as she watches her parents, and I catch myself staring at her longer than I should. The way she fits into this world, my world, feels natural, despite all the complications that came before. Finally, it's time to leave. We all head outside together, with Fred allowing Angie to lean on his arm as she stumbles out. Not sure if it's from the food or the wine, but Angie looks positively pleased by the restaurant as we make our way out, thanking everyone for their impeccable service as we depart. I signal to the valet who brings around the sleek black SUV I'd arranged earlier. The evening air carries a slight chill, but the warmth of the wine and company lingers. The restaurant's exterior lights cast a soft glow over everyone, making this moment feel almost surreal after such a perfect dinner. Let me get that for you. I open the car door for Angela, who pulls me into an unexpected hug. The scent of her perfume mingles with the restaurant's lingering aromas as she wraps her arms around me. Thank you for everything, James. This was... She squeezes my shoulders. Her curls press into my skin. Just perfect. Her voice carries that genuine warmth that's always made her feel like family to me, even after all these years. Freddie steps forward, extending his hand. I grasp it firmly, but he pulls me in for a quick embrace instead. You outdid yourself. And thanks for the ride home. Smart thinking. He pats my back with that familiar strength of his, reminding me of our college days when everything seemed simpler, yet somehow less meaningful than tonight. Wouldn't want you behind the wheel after all that, Margot. I pat his back. Get home safe, both of you. Thank you for giving us a proper Valentine celebration. Angela slides into the SUV, Freddie following close behind. I close the door and watch as the car merges into traffic. Mariah steps closer, resting her head against my shoulder. Her warmth seeps through my suit jacket, and I breathe in the familiar scent of her perfume mixing with the night air. The city buzzes around us, cars passing, distant sirens, the hum of conversation from other diners leaving the restaurant. But in this moment, with Mariah's weight against me, everything else fades to background noise.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 29. Mariah. I fold another paper heart, adding it to the growing stack of decorations I'm sorting through. The mansion feels different in the morning light, less intimidating, more like a home. 3 weeks after Valentine's Day, and I'm finally getting around to properly organizing these ornaments for storage. Better late than never. And as much as I love these cute little Valentine's Day decorations, It's time for them to go away. The scattered hearts, ribbons, and banners from that fateful night cover the dining room table. Each piece holds a memory. The way James looked at me, our first real kiss, how everything changed between us. When I went from being his cleaner to something so much more. A warm breath tickles my neck, followed by soft lips. Strong arms wrap around my waist. "Good morning," James murmurs against my skin, his voice still rough with sleep. His chest presses against my back, and I lean into him, abandoning the heart in my hands. Someone's in a good mood. I tilt my head, giving him better access to my neck. Hard not to be when I wake up and find you here. His stubble grazes my shoulder. Though I'd rather you were still in bed. These decorations won't pack themselves. But I make no move to continue working, too caught up in the feel of him. They've waited this long. His hands slide to my hips, turning me to face him. I drink in the sight, his usually perfect hair disheveled, wearing only sleep pants that hang low on his hips. My fingers trace the planes of his chest, following the trail of dark hair disappearing beneath the waistband. The longer we leave them out, the harder it'll be to find space in storage. But my protest lacks conviction as he captures my lips in a searing kiss. My hands instinctively curl into his bare shoulders, betraying my body's true desires. I can think of better ways to spend the morning. James backs me against the table, scattering paper hearts across the polished wood. The solid warmth of him presses against me, making it hard to remember why I was so determined to clean up. But still, I have to resist. James. I press my palms against his chest, creating space between us. The defined muscles beneath my fingers make it a particularly sweet torture. I need to finish this. You're not even on the clock anymore. His fingers trail down my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. That deep voice of his drops even lower, hitting notes that make my stomach flip. The new cleaning crew can handle it. Exactly why I should wrap this up. What kind of professional would I be if I left all these decorations scattered around? I wiggle out of his grasp and pick up a fallen paper heart, though every cell in my body screams to stay right where I was. Besides, I put these up. It's only right I take them down, even if certain distracting billionaires are making it very difficult to focus on the task at hand. James runs a hand through his messy hair, watching me with those intense blue eyes. The gesture only makes him look more appealing, damn him. You're not my employee anymore. You don't have to. I want to. I straighten the stack of decorations, focusing on the task to keep my hands from shaking. The way he's looking at me makes it hard to think straight. It'll bug me if I don't. You know how particular I am about these things. Always so responsible. He steps back, admiration crossing his features. The way his gaze trails over me makes my skin tingle. One of us has to be. I shoot him a teasing smile, proud that my voice comes out steady. And clearly, it's not the guy trying to distract me from cleaning, though you're doing a pretty good job of it. Fine. He raises his hands in surrender, but there's a glint in his eyes that tells me he's not done trying to get his way. You win. How about I make us some coffee while you finish up? I've got this amazing Brazilian roast you need to try. Now, that's an offer I won't refuse. My stomach does a little flip at the domesticity of it all. Coffee with James Harrington? How is this even my life? And after, he pauses at the dining room doorway. There's this place on Fifth Avenue. Best eggs Benedict in all of Chicago. What do you say to breakfast? My stomach growls at the mention of food. The fancy place with the gold leaf everything? That's the one. Trying to spoil me already? Always. He winks. I'll get that coffee started. I watch him disappear down the hallway, shaking my head with a smile. The sooner I pack these decorations away, the sooner we can start our day properly. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let him distract me after breakfast. I placed the last of the decorations in the storage box, satisfied with my work. The living room looks pristine again, ready for whatever event comes next. Following the rich aroma of coffee, I make my way to the kitchen. James stands at the counter, 2 steamy mugs waiting. His back muscles flex as he puts away the coffee beans, and I take a moment to appreciate the view before announcing my presence. All done. I slide onto one of the bar stools, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. This smells incredible. Wait till you taste it. He joins me, our knees brushing beneath the counter. Ready for breakfast? I take a sip, savoring the complex flavors. About that, you know you don't have to take me out all the time. I'm a pretty decent cook. Is that so? His eyes spark with interest. My grandmother taught me everything she knows. I make a mean shrimp and grits that would put any 5-star restaurant to shame. Well, if you're offering to cook for me. He sets down his mug, a playful smile tugging at his lips. We might as well get married. Then you can cook for me whenever you want. My heart skips, even though he's teasing. The thought of being Mrs. Harrington sends warmth spreading through my chest. Careful what you wish for. I might just take you up on that offer. Maybe that's exactly what I'm hoping for. He reaches over, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. The tender gesture makes my breath catch. James Harrington, are you proposing to me over coffee in your kitchen? Would you say yes if I was? His tone walks the line between playful and serious, making my pulse race. I lean forward, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. Ask me properly sometime and find out. Then I raise an eyebrow at him. Already figured it out, have you? Down to the last detail. James traces his thumb across my bottom lip, his eyes darkening. And no, I won't tell you when or where, but trust me, you'll never see it coming. Joy bubbles up inside me, and I can't stop the wide smile spreading across my face. I drain the last of my coffee, savoring both the rich flavor and this perfect moment. I should go get ready for breakfast. I slide off the bar stool, but James catches my wrist, pulling me between his legs with that commanding strength that makes my knees weak. 5 more minutes. His hands settle on my hips, keeping me close. His thumbs trace small circles against my waist, a simple touch that sets my skin ablaze with desire. If you keep this up, we'll never make it to the restaurant. But I don't resist when he draws me in for a kiss that starts soft and quickly deepens. The taste of coffee lingers on his lips, rich and intoxicating. His fingers thread through my curly hair, tilting my head just so. The scratch of his stubble against my skin sends shivers down my spine. When I try to pull away, he follows, stealing another kiss, then another, each one more demanding than the last, making it harder to remember why I wanted to leave in the first place. James. I laugh against his mouth, breathless from his attention. The restaurant. My hands rest against his chest, feeling his heart beating strong and steady beneath my palms. Screw the restaurant. He stands, backing me against the kitchen counter. We could stay here. Not a chance. I duck under his arm, dancing out of reach. I've been dreaming about those eggs Benedict since you mentioned them. Besides, I pause at the kitchen doorway, throwing him a look over my shoulder. The sooner we eat, the sooner we can come back here and continue this conversation. His groan of frustration follows me down the hallway, and I smile to myself, knowing exactly what I'd do to him. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I hear James's footsteps behind me as I head toward his bedroom. The sound of his bare feet padding against the hardwood floor makes me grin. I can dress myself, you know. I glance back at him, taking in his hungry expression. Just want to help. His voice drops low, sending tingles down my spine. Make sure everything's properly in place. Oh, I bet you do. I shake my head, laughing. Last time you helped me get dressed, we ended up being 2 hours late to dinner. He catches up to me in 3 long strides, his hand settling on my lower back. Worth it, though. Is it? Is starving me worth it? You're hungry for something else. I can see it in your eyes. Rolling my eyes, I allow him to follow me into the bedroom and close the door behind us. I already know what this is about to entail, and honestly, I'm not mad at all.
Chapter 30. James. I watch Mariah as she attempts to wriggle away from me, her laughter filling the room like a sweet melody. She's trying to put on her dress, but I'm not having any of that. Not yet. I grab the fabric, pulling it gently but firmly from her grasp. She gasps, eyes wide, but there's a spark of excitement in them that she can't hide. "James," she protests, swatting at my hand. "We have to go to the restaurant, remember?" "I don't care," I growl, my voice low and hungry. I can't help it. The sight of her, the smell of her, it's intoxicating. I toss the dress aside and pull her close, capturing her mouth in a deep, demanding kiss. She melts against me, her initial resistance dissolving into eager participation. I walk her backwards, guiding her until she feels the bed against the back of her knees. With a gentle push, she's sprawled out before me, her breath coming in quick gasps. I take a moment to drink her in, my heart pounding in my chest. She's stunning, her hazel eyes wide and dark, her lips swollen from our kiss. "James," she whispers, her voice barely audible. But I hear it. I hear the desire, the need. It matches mine. Slowly, my fingers start tracing patterns on her soft skin. She shivers at my touch, her body responding to me in a way that drives me wild. I can feel the heat radiating from her, the wetness that tells me she wants this as much as I do. "The restaurant can wait," I murmur, my voice a low rumble as I lean down to press a kiss against her collarbone. "I can't." She arches into my touch, a soft moan escaping her lips. I smile against her skin, loving the way she responds to me. It's addictive, this power I have over her. But it's not just about control. It's about connection, about two people giving in to the inevitable pull between them. I can feel her heart racing, matching the rhythm of my own. I know she wants this, wants me, and I'm going to give her everything she desires, everything she needs. Starting right now. Mariah's laughter subsides, replaced by a soft gasp as I trail kisses down her neck, my hands exploring every curve of her body. I take my time, savoring the feel of her soft skin under my fingertips. Her shirt is the first to go, tossed carelessly onto the floor, followed by the rest of our clothes, piece by piece, until there's nothing left between us.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I press a soft kiss against her shoulder, a sense of contentment washing over me. This is what I've been missing, this connection, this intimacy, and I found it with Mariah. Mariah shifts beside me, her body warm and sated from our lovemaking. She props herself up on one elbow, her hazel eyes meeting mine. "So are we still going to that restaurant?" she asks. a playful lilt in her voice. I chuckle, brushing a stray curl away from her face. You still want to go? She nods, a soft smile playing on her lips. I'm starving. Plus, I hear their hash browns are amazing. Then we're going, I say, my voice decisive. I lean in, capturing her lips in a slow, tender kiss. She melts into me, her body pressing against mine. I can't help but deepen the kiss, my tongue exploring her mouth, tasting her. When we finally pull apart, her eyes are soft, her breath coming in quick gasps. I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers lingering on her cheek. You know, I never thought I'd find this, I admit, my voice low. Find what? She asks, her eyes searching mine. This, I gesture between us. You, us. I never thought I'd find the love of my life at 50, but life's funny like that, isn't it? I smile, my thumb tracing the line of her jaw. I want to marry you, Mariah. Sooner rather than later. She blinks, taken aback. But then a slow smile spreads across her face, her eyes shining with happiness. You want to marry me for real? I nod, my heart pounding in my chest. More than anything, I want you by my side, always. I want to wake up to your laughter, fall asleep to your breath. I want to grow old with you, Mariah. She leans in, her lips finding mine. The kiss is soft, sweet, a promise of things to come. When she pulls back, her eyes are shining with unshed tears. I love you too, James. And yes, I'll marry you. A warmth spreads through me, a sense of contentment I've never known before. I pull her close, my arms wrapping around her. She fits perfectly, her body molding to mine. I can feel her heartbeat, steady and strong, matching my own. In that moment, everything is perfect. I have the love of my life in my arms and the promise of a future together. What more could a man ask for?
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.